Right, we are live. Welcome everyone to the final day of the second test between New Zealand and England. New Zealand just about to start batting. Jack Leach, the first bowler of the day. And this is going to be a very interesting session for New Zealand. They are 7 down currently for 224 with a lead of a total of 238. So anything could happen here in the next little while. So we will have to wait and see how this first session goes. But New Zealand losing a couple easy wickets last night, which is certainly something that they will not want to happen in this session. But I hope you guys are all doing well. I hope you're all excited for some more test match cricket coming just around the corner. And I believe we have got this test, and then in about 3 or 4 days' time, we actually have the next test match that we will be covering on the channel as well. We have also got the Amish. Can rain save New Zealand? Please tell what is the prediction. They're certainly going to need some sort of either big runs on the board or a little bit of rain around. But it looks like the sun's out currently, which looks very nice for them. That's all. That was almost a chance. Straight away, that would have been big trouble for them, but it's gone straight through the hands of Joe Root. It's very lucky for New Zealand in the early stages, but this is looking like it's going to be a tough pitch to bat on, I should say, for day 5. Just reaching at it a little bit too hard. Matt Henry and Joe Root ended up putting it down. And also, hi, says Amelia, I changed my profile picture to set it off to a set it off logo because I finally found one I like. And there's old says Amelia, nicely played there by Matt Henry. So what I'm quickly going to do is I'm going to see whether or not I can transfer this to my other screen as well so that it's a little bit more central. But we'll do that in between the overs. Nicely played once again from Henry. So we've still got Daryl Mitchell at the crease, and that is going to be very important for New Zealand. Joe Root, it just hit the finger and then ended up going down. Off the back foot punch there from Matt Henry. No gap in the field. Jack Leach, he looks like he's bowling a very good line for the early stages of day 5. But the big thing is, if there are early wickets, there's going to be trouble. And also, hey, Kiwi lads, this Jameson bat. If Henry or Mitchell gets out, says Robert, it's a good question. How many down? So there's 7 down currently. I mean, out of the rest of the batsmen, I'm going to change the subject just a little bit. I think Tim Southey's probably the guy who's going to get the most runs once these two are gone overall. And also, I got the update on my knee and my knee brace. Or I'm in a knee brace still further notice, but luckily no crutches. What do you think? New Zealand haven't batted defensively and haven't batted aggressively, and they have batted so poorly. Having 2 runouts is so poor. Says Coding there. Yeah, they've certainly made mistakes in this innings compared to their first one. Like, you go from getting 500 to now being in a situation where if you don't bat well for this first session, you're in a position where you could lose a test match. But then saying that England also, with Joe Root getting 176, Ollie Pope 145. It was very impressive batting from England. Trent Bolt in the end managing to get himself the 5 wickets. Michael Bracewell getting 3 for 62. New Zealand 238 runs ahead. Every over that New Zealand use up here. Oh, no, sorry, not Tim Southey. I said the wrong name there. Tim Southey is gone right our first ball. He did disappear. That is why his name was on my mind. I actually meant to say Trent Bolt. Sorry, wrong one. Is there a live game right now? Says Hockey Pucks. There is. It is day 5 of the test match between England and New Zealand. But yeah, Trent Bolt, I think he's just going to throw a heap of unorthodoxness, and I'll be watching all of the day. There is a chance we might be watching a majority of it. We have got a live stream later on today, which is going to be the matchup between New Zealand and Costa Rica, the World Cup qualifying. So that will be a tough game for New Zealand, but they will be hoping to be able to make their way through that next stage. I also got a response from the Rebels about the active section, and I spoke to one of their staff members today, which is really cool. Says Amelia. So that's pretty awesome that you have been able to make extra movement in the right direction. Because you and Xavier, you got that shared account, don't you, at this stage? And also, yes, Hockey Puck says Robert, and also New Zealand can bat this full session smartly, and we can see this match be drawn, says Coding. And I heard a decent point made, which I don't think is the case. I hope it's not the case anyway. But they were saying about the fact that due to winning the first test match, the next 2 pitches may end up being considered as roads. Like, you can literally bat for days and days and days. Because at the end of the day, it is New Zealand's test match that they've got to try and win. That was a nice little bit of limbo from Matt Henry, having a duck underneath that ball of Ben Stokes. Yeah, it's got their Socceroos qualified. I did see that, beating Peru in the penalty shootout, which is absolutely massive for them. Yeah, big congratulations to Australia being able to make their way through to the next stage of the competition. That was well done from Matt Henry. And also welcome, says Anise And yeah, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. And what are the chances of winning currently? The way that it sits, I'll quickly get the odds exact numbers. Once again, left alone outside of off stump. Won't be minding that too much. Matt Henry, as long as he can preserve himself here, I guess is the best way of looking at it. Not end up with any injuries. And also, yep, they said they like the idea and that they'll stay in touch with us as the season approaches. And I think at one point they may get us to come to Rebels HQ, says Amelia. So that's pretty awesome. You might get to meet some of the players alongside it as well. So currently for this one, the odds are sitting as follows. New Zealand, as they are currently batting, I should mention, and Matt Henry has handy aggressive batting. He is indeed, and he has just smacked it away to the boundary. New Zealand have a 19% chance of being able to go on to win this match. The draw is 50%, England 31%. And if New Zealand bat out this session, you'd have to say that their draw just continues to go up and up and up. The last thing England want is a collapse on the final day. And go on, NZ, you've got us Aussies right behind you tomorrow. It'll be nice to see you join in the World Cup. Yeah, and I see New Zealand in their group. They would have Spain, Germany, and a couple other very tough sides. But it's the idea of just being at the World Cup that I think is something that would be absolutely awesome for New Zealand. Nicely done once again. And will Kyle bowl in the second innings for the Black Cats or even bat for this innings? Says Cody. They were showing him before, but he is still in his whites, which I guess is slightly promising, but I'm not too sure whether or not he is going to make his way out there. I think it all depends on the circumstance. If New Zealand feel that they don't need to use him for the batting, like if they bat long enough with Daryl Mitchell and Matt Henry, I'd say that they'll leave him out just because you don't want to aggravate kind of anything along those lines. Oh, that's a risky shot there from Matt Henry. He tries to go up over that kind of third man region. And also, as long as we beat Sri Lanka in the ODI, says Robert, then don't worry, we ain't making it out alive with our group stage. So us Aussies will be suffering, says Amelia. But at least you will get to make it to the World Cup. Oh, it's a no ball from Ben Stokes. So a free ball New Zealand will be able to have. Of course, not meaning a free hit, but a free run on the board for them as well. But Costa Rica, I believe, are heavy favourites up against New Zealand. But we're actually hoping to do that game at 6 a.m. New Zealand time. So 8 hours time, we will be up watching along. I should mention the reason I'm in my suit is I have just finished filming a video with Rugby Itch. So that is why I'm actually all dressed up. Oh, Ben Stokes. Looks like he's heading back to his mark. And the over rate throughout this test match has been a little bit slow for both sides, which is why I think Ben Stokes is almost getting ready to just bulldoze his way in there. And also, will you be covering full day, please? It'll be an exciting day of cricket, says Cody. I will try my best. We might have a couple overlaps in terms of, or no, it might actually just be finished in time. So depending on when I have my food and whatnot, I should hopefully be able to do a majority of this day. I've been up since 3 a.m. and it was pretty much worth it, says Amelia. And also, Hamish, you're doing good luck tomorrow morning. I hope you guys qualify too, says Aiden. So yeah, it is coming up just around the corner. I am hopefully going to be doing that game. The only problem with doing that game is New Zealand have been going all right up till this point, and I don't want to jinx them by covering it, but I think I'm going to do it. And while your mum and dad not today with you in the commentary, it is currently 10 p.m. here in New Zealand, and they both start work extremely early tomorrow morning. So even though it is going to be an exciting day of test match cricket, more than likely they will end up watching the highlights tomorrow. But I did ask both of them, and they both said no. Now, Jack Leach be bowling once again. Currently 71 overs faced by New Zealand, which, I mean, if you take about, say, 8 more overs out of the day, that is about how many there will be left in the match. So England can certainly chase that down if they do use their batters strategically. And also 6 a.m. New Zealand time, it finishes 4 a.m. Is the end of it, Australia time as well, says Robert. Yeah, so I think it is going to be finished just in time to have like enough time to cook something in between. Jack Leach, ramp shot there from Daryl Mitchell. It's worked out for him. And it looks like Stuart Broad's going to have to chase after that one. Oh, he just keeps it in the field of play. Well done from Broad. Every run at this point in time could be crucial, and the Kiwis only get 2 runs for it. It just shows the competitor that Stuart Broad is. Even though it's the final day of a test match, he's still doing the athletic fielding down by the boundary. Make sure that he does keep that ball alive. But yeah, Australia, Sri Lanka, that must be coming up. Is that tonight or tomorrow that they do play? I'm going to actually have a look at the schedule, see the exact day that the next test match starts. Penalty shootout again, says it was Xavier Brown. Oh, sorry, that was Aiden. And there for the penalty shootout. Yeah, they did very well, and New Zealand need at least 350 leader. Morning, guys, says Gareth. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are having a great day this far, although I guess you are still very early, aren't you? It's already started, says Aiden. Oh, is it tonight? See, I'm all kinds of weird. I slept for about 18 hours just before, so I've kind of confused what day I'm on already. I think we're Tuesday. No, we're Wednesday, aren't we? No, we're Tuesday, then almost Wednesday. Nice shot down the ground. That is going to be an easy single. It's now on now. It's an ODI. And there says Robert. And also, I reckon it'll be cool for me and Xavier do get invited to Rebels HQ and we get to meet some of the players, says Amelia. And also Tuesday, says Amelia. And new ball will be crucial. There's 9 overs away. And I'm hungover as all else, says Gareth. Big weekend. I think more than likely. Was it from, still hungover? I've just realized what day we're on. Was it from the celebrations of the weekend, Gareth, or was it just from some heavy drinking on like Sunday or Monday? 2 balls left in the over. And Aussie 20 overs done now. Sri Lanka 93 for none. Oh, very nicely done by the Sri Lankans. Also, first test is the 29th of June, is Robert. Yeah, it's a shame that we can't cover it on the channel because I wish that we could, but we just get copyright struck straight away by a certain fellow that does the cricket as well. So it sucks that we can't do any Sri Lankan games, even if it's Australia. Even if New Zealand were playing Sri Lanka, we wouldn't be able to do the games as they probably would strike us down. Jack Leach. Nicely played once again by Daryl Mitchell. So the next test match does start between New Zealand and England. When is that taking place? Where's our second test? Or our third test? It's actually 8 days away. And until then, England are actually playing the Netherlands, which is kind of interesting. And that squeezes in also a sneaky Monday session. And will we see broad try and short ball barrage to get wickets? It depends on how he's feeling because short ball bowling can always take it out of you a little bit more, which is why Neil Wagner is one of those guys that no matter what time it is in a test match, he will bowl and just use everything left. But I think Stuart Broad, he might try some pitched up stuff first of all before we get into, to be honest, they probably won't bowl him before the new ball. And then when they've got the new ball, Stuart Broad will be doing that pitched up bowl. And it's probably Stokes and then maybe they give it to Matty Potts as someone else. And I've only had a chicken burger and some hard noodles and a bag of fantails the past 48 hours. What are fantails? Amelia, do let me know. Are they kind of like some sort of chip or some sort of lollies or something? I don't think we have them here in New Zealand. We have the fantail birds, but I assume you aren't eating a bag of those. Short ball, almost cleaned up. Matt Henry, he's fallen to his back as well. And he's got a big smile on his face. Luckily, Matt Henry, he knows that he's going to be targeted here. See whether or not they can manage to get him out with the short ball. And also they're these sticky caramel chocolates. Oh, they sound all right. Sticky caramel chocolates. I'm trying to think of what the, I guess, most likely comparison are for something in New Zealand. Maybe like a toffee. Is it like a toffee or is it more of it like a caramel? And my dad, Andy, says, hi, welcome in, Andy. Hope you are doing well. Another duck from Matt Henry. He knows exactly where Stuart Broad's trying to hit him, and that is in the skull. And Draw can't see a result here. Mitchell is in form, can't see New Zealand all out before lunch, and then England are going to chase a win, or aren't going to chase a win. A draw is a positive result for them, says Gareth. Although, the big thing is Brendan McCullum, I feel like if he needs anything less than 300, he'll probably just say to the guys, go out there and see what happens. Out of all of the coaches to tell a side to try and back themselves to go at 4 or 5 and over to win, I feel like Baz is right up there. But, yeah, a draw looks the most likely at this stage, unless we see wickets soon. Tell you what, Matt Henry's back's going to be sore because he's just having to do the limbo every single ball at the moment, trying to lure him in for a possible pull shot. And caramel covered in chocolate. I'm actually going to look them up while we've got a little bit of a moment. So they're called Fantail chocolate, I guess. Chocolate. Oh, okay. So they're kind of like little toffee ball or like toffee square things. Or caramel. Oh, they might actually be closer to caramello for us by the looks of it. Chewy caramel with a rich chocolate coating. So kind of like one of the roses that we get here in the variety chocolate boxes. I feel like that was the weirdest way I've ever described one of those. It's not fun when they mount or melt, or when the caramel gets stuck between your teeth, says Amelia. Yeah, they seem like they'd be one of those ones that like could be a tooth breaker. You know, if it was too solid and you try and bite through it, all of a sudden you go into the dentist. Another short ball for Henry, but he's dodged it well. Oh, okay. 61% chance for the draw. New Zealand, 17% chance of winning, and England, 22% chance of winning this test match. So, for me, I want to see a result, but I don't know whether we're getting one. So it will depend on how aggressive New Zealand are with the bat, and also how aggressive England are really with the bat. Picking up a couple early wickets, and also we do have fantails here in New Zealand, says Mysterion. Wait, so like the chocolate or the bird? Because I know about the birds. In fact, I've actually got one, or I don't have one, but there's one at the golf course that like follows you around when you are doing a round of golf. But I haven't actually seen them. But that could just be because I'm from a small. Oh yeah, no, they're at the warehouse. Okay, I'm just from a small town, so I don't think we really have them. Like, we're probably lucky to have, I guess, what's another kind of cool thing that people have, but we don't. Probably pretty much anything, really. Fantails, anyone else been singing the DuckTales theme? So in their minds now. Here's Gareth. DuckTales classic TV show? TV show? Movie. I'm terrible with my films. The Toffees, says Mysterion. So yeah, I've never actually seen them in a packet like that. But I have seen like a similar looking thing in the roses boxes. And the warehouse has them. Yeah, we don't have a warehouse where we are, sadly, which is a bit sad. And also, there's a fantail. This is Mysterion. And can you tell me what Michael Bracewell doing yesterday playing rash shots? Ultimately got out in that tough situation. Says coding. I guess it depends on what he's told as well. Oh, there's some nuns. Interesting outfit for day 5 of the cricket. But at the end of the day, you're there to dress up. You're there to have a good time. It's going to be whipped to the leg side. And once again, another single taken by the Black Cats. But yeah, some of the wickets yesterday, not just Bracewell's, like there were a lot that were questionable, big time, in terms of just what were we doing. So, I mean, yes, it wasn't ideal, but hopefully these two have decided that they're going to be a little bit more strategic with the way that they play. Looks like they are just about to have another chat in the middle, these two, just probably trying to work out who's going to have the strike for the next over. Matt Henry, we might see 3 shots, and the only reason I had the hard noodles is because I couldn't be bothered cooking them. Oh, so you actually, as in hard noodles, as in like just the ramen noodles raw. I guess the thing is, people used to do that at school quite often, like just have it pretty much. There is a cricket bat maker called Fantail Cricket Bats on YouTube. There's Warriors there. I once tried to make a bat in high school, but I didn't make it out of any material that resembled a willow. I made it out of a 4x2, if you guys know what that is. Pretty much like it didn't last long. The bat did snap pretty much with the first shot with a hard ball, but you learn your lessons, I guess. I think I had like 50 nails in it just to try and hold it together, try and add some stability in the core. That is now going to be 235 for 7, 74 overs down, 6 away from the new ball here. And yeah, I ate them raw simply because I couldn't be stuffed cooking them in hard noodles. Oh, you mean straight out of the packet like dry? And yeah, she's Amelia. And because I couldn't be bothered cooking them and I was starving. Although the thing is, they only take like 2 or 3 minutes, don't they, overall? But I can understand like the whole not wanting to cook them. Like sometimes I've had, what was it, chicken fried noodles or something the other week that I was just like, I'm just going to eat them. Like not raw because like they had already been cooked. I should have mentioned. I think this is a complete copy of the World Test Championship final day where India required to bat the first session to draw in the test, but they bowled out and Black Cats chased down and won the World Test Championship. There could be similarities. Another single taken, and Daryl Mitchell. I think he's happy enough taking singles there because Matt Henry's going to get all the short stuff. Henry sitting on 13. This man has got a 50 before in the past, and I remember the aluminium bat that Lance Ken used I know what it was called. I know what it was called, but does anyone else? Aluminium bat. I do not know. Was that like allowed, or was it like as like a separate kind of video? The most interesting process of bat making is a handle process using the cane insert. Says that it was Warriors fan. Yeah, it's quite a complex like thing. Like a lot of people who don't really follow cricket that much think, oh, they're just holding a piece of wood with it's a grip on it, really. But there is a lot more that goes into it, whether it's trying to work out exactly where your middle's going to be, whether it's working out the thickness and the shape and the carving it out so that natural curve kind of comes into it. How much do you think England will need to win? Now, okay, anything less than 300, I think England will have a decent chance. So if New Zealand get bowled out before 275, I would say that England have a pretty good shot of being able to go on. It's Matt Henry, if England ninja, I think that is. He dodges all the short deliveries. It's like trying to hit Mayweather. It's all pointless. Says Sebastian, yeah, he's been doing quite a bit of Matrix style stuff in the early stage of the ARDA. He also says Gary Dixon, and also we all get there. I got the chicken burger from my school canteen because I'm part of the special program. We used to have chicken burgers at school, but they weren't quite as exciting as some chicken burgers around, I guess I could say. What I'm quickly going to do is I will go like this. And also smart batting by Henry, another handy 4. And there, that. And, it's gone through the gap. Unfortunately, Stuart Broad making a little mistake there. And that will be racing away for 4. So what I will very quickly do, hopefully, if it behaves, is I'm just going to go like this. And we're going to add that back just because it was glitching a little bit. A moment. Luckily, we're in the break of an over, so there shouldn't be too much weirdness going on. There we go. Stuart Broad, he looks like he's a little bit disappointed with the way that one bounced through, but New Zealand need to keep on going. Also, way to go, Warriors fan. And there as well, says Mysterion. And also, you can just break it into a cup and boil water, and after 5 minutes, it's like chicken soup or chicken noodle soup snack. And there, and Lance Cairns' bat was called Excalibur. Oh, yeah. Was that the aluminium one? And also, way to go for the, sorry, I got confused. Did the Warriors, Golden State, have they won, or was it the Celtics who ended up winning? Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm not too sure which way round it is at this stage. I'm about to start choking, which is unfortunate. Oh, one more. It's done it again, the glitchiness. I'll go like this. And if I open this like that, and then go like this, and like that, there we go. Right, that should have sorted it. Now, shouldn't glitch too much. We go like that, like that, like that, and like that. There we go. All sorted. Right, we're good to go. And also New Zealand will, Hamish will New Zealand bat in the second session too, if they are not bowled out, just to be extra secure. I think so. I think for now, New Zealand know that this test match is probably one that they have got a chance of losing, unless they go bang, 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 get a quick 300 and send England in and hope to get those quick wickets. And yes, I was trying to say the F word. Sorry for effing it up. A big love, people. This test has been amazing. Says Sebastian, to go from so many runs, like we've had over 1,000 runs between two sides in their first innings, almost 1,100, and now New Zealand to be 7 down at this stage. Is that game 5? Says Mysterio on there. And also hang on, I'm going to check out the NBA stuff as well, because I feel like I'm always behind in it. Sammy King making his way out onto the field by the looks of it. What I might quickly do is, all risky. That almost didn't work out from there. We'll go like that. Avaleche is the comment from Wokes. And also Andrew Wiggins left the Golden State Warriors to a 94 win in Game 5 over the Boston Celtics, 26 points and 13 rebounds. Okay, see, I don't really know a huge amount about some of the players, unfortunately, but currently I hope that next year I can follow a little bit more of the NBA as it kind of progresses. Okay, Daryl Mitchell. So he's slightly running low on oxygen, just having a couple deep breaths. He's sitting on 40 runs, though. And Henry's sitting on 17. So it seems like if they can keep on batting out this session, survive the new ball for a little bit of time, because as soon as you get those new ball batsmen in there, it's probably going to be a little bit trickier. Jack Leach once again. Nicely played from Matt Henry in behind the ball. What I'm actually going to be doing for this one now, I've noticed that the scoreboard is a little bit ahead of what's happening in my game. So because of that, I am going to update the score at the end of each over, if that's all right, just so that it doesn't show you guys who gets the wicket before the wicket takes place. And Leach has been pretty expensive. Bring back Parkinson, he bowls well on the Headingley wicket. And also if New Zealand win or declare, will they, or if New Zealand declare, when will they declare? I don't think they will. Definitely not until you're looking at about 8 or 9 down. And it's whether or not they want Jameson to bat. I'd say I'm going to order a buttload of loom bands soon, because me and Xavier decided we're going to would make loom band bracelets for the Rebels colours to give it to our kids next year at home games. Well, that's quite cool. I can't watch basketball, too much squeaking. Yeah, the squeaky shoes are out there, aren't they? And also, I only got the wicket of Devon Conway, but Devon pretty much threw away his wicket with a mistimed slog sweep. Sebastian, and also Mitchell scored scoring runs for fun, back-to-back centuries, and now for 50 again. Says Cody, yeah, he's looked the goods for New Zealand. Nicely played once again. Not quite going through the gap that he was after. There we go. Oh, so even that is currently 2 balls ahead as we sit there after me updating it. And also how many overs left today. We have still got another 85 or so. So there's still quite a wee while. And my hand's going to be hurting, but by the time I finish making them. Here's Amelia. Michael Bracewell. He will be, I guess, relatively happy with getting the 3-wicket shot from Mitchell. And that will be the single taken. And at the moment, they are willing to take on singles. Did they? Yes, they did take the single. And also Raw. Says Mark Smith, and also the Melbourne Rebels follow us. And they got back to us. They will store the flags for next season. So next season we are doing an active where flags are waving and banners are up for 80 minutes. Says Melbourne Stockade there. And New Zealand just need to survive 20 more overs. And also Raw, says Mark as well. Raw? Well, it's over. That's like months away, but it's worth it. And what is a loom band? It's kind of, I guess the best way of describing it, it's like a little mini rubber band. Who will be dropped for the third test for Black Cats when Kane comes back, Young or Nichols. I'd say, before this test, it would have been Will Young as my guy who's getting dropped, but I don't know. I feel like when you got Williamson, you got to make sure it's the right decision of, wow, Henry literally is like a ninja, Sebastian. His back muscles are very flexible. Like if I tried to do that, I would fall over 50 times over. Like I once tried to do that and I got hit in the head with the ball up underneath the helmet and then went back and dropped my bat on the wickets. So I was out, unfortunately. And also loom bands were like those bracelets that you make that were really popular back in 2014, says Amelia. So yeah, they're kind of like little rubber bands, I guess, that you kind of overlap and loop into like pretty much, yeah, a bracelet or anything along those lines. Like, could you make rings out of them as well? A little bit smaller baby bracelet, I guess you could call a ring. Bit of an inside edge there. Ben Stokes will be hoping to somehow get through this New Zealand lineup in the next 10 or so overs, and also New Zealand will want bowlers brilliance like India did in England previous series, says Tom there. At the moment, England down to 14%, New Zealand 17%. So New Zealand actually favourites out of the two sides to go on to win if we get a result. 69% for the draw as we currently sit. And also I'm going to have to relearn to make them, and you can make rings with them. There's Amelia. Can you make necklaces as well, or is it only finger and wrist size things? Another short ball. He's played that one nicely off the hip. Goes out to the man at fine leg. Actually changing up his angle now, going round the wicket to see maybe if he can expose some of those ribs of Matt Henry, although he has got the chest protector on, so he might be all right for a bit of time here. The leg gully. And also the bat pad is there. No, so close. If Henry was a boxer, he'd have a perfect denture. He wouldn't cop any shots. Yeah, I don't know how he like if I try and limbo, like no joke, my back would crack. Oh, that bounced more. Oh, it's gone over the man, though. So that was exactly what they wanted. Anderson at gully, but it goes over his head. And Henry will survive for a little bit longer. And he retains the strike as well. Oh, so he can make bracelets, rings with him and necklaces with him, says Amelia. That was close. That was almost the game plan coming together. The cross-seam delivery bounced up nicely, but went straight over the top of Jimmy Anderson. So, Sebastian, you would have been watching all of day 4, I would think. What did you think of the run-outs that the Black Caps had? Did England have a run-out as well, now that I think about it? Did they have one early on? I think it was actually later on, wasn't it, that there was a run-out? Okay, they're going to go for pace at both ends, which I assume will be, they are going Stuart Broad. So he's going to get 1 or 2 overs before the new ball's available. I think that's just to try and warm him up a little bit more. That's why I like bowlers like Wagner. They can take wickets irrespective of wickets New Zealand badly missing him, says Coding. And yeah, I don't know, is he going to be back for the next one or is he going to be still missing? And also, I still have Matt Henry PTSD after what he did to us, says Gareth. Yeah, the man's had a couple very good innings every once in a while, doesn't he? But he's going to need one with the ball in hand for this innings when they do end up bowling. I think no matter what, we're going to see New Zealand bowling today. Whether it is just a declaration to try and find some sort of early wickets or if it is that they've lost their wickets. But currently, I'd say 259 just isn't quite enough with the way that this pitch has been playing out. Although maybe there's a few demons starting to sneak in a little bit more. Now Stuart Broad setting up the field. They are all giving him a round of applause. Broad, 16 overs bowled, 1 for 53 as we currently sit there. Charges into the crease, Stuart Broad. Oh, he does try it. It wasn't completely short, but it wasn't completely full either. Probably around about chest height. Whether or not he can get a little bit higher up. But this will be taxing on the body of Broad. Luckily for him, though, 16 overs bowled so far. He's still got plenty more left in the tank. Okay, so currently they've got the bat pad. They've got the man at deep square leg, deep fine leg, and also still that leg gully with a kind of short third man region as well. And it is also have a bowler short in second innings. Jamieson will not bowl. So more overs for Bracewell advantage to England, says Coding. And yeah, all you need is to find your timing with the spinner. And as long as England have wickets in hand, the likes of a Stokes, Root, they will go after him. Ben Folkes was run out, says Mysterion. But yeah, a lot of run-outs throughout this competition, or like this test match, compared to normal. Like normally in a test match, if you have one throughout both sides, both innings, like that's pretty bad. Like 2 in total for a test match. But we've already had like 3 or 4, haven't we? And this one, now 259 is the lead. Stuart Broad charging him once again. Shorter stuff, not short enough though. It seems like he's not completely willing to bang it in around that head height, but more trying to go for somewhere around that cut shot region of Matt Henry. Get it up around the fingers of the bat. Try and make him not quite sure whether to go forward or back. I think that's where the indecision and maybe a catch and close for bat pad could come into it. And also how much more overs remaining in this session. We've still got plenty. We've only been going for about 6 overs. So probably another we're normally losing about 2 overs a session, aren't we? So maybe another 22, somewhere around there. So they'll have plenty of time with the new ball when it does get taken. And I assume that they will take it relatively quickly. So this ball. Okay, there's actually a man at about, I'll call him 5th slip, and then also kind of like a wider gully at the moment. So stoked for Ollie getting runs. Yeah, he played very well with the bat. And Joe Root as well. I know one man who would have been just ecstatic, I guess, for Joe Root's batting. Oh, that was a better one from Broad, getting it a bit shorter. Henry able to dodge it. And folks, help run Southey out, or help run Southey out. Southey, I don't know why I couldn't say that. Out in the first innings, says Mysterion, and also me too. Good on Ollie, says Sebastian. Yeah, doing quite nicely for themselves currently. New Zealand survived the first half an hour, I believe. Yep, they have. They will have to try and continue that. There's actually a guy back for almost the ramp shot, so he can't even get away with that, Matt Henry, if he decides he wants to play it. Oh, that's an edge, and that's going to be the wicket. Matt Henry, he is now gone 18 off 46, and Broad picks up his man just before the new ball as well. So the big question now is will we see Jameson bat? We've still got Trent Bolt. I think he will go in first, but it was that short air ball only around that chest height though. So it was actually more Matt Henry who got tempted to go for that one rather than leaving it like he had. And he had been so disciplined up to that point, and Matt Henry out. Says Sebastian, and he is indeed. And that is a mistake that Matt Henry could not afford to do. Little bit of a lack of concentration. And it does now mean he's out for 18. Dismissed. I just said that they survived the first half an hour, but they didn't survive the first 35 minutes of the session. Joe Root is on a different level at the moment, says Gareth. Right. Well, Kyle Jameson making his way to the crease. The big question is, what does he do here? Does he just swing? Like, he's pretty decent at just swinging, but it's whether or not they want him to bat a little bit longer. He looks like he's a little bit ginger. And also, oof, says Amelia. Yeah, big oof indeed for New Zealand losing that wicket. As now it means that England might have a decent crack of being able to get themselves one more or two more quick wickets. And our question is, who will win man of the match series, Root or Mitchell? Oh, or man of the series? It's very close. It is because, how much does a result of a test match sway the decision? Because, like, for me, Daryl Mitchell has been sensational, but a lot more people will probably go with Joe Root because it's his first series without the captaincy, and he just seems like he's a revitalized man, doesn't he? Like, it's as if all of that weight of having the country and the team on his shoulders just gone. And now he's able to play his cricket. That was a voice crack. Unfortunately, my voice, it's a little bit rough. And also, I remember the photo of Jeff Thompson bowling when it looked like the entire fielding team was behind the wicket, says Mysterion. And I think it depends on which team wins the series. And Henry should have been left. I should have left that very average shot. It was. And with the amount that he had left up till that point, I think he just got tempted with that shorter, but not short as Ben Stokes' length that we did see there. But I did see a scrum lads earlier on. Have we still got a Katie anywhere? Do let me know. And does she feel that New Zealand, do you feel that New Zealand can win? That's a nothing shot, and it was in the air from Kyle Jameson trying to play it down, but instead just scooping it. But luckily, no man at short mid-wicket, or he would have been walking back to the changing shed straight away. And that will be the end of the Stewart brought over. So perfect for him getting the wicket just before we do transfer to the next one. Or the next new ball, I think I should say there. So, but what I will do is I will go like this. Now we'll go like this. I'm here, says Katie, in the chat as well. And also, I think it depends on which team wins the series. Yes, Gareth. I think Mitchell should play it smartly. Don't let Jameson come on strike. And it's that hard juggle, isn't it? I was like, Katie, how are you doing, lass? Says Sebastian. It must be 4:30 a.m. there at the moment. Also, the smiley face. And also, when will you come back to the cricket? When will you come back to the cricket, says Ahmad. The cricket? As in like full time back to the cricket, Ahmad? Is that the question there? I guess. Because we have got, I'm hoping to juggle it nicely with the rugby season as well. And rugby season is coming almost to a close, which does mean we'll get more cricket going on the channel as well. Big full toss from Ben Stokes. That wouldn't have been what he was expecting for that one. Nicely done, though. Being able to play that shot down on well, brother. Thank you. Hope you are too, says Katie Dixon. It's at a 9 balls or 11 balls. That All Black squad doesn't have same fear factor like it used to. Yeah. Like, to be honest, there's a little bit of something missing, I think. But I don't know what it is yet. I was like, Ahmad, would you be... oh, jeez. And I was going to get that single on first ball. Mitchell playing it very smart, says Coding. So, yeah, he's pretty much given the strike back to Jameson. As Jameson might swing, we will watch the last session. And there says Ahmad, hopefully we will be able to go straight through today as we have got multiple sessions taking place for these ones. I think it's about 6 hours or so. Oh, it's gone off the gloves and it's going to fall safe. And good night, Kiwi lad, says Ollie Wilson. We'll see you later on, mate. But yeah, I guess fingers crossed that this does go into the last session. If it doesn't, that means that either New Zealand or England have well and truly, I guess the best term is bottled it. Best way of looking at it. Now, Crawley sitting on 42. That's a lie. Mitchell sitting on 42 and also showing the game, please, says Gareth. Yeah. I got that a lot, didn't I? Throughout the, I guess, the sevens. That's what you mean. Sorry, my sister wrote the last comment, says Sebastian. I don't know. You had a sister, Sebastian. Is she also a vampire? And I'll have a good one, brother, says Katie. And also, Jamison can smash or can quick fire 30 or 40. That can help. He's going, yeah, I don't think he's going to stay out there batting for ages. Like, he's going to go at a strike rate of a 50 plus, somewhere around there. And yeah, it will be weird to see how long until those last 2 wickets fall, because it's pretty much these last 2 wickets for New Zealand determine whether or not we see an aggressive England batting lineup or an England lineup that are more content with being 1-0 up in the series. Short ball again. It's going to be left alone. So what is the extent of Kyle Jamison's situation? Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. I know that there's something going on, but I don't quite know the exact reasoning. And Jamison can smash quick fire 30 or 40. And where's John Dykes? Says my new spanner out, says Gareth in there. And Ivor, how are you? Says Roman. Yeah, I guess now that you've got that spanner, you'll be able to greet him with some friendliness and some minutes, I guess, is the best way of describing it. But I'm doing very well, coding. And also, you never know. That was a pretty randy lad. That looks like it was close to a wicket as well, but just missing. So I'm from England, my first time here. One question, in your opinion, are these teams well matched? I think they are. Like, these two, this session, or not this session, but this test match in this series, I quite like. There was a noise there. I don't know what that noise was. But I'm liking the balance of the sides. Kane Williamson, I think, is definitely one that New Zealand want to have back. But, like, Joe Root has been looking very good. Ollie Pope as well, doing very nicely. And it just makes me excited for the future of England cricket. Like, I love watching England play no matter the format. But the fact that now we've seen them get that win and a bit more confidence, you never know how it's going to go for them in the future. And with the World Cup just around the corner, I know it's a different coach, isn't it? The T20 World Cup. But who knows? Maybe it's the start of a massive, massive run for English cricket. And also, says Roman, also, Daniel, welcome in. And Kiwi Lads, you're the best YouTuber ever. Appreciate you. And yes, he is. 10 out of 10 from Katie Dix as well. Guys are going to start making me turn red. And also, is this 3 match test series or 2? Says Surrender. So we have got a 3 match series. So the next one that has taken place is in about 8 days' time. And also, we have got the I recognize you from RL streams. RL. Oh, my brain's gone blank. And also lower back issue of chronic pain from a lower back injury, and it is nasty. There's Mysterion. They're just showing that chance to get Matt Henry out a little bit earlier on, that it went through the hands of Joe Root a little bit too low. And if we could squeeze out another 60 runs, it could be squeaky bum time for England to chase down in 2 sessions. Other spinners getting much term. Says Selvin, there was actually quite a bit of term for Jack Leach on about day 2, I believe it was. And it doesn't look too bad. And indeed, Danny, a man of many roles and responsibilities. Says Sebastian there on RL streams. It's Sebastian cheating on Hamish. Rugby league streams. And just wondering, not a massive cricket fan, but I watch the test matches. Says Daniel there. But yeah, I guess with the series, it's going to be taking place in Australia, isn't it? The one up against, or the World Cup coming up in only a few months. And I'm hoping England do pretty decently there. You never know what you are getting or you're going to get with England in any format of the game. And also we have got there as 260 a lot for England, do you think? It all depends on time. If they've got maybe like 70 overs to chase it down, I think 260 is not too bad. But if they have to chase down 260 in about 50 overs, then you're starting to look at a little bit too tricky, I would think. And also sneezing out would be a real booger, says the stereo. I mean, I have sneezed many times on these live streams, I've learned in the last little while, but I'm hoping that, I'm not hoping that that's a wicket, but that is a wicket. Jameson now gone. And that is going to be the end of him. And now New Zealand 9 down. Now this is the question of what happens in the next little while when I don't have to pay silly prices via Sky Sports. Bring back the old days where sports was on terrestrial TV. I am 100% with you there. Like rugby, cricket, rugby league, golf, if you want to watch it, have it for free. And then because that's the thing, sponsors are still a thing. So you still get the sponsorship money. Just add a couple more ads if you really need to. even though people don't like ads, but if it means that you can have it completely for free, just do it that way. And I feel like it would be very useful. But Kyle Jamieson, he's gone 1 off 6. And also we have got, I'm not cheating on Amish, he streams Union and Cricket Play, streams leagues, it works out perfect, or streams league, it works out perfectly. Says Sebastian there. And also we have got the 7:44 p.m. here in New Zealand. Like 10:44, I believe that is. So you have a double-barreled shotgun, or snot gun, says Mysterio Jamieson out. And then there's another wicket. Yeah, not ideal for New Zealand, I'll be honest. This is probably, this makes it a little bit more in favour of England, I would think. Earlier on, New Zealand actually favourites to be able to win, but the more time England have, like Jimmy Anderson might not need to bowl with the new ball here. It's going to be Bolt, and it's going to be Daryl Mitchell. Now, I said that Daryl Mitchell, well, actually, I said Trent Bolt should be able to go all right, and also, yeah, it's extraordinary nowadays, the prices to watch sport. Yeah, or extortionate, sorry. Not extraordinate, but it is extraordinary how high it is. Like, I, at the moment, due to watching, like, the thing is, even rugby or cricket, you have to actually pay for both, because we've got Spark Sport here in New Zealand, and then you've got Sky Sport, or Sky Sport Now, as I watch. So you're probably looking at, for those two, plus any other thing to watch any other sport, you're looking at about $60 or $80 a month just to follow sport, which, like, is quite a lot for people, because at the end of the day, you pay Netflix, what is it, $15 to $20 or something, and you get access to a whole heap of stuff. So either, I think it should be cheaper, or it should just be that you can watch it. And he wants a not out to help the average, and considering the rate England scoring at the first innings, getting 300, or even 300 is gettable for them. Says same short ball to Trent Bolt. He leaves it alone. This man, his batting has been compared to Charlie Chapman. You never quite know what you're going to get for it. And also, I'm stream one NRL game, and he posted a few Rugby League Live 4 videos. Yeah, the overlaps. I hate how much they overlap with Super Rugby, but in the next few weeks, I think we're going to be back in a little bit more Rugby League on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel. That will be where that has taken place. Mitchell is good batter, but he is not playing according to the situation. Every time taking a single on the first ball, posing Jameson for 5 balls, ultimately resulting in the wicket. And at least the cricket games are not pay-per-view yet, says Mysterio, and that is true. Like, because as soon as they get to that stage, that was close to Trent Bolt hitting it. He made a bit of a whoop noise as if he was being blown up by R2-D2 or some sort of thing. Hang on. Okay, Trent Bolt saying it's a no ball. Okay, they didn't review that one. That was a weird situation. Okay, he's saying there were 3 behind square, so it should have been a no ball. Your score card's gone on holiday too. One moment, we'll go like this. There we go. Has worked out what's happening. Also, Bolt is no Ewan Chatfield or Danny Morrison. Says it was Mysterian. More than 2 bounces, I think, is what he was asking for. Yeah. He said owl, but it didn't hit his arm. And we got Sport Amish. I used to do a rugby podcast with him. And there's us, Sebastian. And also we have got there, Mark did the original game, or Mark did the original game was enjoyable, says Gareth. And also we have got there, you'll never know how much it pisses me off. Okay, I can afford it at the moment, but I just refuse to pay it. Just rather listen to the YouTubers, says Daniel. And that's the thing. Like, you're paying all that money, and unless you're like on Twitter tweeting about it or something at the same time, like you literally, like, you get no sense of community, if that makes sense. Whereas for these live streams, I know we can't show the games, but like you just get to talk to people about the game while it's happening, and it's like kind of, I guess, cool. Oh, Trent Bolt said holy, he wasn't sure about that one, but that is now going to be the end of the 80th over, 249 for 9. And also, that's the channel George hates on, says Gareth. It is, at this stage. A little bit of an interesting rivalry there between the two individuals. Now, 80 overs down, which means the new ball is now available as we currently sit. And also, McCullum has really ignited the English, hasn't he? He's really helped them out. And also, yes, this community is the best part of the sports we love, says Katie Dixon there. And yeah, it's a thing of every weekend, like I see the same people. Like I think I probably spend more time with you guys than I spent at school. which sounds interesting. And Blaze do slag each other. BKR and Blaze do slag each other off. Yeah. Says it was the best. Did it also, Hamish, have you bowled with white new ball, try to swing it, outswing or in-swing? I have not. I've only been a red ball cricketer. Or bigger. And George, sorry, I'm an alcoholic, says Sebastian. Yeah. They do have a bit of a rivalry. Although I haven't heard too much of what BKR has said about George other than what he said to my face. Other than that, I don't know whether or not he mentions him on live streams or anything along those lines. And now Mitchell sitting on 44-6 away. So the question is, can he get his half century? So Seb, is England going to get the W, says Robert? I think it's a decent shout. And Newball take him, says Cody. I'm just having a look to see if it's a shiny cherry in Stokes' hands. It kind of looks like the old ball, to be honest. I don't think they've taken the new ball yet. Not that I've seen anyway. I didn't see this, but that was possibly because I was looking away. Okay, it's. I would think it's not the new ball because it just got bounced to Ben Stokes. And if you're bouncing the new ball, I feel like that's not really the point of the new ball. Like you're trying to keep it fresh for as long as possible. So it might be the next over, still old ball, says Distracted Sports. Yeah, so they might consider going for it for a couple more overs of short stuff. And plenty of people nowadays have to do the naughty things to watch all the different sports, says Fleshin. Yeah, like you need, like I know that in New Zealand for home tours, I think we've got it on the TAB, which kind of counts as for free here in New Zealand as long as you've got a TAB account. But the reason you've got a TAB account is because you've put some money in a TAB account. So it kind of doesn't work out as free. So it's kind of a weirdness how many like subscriptions you would literally need to watch all the sports around. And what is Bolt doing? He is just chilling out at this stage, just making some weird noises and whatnot. Just Trent Bolt things, I guess. Shot. Do they want the single? Yes, they do. So Daryl Mitchell, he takes it. And be right back, y'all. Says Katie Dixon. It also don't think so, Rob. They might go or try to go for it last couple of wickets. Inevitably to the new ball, then play more conservatively and defend a draw. Because at the end of the day, a draw means a drawn series, no matter what for England, which is huge. As at the end of the day, it's been a while since I've had a drawn series. Although, it's still going back to Brendan McCullum. Is he going to be an aggressive fellow like when he batted and say, we want this win. We are in a position that we can destroy them in this series 3-0. But first, we need to beat them in this match. Be interesting. And also, how are you feeling about the Roger Tuivasa-Sheck selection? I saw it coming. I know that it splits opinions, though, because he's only had one season and he's already in the All Blacks. But I think with the injury of Anton Leonard-Brown, and there was also another injury in the centres a little bit, which kind of made it that he was close to the next in the running. But I just hope they don't throw him in the deep end, and then when he doesn't do as well as people think that he will, like there's a chance that he shines at international level, but there's also that chance that he might look a little bit lost for a start. I hope that people don't go, oh, okay, we made the wrong call. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, never an All Black ever again. Like, because that's the thing. People are that harsh with like what they say pretty much. Like, you'll be the best player one week, and the next week people hate you. It's just kind of the way that people's minds go. So hopefully he does all right and throw him in his quality, says Distracted Sports. Yeah, so I think he will go all right. It's just the case of how much time are they going to give them. Oh, they're giving Trent Bolt a bit of a clap there for surviving out the over. And most runs at number 11 in Test match cricket for 625. Very impressive from him. And Bolt is a human sound effect box. He is. It's like that guy off the old, what's that movie called? Police Academy. Is that the one? Or the series that has like that guy who makes all the sound effects? That is pretty much Trent Bolt before his time. Most runs at number 11, Bolt has the record. And yeah, he's done very nicely. We got a TAB ad, which is kind of convenient when I was mentioning about them before, but gamble responsibly. Also in the bottom corner, I should mention. Trent Bolt, he knew that he had got the most runs as a number 11 ever. That's up the hand. There's a bit of a celebration. Tim Southey shows his appreciation for his bowling teammate that he has been bowling with for a very long time. Those two are going to need a big bowling effort. Nice shot from Mitchell. And once again, they actually turned down the single that time. That's interesting because the last couple times they have actually taken singles. Talking about the fact that Daryl Mitchell in this series, if he's got a partner with him, he could bat long here. And can't believe Black Cat's got 500 and still going to lose his Music Kiwi. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's not over yet. They might get 500 and draw, might be how we sit here. But 500 and loose would be a brutal feeling, that is for sure. Shot! Mitchell's hit that one hard, and that's going to be 6 runs. I kind of turned into a weird voice box of my own there when I said shot. I thought that he might have been hitting it over the head for 6, and he did just that. And also, I'm back in the draw in this game. Just can't see England chasing it down. So little time. Says Sebastian, hello, Hamish, and always. How is everyone? Says Patty, doing very well, mate. That's a good shot from Daryl Mitchell, though. Just smacks it. Wait, it didn't go for 6. It actually just went through the gap. I thought he struck that a lot nicer the way that the camera was kind of panning, but to get it through, which is why he's on 49. That makes a lot more sense. I was thinking that would have been the 50. But now, sitting on 49, Daryl Mitchell. Oh, he's almost dropped it onto his stumps, but that's the half century. 4 more runs. Nicely done by Daryl Mitchell. And Michael Winslow was the voice effects from Police Academy. That's the one. Yeah, didn't he go on America's Got Talent or something a little bit more recently? I think I saw a clip of him on there because no one had really seen him for quite a wee while, and then he came back. Yeah, Mitchell, 121 balls faced, 53 not out for himself. Sebastian, question for you, sir. Are you going to be watching New Zealand versus Costa Rica this morning? And also, so the guys on this channel sometimes do league streams. Are you Union guys mostly, says Daniel. So I do try and squeeze a bit of league in. We were going to do the first State of Origin, but I did end up watching it with my dad, so that kind of changed the plans a little bit. But I will put a link for the channel that we will be doing league streams on, just because it seems to be that copyright is a thing that sneaks in every once in a while with the NRL. Unfortunately, it's just one of those ones that are slightly, I guess, that sneak their way in. So we have got our Kiwi Lad Sport channel, which is the one that we will be doing our NRL on. What time is the football game? It is going to be at 6 a.m. So a bit early, I think is the best way of describing it. It's going to be a tough one to wake up for, but we are going to be up, and we are going to be letting you guys know exactly what is happening in that one as well. And am I going to watch the FIFA World Cup qualifier game? The answer is yes, by any chance, says Sebastian. Yes, we are hoping to do that game. I have no idea who any of the Costa Rican players are other than their goalie, Jesus Navas. Other than that, no clue. But we're going to be doing it anyway. So here we go. And you're going to wake up for the All Whites. I'm going to still be awake for the All Whites. A nice one. You like sports then? I'm an Aston Villa fan, by the way, says Daniel. And that's another one. I want to get into the Premier League a little bit more. And I feel like now that we've got that sport channel set up, and once we do have those breaks from rugby, we're going to be all over other sports, whether it's cricket, football. We're going to be doing hopefully quite a bit of the football or the FIFA World Cup as well. Nice pitched up delivery from Broad. And it's hit down nicely. And that will be the end of the over. 82 overs down now. And it is going to be 260 for 9. And also, Kayla Navas. Oh, no, Jesus Navas. That's a different guy, isn't it? Sorry. That shows my knowledge of the Costa Rican team. I know what he looks like. I just didn't know the first name. I missed out. You're doing a kicky game. We are indeed doing a kicky game at 6 a.m. New Zealand time. So that will be a nice evening game for you in South Africa. And also, why are you getting copyrighted grief? If you're not streaming the game, it literally is just a way of them stopping people from watching it. And also, malicious strikers report them sometimes, brother. Yeah, the Cricket World Cup 2021 was a perfect example of that. We were doing a live stream, and it was about the 6th game that we had done of the World Cup, and it was Sri Lanka versus Australia, and we got copyright struck by another YouTube channel doing the exact same thing we were from Sri Lanka, but because they wanted more people watching their stream, they copyright struck us, and then because it was a false one, I had to wait 2 weeks till it got off. Is this the first ever football stream on the channel? I think it will be. That's in the air from Trent Bolt, and that's going to be a nice little swap, although it will be the first one on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, will be whereabouts it is, just because I don't know what it's like doing FIFA World Cup. So I'm probably going to do it on the Sport channel as my testy ground. So I think testy sounds a bit too close to another word, my test ground. And hey, Betty, says Robert, and also Gareth, and hey, howdy, hey, brother, says Katie Dixon to Patty there as well. Bolt, he's currently sitting on 4 off 7. Ben Stokes charging in. He's gone for 50 runs so far. Bolt, weird slapping shot. I guess the best way of describing that is probably a tennis serve, and it's going to go for 4. This is the type of bowling and type of batting that we see from Trent Bolt. Just weirdness, but it works for my Sids. I hope we can improve under Gerard next season. May have tipped us to do well in the near future, but we'll see. There's Daniel there. And I always love watching a side that's like kind of gone from mid to lower in the like premiership and then just propel themselves. So I think, is there no retort for false reports? No, pretty much not. Like YouTube, unfortunately, because it was such a big channel, of course, YouTube would make more revenue off their streams. So they kind of went, you're allowed to say that they falsely struck you, but there's a very long process in trying to do it because they initially say that it can be leading to channel termination, but that's just what they say to try and stop people from doing it. People still do it though, unfortunately. So it's almost like, it's like a weird, cynical, like, I don't even know how to describe it type thing. Like, it's almost if someone was selling cars and someone decided to burn some of the cars in their yard, but because they can't prove that it was them, even though it says, like, they could have left a note saying, I burnt your cars from Dave, you still can't stop Dave from burning your cars again. Is that a weird analogy, or does that make sense? Even though, actually, that's probably a different one, because burning cars is illegal, so don't do that. But same kind of concept of, like, sabotage my dude. Yep, sabotage, exactly right. Yeah, don't burn cars, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Trent Bolt not quite able to get it. That is 2 short balls for the over. And I say, how are you guys? I'm doing very well, mate. But yeah, the thing is, like, because we didn't just do cricket at that time, we lost 2 weeks worth of rugby live streams that we would have done on the main channel type thing. So it's pretty much because they wanted some extra views, they took away our channel and revenue for 2 weeks so that they could get like 3 extra views. So it was like, yeah. And I was like, let's go burn their cars, says Carrot. No, we don't want revenge burning. That's definitely not one to go down. Any chance you stream the All Whites? We are going to be doing it on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. We'll be covering it. Nice shot from Trent Bolt once again. Brilliant batting from the number 11. But yeah, Kiwi Lad Sport channel is where we will be on the All Whites, and that will be starting at about 6 a.m. Like I mentioned, I have no idea who some of the players are, but we will still be doing our best to cover, I guess, some relatively good commentary, maybe. Even if it's just watching along with you guys. I feel like that's something we don't do very often, just literally watching a game and you're nervous for the All Whites. I am a bit, but I think the thing is, until the game takes place and New Zealand look like they've got a chance, I think I'm going to be in that situation of kind of not so much knowing we're going to get beaten, but more knowing that it's going to be a very tough mountain to climb already. So not getting too, I guess, nervous yet. But the first 5 minutes, as soon as kickoff happens, I'm going to be like absolutely terrified for them. And go Rojas. And as it says, Melbourne Stockade. Of course, a Melbourne Victory boy. Is that your team in the A-League? Do let me know, and I want to watch it, but I have driving test at 10 a.m. You should definitely sleep, Paddy. And I'll make sure to post a reminder link on the main channel as well. Says Sebastian, that is a very, tell you what, Sebastian, you need a pay rise again. Even though we don't pay you, you get pay rise again. Here we go. And everyone said Peru will win. All Whites have a chance, says Melbourne. Exactly right. Penalty shootout is all New Zealand need to get it to, although we're normally not the best at penalty shootout. So hopefully, we'll score a goal up till there. Yeah, go victory. And they reckon 300 should be good enough for New Zealand. See, that's the thing. Now that Trent Bolt's gone out and given it a bit of a smack around the ground, the chances of it going back in New Zealand's favour are slightly more. And Bolt's crucial runs added can he be defensive too? Says it was coding. I don't think he will be. I think Trent Bolt will just do what Trent Bolt does. Good luck, mate. Keep left, okay? Says Caravan. Also, no, I had 2 hours of sleep once, did perfectly. Okay. I mean, I guess it just depends on the type of driver you are. I guess maybe that's the thing. Some people probably drive better when, this sounds like a terrible statement, but when they feel less alert. Like sometimes I know as a new driver, you can feel like you're watching literally everything and your eyes just go like this. And you're like, oh, there's a cat. That cat's like 10 meters like to the side of the road, but there's a cat, there's a child. Child's over there. Child, car, brick. Someone put on the sidewalk. Like that's kind of the way that you feel when you're a new driver. But I guess if you're slightly a little bit more asleep, you're kind of like, nice day, isn't it? Just drive. Just driving with me buddy, the teacher. He doesn't even know my name, but we're friends. And less alerts, says Distracted Sports. Other thoughts on Fraser McWright not being selected, says Melbourne Stocker. I think he got very unlucky, Fraser McWright. Because, yeah, unfortunately, like he was right there, in my opinion, as a number 7. I know that they've got Michael Hooper as their leading runner. I've nearly hit people over the pedestrian crossing. Oops. And why Jimmy not bowl at all from yesterday afternoon session? Is he injured? They might just be strategically resting him a little bit more. And good luck, Patty. As long as you don't take out pedestrians, you should be fine. Says it was Sebastian. Yeah, just don't hit anyone or anything. And follow the rules. And also, I guess it's drinking with coffees and a cigarette, handling the wheel with your elbows. Imagine that in a driving test. I can't even do it because this jacket's now too tight. But just holding on to it. Or you say the worst thing you can do in a driving test, other than, of course, hitting anything, is saying to the driving instructor, can you hold on to this for a second? I'm just going to reach back and grab something. That's the worst thing you can do. And also, we've got that guy, I have bad habits while driving now. I've watched Netflix on a long drive. Okay, that's probably not recommended, I would think, overall. And also, we've got that All Whites will defeat Costa Rica today. Set your alarms, guys. We are going to be live on the channel. Justice Recharge, he was robbed not to get in. Says, yeah, very unfortunate for Reece Hodge. And the new ball says Distracted. And also, Hamish, do you watch web series on Netflix, Hulu, or Fox, or Discovery? I mean, I try to, but I don't really get a huge amount of free time, to be honest. It's normally, if I'm not live streaming, I'm either editing or sleeping. And new ball says Distracted. Second new ball has been taken. And also, when will the podcast be out? It's a good question. And there is actually a reason why it hasn't come out on Wednesday today. The reason is George, unfortunately, is sick currently. So me and Isaac were going to film it, but then Isaac had, I think it was a band rehearsal. So instead of me doing one solo, we decided that the next podcast will be next week. So hopefully that is all right. But yeah, George at this stage was just too sick to be able to do anything pretty much. But I did go around to his house, not to see him face to face, but I did drop off some KFC and a couple desserts from Burger King to try and revitalize the man. And he was looking a lot brighter after that. So I think he's feeling a little bit better. But yeah, it was the case of he wasn't in a good way. Like his eyes were pretty much like that, and he just looked rough. So I was like, do you want to give the podcast a miss this week? And he was like, you guys can film it if you find Isaac, like if he is available. But yeah, so it's going to be next week, sadly. And also, Hamish, oh no, I really want it. Also, when I was younger, I was in one of 2 cars driving down an unlighted street, and we too late saw a couple of eyes. And there says Mysterion, and also Bolt and Mac Henry rock. They do indeed, and you should start smoking, Patty. People think that you lose money by smoking, but it's actually the opposite. You save money because you live shorter, says Sebastian. And also, we were there during my test. My testing cop asked me to drive him to Steers for Wacky Wednesday 2 burger special. Did you pass? Surely you passed, Gareth. Like if you were willing to take him to a burger joint while in the middle of the test. I mean, the one where I did my driving test, we actually finished up at KFC, but that was because the driving place was across the road. So, it wasn't a case of he wanted KFC, although he may have got some. I don't know. I did leave afterwards, but yeah. Interesting driving tests, aren't they? England will be all out for under 200, says Heriana there. Okay, well, if it happens, they will be very disappointed, but we have seen stranger things happen in test match cricket, that is for sure. Currently, first hour already down. It's flown by, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where it's gone. Someone stole the first hour from us. Now Stuart Broad about to bowl. The sooner they get the wicket, though, the sooner they are back into bat and have a chance of trying to chase it down. Nice shot from Daryl Mitchell. Looks like they want to. Trent Bolt's going to be running hard, and they do take it, and it is comfortable for the 2 as well. Crawley throwing it in, and Brian Mitchell could have had another 100 runs with the amount of hits or with the amount of runs he's turning down, says Music Kiwi. Although I think they're bad in the long game here. They want to make sure that Bolt stays at the other end So the best way to do that is to have him with a lot less runs. And also, will your dad be up for the All Whites game? Sadly, I did learn that he is actually pouring concrete at about 7. So we might end up like maybe saying hi to him at some point if he pops in to say bye before he goes out and pours concrete. But he's got concrete to pour at 7. So because of that, or somewhere around 7 anyway. So he won't actually be able to do it. Maybe he'll be close to the edge there. But it's going to be left alone. And he bought him 2 burgers, drove back to the grounds. He deducted some random points to make it look legit. Wait, so you didn't even do a test. You just took him to the burger joint, and then he was like, yeah, good on you, mate. Cheers, I needed a taxi. And then you got your test. I mean, it works out both ways, I guess. Waiting for the Black Caps innings to end. I need to piss and some food. Got to see what happens here, says Sebastian. And Bolt will stay in. Bolt will get to 100 or 100 matches. Mitch is no problem. Or Mitch is the problem, says Music Kiwi. Although, at the end of the day, if Bolt has faced more balls, there's a chance that he could go out. And I think that is why they are relying on the rotation of the strike. I think he's trying to bluff him. As a comment from one of the fielders, I think it actually was. Right, they're changing the field. They've got a very much ring field on the offside and actually only like 2 men on the lead side. So this makes me think that it's going to be pitched up middle stump. And what does Stuart Broad do here for Daryl Mitchell? Okay, so it was actually Trent Bolt and his wood playing tomorrow morning. I believe he will be there. Shot from Daryl Mitchell down the ground. There's no one there, and I think that's almost 6 runs. Yes, it is. Great shot from Daryl Mitchell. And that will be helping them out big time. Mate, Wagner's there. Someone who we haven't seen for the first 2 matches. And Bolt is stronger better too. Or is strong better too. And how many kids do you think will be watching tomorrow? Says Melbourne Stockade. How many Kiwis, not how many kids. I think surely we get a few people up for those games. Like anyone who watched them play up against Oman, like I would say will definitely be up. Anyone who watched them play up against, who was their other warm-up game that they did end up losing 1-0? Was it Peru? I think it was. And I was like, the 6, finally I can use that emoji, says Katie Dixon. It has been a while since we have seen a 6 on the channel. Definitely in test match, but now Jimmy Anderson, he's ready to go. He is back into the bowling attack, only bowling 8 overs. This could definitely be a chance for him to get the last one. If the Kiwis survive this session, the match is drawn. You can't chase 300 plus in 2 sessions, says Sebastian. Yeah, it's going to be very tricky. So during the break, I'll probably have to try and work out who I'm going to have as my thumbnail of the Costa Rica versus New Zealand. It's probably Chris Wood and the goalie Navas. I can't remember what Sebastian said his name was. It was a T, though. Thelma? No. Is Thelma a men's name? No, come on, the Kiwi says Turbo Tom. And we did the parking test in the hill start. Figured he saw enough, says Gareth. See, I actually nailed my parallel park in my test. And the hill climber Ashburn it as a joke, says Mysterion. Because the thing is, that was close to the stumps. I missed the first one because he let me know as we were driving past. He was like, oh, we're parallel parking back there. And I was like, so I was like, would you like me to go around the block? And he was like, no, it's all good. We'll just do it just a bit further up here instead. And like literally best parallel park I have ever done by miles. It was perfectly away from the curb. Like I would have given it a 99 out of 100. And that's not even like blowing my own trumpet. Like, and he kind of did the, all right. And I thought about saying, well, they don't normally look like that, but I thought that might ruin my chances a little bit. So I decided I would just say, yep. Sweet. Next one. Next maneuver. He'll start, says Mysterion. And also that 6 emoji looks lovely. I would do the guy who made it, says Sebastian. I think you already do, Sebastian, to be fair. And when is the soccer match on? It is 6. I want to say it's 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. I'll quickly get the right time for you guys. Now, looks like Jimmy Anderson still bowling. Also, Kayla Antonio Navas Gamboa is the Costa Rican goalkeeper. And also tomorrow will be 6 months on the membership, says Xavier Brown. So I do have the question, Xavier. So you currently are the channel with the Melbourne Stockade, aren't you? Or do you and Amelia both have access to that channel, I guess? And I'll say, you should see me drive. And you'll be like, wow, Says Patty, like, wow as in he's just run over 3 people, or like wow as in like, whoa, he's like a smooth operator. Hopefully the second one. And also, yes, there's Xavier in there. So yeah, hopefully Amelia was telling us earlier on about what the kind of upcoming goals and the upcoming kind of things are, which is quite cool for yourselves. Hopefully it does all go smoothly. So do you live close to Amelia, Xavier, or are you guys kind of a little bit more distant? Because I know that you both end up at the Melbourne Rebel games no matter what. So I assume you're both kind of close to the ground, but yeah. Or hit down the ground straight to the man, and Sebastian gets to go for his piss. And that's going to be New Zealand leading by 299 in the end, or 98, in fact, it is, sorry. And that is going to be the end of the innings. I don't know. Oh, I don't know where she lives. Grace Brother on membership. And also last 2 drives has been like 9 out of 10 or better. And also as the winner going to the World Cup, they certainly are. So it is going to be, I guess, a very interesting. Are you joking? Says Music Kiwi. With Trent Bolt's wicket, or Irish Road Costa Rica, or New Zealand must win the game against Costa Rica. I hope New Zealand try the best football today. All the best, all whites. Yeah, their game is going to be taking place at 6 a.m. New Zealand time, so 6 hours, 43 minutes, and we will be covering that one on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. But it's going to be tough. England need 299 runs. That's quite a few runs off 72 overs, so I'm quickly going to do some maths. Calculator. They need 299. No, that's not right. They need 299 divided by 72 equals, they need 4.15. And Lou, here I come, says Sebastian. I was like, hey guys, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. How many overs? They have got 72 to try and work with here. So they need 4.15, which is actually less than they scored per over in their first innings. So there's a chance here for England if they do play aggressive. And enjoy, Sebastian. Think of me. He won't be able to go now, Gareth. That would be like, if someone said that to me just before I was about to go to the toilet, I would get like stage fright and just be sitting there going, and I was like, hey, howdy, hey, brother. Says Katie Dixon, and also be there, lol. I would make jokes, but I won't. Says Patty, and also be there, hey, Katie. Says Obi there as on 299 will be a tough chase. It will be. If they go aggressive like they did in their first innings, anything is possible. And now 84.4 overs. Extras 22 for New Zealand. 284 to be bowled out. That is unfortunate for them. And more than 3 shakes is playing, says Gareth. The score. New Zealand losing that very early wicket. Only 4 runs. I think I've got a hair in my mouth. Maybe. Possibly. Hopefully not. But I think I might. Can't get it if there is one. And would you rather ABs win the World Cup or New Zealand win the World Cup, or the All Whites win the World Cup? I mean, for the sake of something that would absolutely be incredible, it would probably be the All Whites, to be honest, because no one would expect them to even have a chance. So for them to go all the way would be huge for New Zealand football. And yeah, that would be pretty amazing. The more likely of the 3 is probably New Zealand to win the Rugby World Cup, though. And also, if the Black Caps can snare 2 or 3 early wickets, could cause England problems, says Mysterion. Yeah, that is true. If we do end up seeing any chance of an England demise, going to be due to early wickets. And we're back with the food ads, which is unfortunate because I like food, and there's some right there. Well, in fact, it was drink. Goes well with food. I was just listening, and it's gone completely silent at the ground. All the commentators are quiet. They're just showing a distant shot, but it's pretty much a 10-minute overlap here, or an interval, before we get back into the next one. Also, we stream the NRL next week, since no union, says Xavier. I am hoping, next week is in, not this weekend, but the weekend after, I assume. I'll just have a quick look at what games overlap this week, because I know we've only got a 7:05 game, so we could do maybe some of the... Oh, why is it that the one game with the Warriors is on the same time as the final of Super Rugby? I feel like that's the worst possible draw we could have had for it. But the week after, though, Warriors and Tigers on Sunday, we should be able to make that one happen. Sea Eagles Storm, hopefully. So we will be having a lot more of the rugby league on the Kiwi Lad Sport. And just like no one suspects the Spanish Inquisition, Monty Python. And there it says Mysterion. And also we have got how many overs left. It is 72. But the Warriors are shocking. They are. But they're a good starting point. You know, they may not play well. They may not play even slightly well. But I guess the one team from New Zealand. Who's your team, Xavier, out of curiosity for that one? But currently the URC, it's actually taken place this weekend. And initially it wasn't going to be. So it's a 5:30 a.m. final, which I'm appreciative of because I don't think that overlaps with Premiership Rugby. And I can't thank them enough for that because I hate when things overlap with finals. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And also, so you should be glad you don't get to watch them. Yeah, the last game that I watched like properly through was their game up against the Melbourne Storm. And we all know how that game went. And it wasn't well for the Kiwis. And so in league, you can attack, or you get to attack 6 turns. And Scarrow, pretty much. And then you kick it to the other side. But I see that there's an England game up against the Combined Nations All-Stars taking place at 4:45 a.m. And also the Kiwis play Tonga in 10 days, which might be worth a watch if that is one that you guys are keen on seeing. And also I watched that Paddy Gower boost doco. He was wasted. Says it was Obi. And also Hamish, can this both thing happen tonight? New Zealand win the second test match against England and New Zealand qualify for the World Cup. Double celebration in New Zealand. It would certainly be a big one. But I think if we were told you can only have one of those two, like, I think even then New Zealand would be relatively happy. And Broncos game says it was Robert. They have got a few games coming up at the moment. I'll quickly check what they have got. The Wallaroos play Canada in a few days, and also New Zealand play the USA. I am kind of keen to try and do that New Zealand-USA game, as I know one person from the USA, and they're very nice. So I think we might consider trying to do that game. And also, so you attack 5 times, the kick it's on the 6 or try and run. Says Betty there as well. Now, Trent Bolt, he did well for himself overall, getting a few Friday night Storm versus the Broncos. And also the top 14 is getting relatively close to their final. I think it's a week after, though, isn't it? Yeah, they've got 2 semi-finals, Castres versus Toulouse and Montpellier versus Bordeaux. And Katie, I think she's worked out who that person is in the US. Now, I'm just quickly seeing who else we've got. Curry Cup final, or the semi-finals. In fact, the Riquas taking on the Pumas. No, they are playing the Blue Bulls, and then the Cheetahs taking on the Pumas. So there's a lot of rugby taking place. It also Warriors suck poo. And now, why do you say that the commentators are quiet? I thought they would be happy. Says Kwasi, they literally were saying nothing, but I think it was just because they didn't have them connected. Where is your mum? She is currently in bed. So it's touch rugby with violence added. Oh, so it's touch rugby with violence added. Yeah, I guess so in a way. And also, I got into league this year, and the Storm is from my city, but they're good, so I don't want to bandwagon them. So I go Parramatta Eels. Okay, nice. See, that's the thing. I feel like that's a cool way of looking at it because some teams are good, and then some teams have potential, like to be good. And I feel like it's that combination of picking a side that you feel has potential, but then also is still relatively decent as well. I think we've got some international rugby coming up with Japan and Uruguay. But I'm not too sure whether or not they're showing that in New Zealand. I'd hope that they would, but they probably won't. The Barbarians versus England, though, is coming up, which is awesome. And yeah, hopefully we do get to see some pretty decent matchups. Spain also play the Barbarians. Sick. That's one that I didn't know about until now. And the Māori All Blacks getting announced tomorrow. But now England, Crawley, making his way out to the middle. And also Lees play very solidly. 67 of 125. What's your pick for the final on Saturday? Says Obi. What's your pick for the final on Saturday? Final on Saturday. Which sport we talking, Obi? Do let me know. The final on Saturday. Sorry. I'm an idiot. You mean Blues versus Crusaders. Sorry. That was my brain really going badly because I was looking at semi-finals. Of course, Crusaders versus Blues at Eden Park. I think Crusaders are going to come to play, but the Blues, with their home field advantage, it's going to make it tough. But for betting-wise, I think Crusaders will be favourites, but the Blues have got big potential to be on. Sorry, Obi, you were probably face-palming plenty of times there. And thoughts on Daniel McKenzie not being eligible for the ABs? Daniel McKenzie. Oh, Damien McKenzie not being eligible. I can kind of understand it because it's similar to what we saw for Perenara last year alongside the likes of a Brody Retallick. But now that we've got Stephen Perafeta in there, it will be quite cool to see how he goes at international level. Right, the Black Caps with 35 minutes or so till they make their way back out. Blues for their easy win, and that Barbar team is trash. The French coach has just used it to check his French players out. Oh, yeah, because they've got the French Barbarians, don't they? I think. Wait, is it the Barbarians or the French Barbarians playing Spain? I think it's French Barbarians, isn't it? I think they've got their game up against Spain, whereas the actual Barbarians are playing in England, I want to say. But I could be wrong there. Hello, sir. Sir, my prediction is a draw. All results. Says Naveen that if Barrett plays like he did against the Brumbies Crusaders are finished. Yeah, that's true. Like, he stepped up big time in that game. And it's going to be that battle of Moonga versus Barrett. Who goes better? Skelton is playing versus England. Big man. Will Skelton. I'm looking forward to seeing him in action. Need some early wickets to settle the nerves, says Distracted Sports. Yeah, in the first 35 minutes, if they get 2 or 3 wickets, that would be absolutely huge for them. But if they don't, it could be a long day in the field for New Zealand, knowing that as they keep on playing, their chances of winning slowly keep on creeping away. And not just for this game, for the whole series. This is a must-win for the Kiwis. Another yawn. Hopefully they won't be hitting us. They will be hitting us at 6 a.m. though, when we do that game between the All Whites and Costa Rica. And also, if it's the French Barbarians, it makes sense, says Gareth there. Yes, I think England up against Barbarians, because that was a game that was going to be taking place a little while ago. Shot. Beautiful from Alex Lee's first ball. He says, okay, we'll hit that one out through cover and we'll smack it for a 4. Okay. So maybe not much of a filling out process. And Isaiah would be good for the Blues to win. They have not had silverware in years, and Crusaders win by 8, Bulls win by 13. So here's Gareth. Yeah, 2 South African sides in the URC final is absolutely awesome. Nice shot, though. Right, they're saying that Tim Southey won't mind that too much. I think Tim Southey will be absolutely livid with getting hit for a 4 in the first ball of a test match innings. Like, I mean, at least you see they're aggressive, but, oh, shot. My goodness, that's nice. That was smashed by Alex Lees. I'm giving him a clap for that. That was great. So now it's the question of whether or not we are going to see maybe a very aggressive English opening partnership here. Alex Lees might have been just told to go out there and have a bit of a whack. But he's even almost played it with one hand with that beautiful glider. I wonder if, Sebastian, are you back from your business yet? Because if you are, you would have loved those 2 shots. One-handed shot, and it goes through the gap. Okay, he's changed it. He's decided he wants to come around the wicket now for Tim Southey. Decided it wasn't working the other way. Now, the relatively aggressive punch, but it's gone out to point, and it is going to be the first dot ball of the innings. Target of 299, and this is certainly helping out the English here. Like they're saying, it's good intent from Alex Lees. He knows that at the end of the day, he's one of those guys in the side that probably a lot of people aren't really looking at. So the reason that he's out there, or the reason that he's got to continue wanting to be out there, is just to try and prove himself. Sharks aren't even in the Curry Cup semis. Friggin' Sean Everett, man. It's off the edge. It's gone through the slip cord, and that's going to be another 4 runs. He's working in 4s currently for Alex Lees, and still 2 balls left of this first over. You get offered starring role for the ABs. Also get offered $3 million a year to play in France. What are you choosing? Oh, so that's that whole thing of like nation pride over money. I mean, I would say a lot of Kiwis would take the All Blacks role, because if you're a starring role in the All Blacks, wait, is it starring role in the All Blacks but you're not being paid, Xavier? Or what's the go there? Do let me know that side of things, because if it's playing for the All Blacks for free or getting offered $3 million a year in France, I know a lot of people would take the money, but I think I'd still stick around for the All Blacks just to give it a little crack. Definitely if it's a World Cup year. I mean, all the players in the world just want to be a part of that World Cup. Trent Bolt's getting stretched out. I choose an All Blacks jersey, says Gareth, and he's South African. So, and also you get less money for the ABs. Okay, less than like an average like normal wage, like let's say 50 grand a year to play for the All Blacks, or is it like a decent amount? 50 grand is still a decent amount, though. I guess decent amount compared to the 3 million. That will be the end of the first over. 12 runs off it for the English. Good start. Let's say 50k for the ABs. We were thinking along those same lines, Xavier. So 50k is to play for the All Blacks. See, it's almost like it's the black jersey, of course, but then you got to consider if you get injured while playing for them, like that's depends on the extent of your injury, but it's a big one of money versus like All Blacks jersey pride. And like, does the All Blacks, like, because if I got selected for the All Blacks, to be honest, they wouldn't get me back after a game. And also starting AB gets around 600k if I'm not mistaken. And also 12 for the first over, not the wickets I was looking for, says Distracted Sports. But yeah, if we're going off like literally me playing, they give me a role, I play absolutely awfully, I would probably say I'd rather take the 3 mil in France because at least I would make some money for my terrible playing. Whereas for the All Blacks, you pretty much blow your chance out of the water of playing for the All Blacks. Plus, you no longer have that big money contract deal in France because I've seen how bad you really are. So you're almost shooting yourself in both feet, which would hurt. So I think I'd go France. Right, I'm back. Is Alex actually going for it? It does seem that way. Seems like he's going quite aggressive. In France, Rugby League is so much better than the games. They have the Champions Cup and Challenge Cup. I wish Super Rugby had more games like France and England did. It says, Xavier, yeah, I love the top 14, like the layout of the competition, the amount that the like kind of regions get behind their sides. Like it's literally everyone tunes in for their games, which is absolutely incredible, really. You go show off your money or show off your AB's jersey. That depends, because if I did terribly for them, then if I showed my AB's jersey, they'll be like, oh, you were that guy who blew like that game for them, weren't you? You're the one who came on the field and just utterly did terribly, so we don't like you anymore. So I feel like I'd rather be like, hey, can I buy you guys a drink in the group, rather than saying, hey, remember when I absolutely bombed it for the All Blacks? I mean, if I was offered a commentary role in either France or for an All Blacks game, I'd take the All Blacks game. I would still play for the ABs because it's an honour and maybe once in a lifetime to play it, says Paddy. So I guess it depends on whether it's like, have I got some decent ability? And any chance you Kiwis could take break your man Noel Alessio, we don't want him. Or to take back your man Noel Alessio, we don't want him. No, you can keep him for now. He can stay over there. Might get better. His goal kicking came a long way this year for Noel Alessio, I will say that. So he just needs a bit of confidence, the youngster. Oh, ball by Trent Bolt. Close to the outside edge. Oh, now we good, says Paddy. So this is the question of, will Crawley also be aggressive, or will he be, I guess the best way of describing it is probably the anchor. Will he be the anchor at one end while you've got an aggressive Lees at the other? That's off the edge, and he's not an anchor at all. He has just sunk, although anchors do sink, so I guess he floated. He's the worst possible anchor you can have. He's out after 4 balls. So we have better, and Noel Alessio is your future, says Gareth. He is now gone. Zach Crawley, that is the wicket that they didn't need, and that will definitely affect Alex Lees the way that he plays. Yeah, there's nothing worse than a floating anchor, because theoretically that's just literally, well, it wouldn't even be an anchor, would it? But we will keep Quade Cooper. We're good with him. It's Noel Alessio we don't want, and does Noah still play rugby? Says Sebastian, and good night. And yes, there's Distracted Sports, and also the out emoji from Katie Dixon as well. Zach Crawley, he'll be gutted with that, because now New Zealand are 9 wickets away. Oh, so Bolty strike again, says Coding. And yeah, now it is going to be who are they talking about? I have my respect for him. Is that what's happening in the middle? Are they talking about Zach Crawley leaving or something? And now Ollie Pope making his way out there. I was about to say, use your lightning bolt, Zach's performance in this test, 4 and a duck, prick. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Although he went all right in the first test match, didn't he? Maybe, and that's going to make me fall asleep better. And also, do you think the openers England is taking now are the best available options? Says, oh, Savvy, that's a very good question. I like what Alex Lees has been doing. And Zach Crawley in past test matches has been better. So I guess it just depends on who performs at county cricket level on these grounds, if that makes sense. Just because like they'll know their conditions the best, and that's normally when you see someone really step up. And Hamish Bolt have a hat trick in the test also. Is that like coming up that he'll get a hat trick, or has he already got one? Do you reckon pro rugby players check social media to see what people are saying about them? I think one of the first things you're probably taught is to zone out people on social media, just because social media is such a rough place. Overall, like I'm sure that they have their accounts that they go on and whatnot, but you look at like someone like Rieko Ioane, how he's got a lot of current people who do like watching him. But a while back when he dropped that ball for the All Blacks, his YouTube channel that he has, Rieko, just had comments putting, watch the ball, don't put the ball down one hand, like, and you just get destroyed. Like no matter what, even if you're playing well one week and everyone says we love you, next week if you play badly, everyone says you're overrated. So I'd say they might check it to see what their mates are up to, but they wouldn't do too much. And also we have got their Dom simply better settle his ass down against Lancashire. Sorry. And also if that hurts, says Paddy. And also we have got their Burns could have been better for this series, says Uma. Yeah, he's very good in English conditions, old Rory Burns. Got an awkward technique, but it seems to work for him. And I cannot believe Neil Wagner hasn't played a single game in the series yet, says Zach. Yeah, hopefully he comes in for the third one. Or else, I guess, yeah, I don't know why they haven't. But then saying that, which bowler would you take out to replace him? Probably like Matt Henry. I like to think they might consider keeping him in there. And come on, New Zealand. Says Rugby Hitch. There's a welcome in, mate. Currently, New Zealand taking the early wicket. That one's going to be outside of the off stump, left alone in Blundell. What a ground. I just got bad cramp in my leg, says Paddy. There's nothing worse. Well, it seems like there's nothing worse when you just wake up in the morning, right? And you stretch them flat out and you feel like you want to stretch your legs about 2 meters longer than they actually are. And then you just feel that calf cramp come in, and then you don't know whether or not you should keep stretching to try and break through that like calf stretch, or whether you should stop and then just accept the fact that you may have messed up badly. You could try to get 7 tries in a World Cup, or you could get 7 tries in a World Cup semi-final, play woeful in the final, and the players would still get exactly right. Like, you can go from a star to the enemy in 1 week easily. What about Jason Roy? Oh, it's been a little while since we've seen him in the English test side, but at the end of the day, if they want aggression, and if that's what Brendan McCullum's after, you probably got Jason Roy as an option. Sibley is out for 5, haha. And hello, Itchy, says Betty. And Mr. Itchy says Gareth. And also g'day, Rugby Itch, says Xavier Brown as well. Cut shot in the air, risky from Lees, but he did have the confidence to try and go for it, and he's got another one. He's going in 4s at the moment. That is the way that Alex Lees is counting. He's decided it's easier than trying to do the maths, anything else. And like they're saying, in the Caribbean, he didn't look comfortable with the bat, and now he's just playing his shots. Kirsten says Gareth there, and also howdy, brother, and also see Lions doing good over there, Seb. Says Robert. Shot from Alex Lee. So he is playing like a guy who wants to win this test match. And I like it. I like the aggression. And Tim Southey, he's under pressure. He almost considered chasing that one, but left it alone. Smart play. And the thing is, 22 minutes left. I did say 2 or 3 wickets in this first session might be, I guess, the difference maker for the Kiwis. But another one here would be absolutely huge. And hey, guys, Opal as well. Can't wait for the Blues vs Crusaders final. There's Rugby Itchy. It's going to be an absolutely epic contest between, I think George was saying everyone's considering it like that old school rivalry that we haven't seen competitive for a little while. Now it's starting to become real, both sides in the final. And Burns is glad he's lucky he has Umla next to him to guide him. And I'm a Surrey fan, says Gareth there. Lee's sitting on 16 off 11. He's playing this game as if it was a T20. And I guess with the field, it's almost like it's in the power play as well. So he has got plenty of gaps and options. But the quicker he gets set, like if he can get a quick 550 off 60 balls or something, like that's huge for England's confidence. Charging him once again, Tim Southey. North versus South, says Paddy. Exactly right. Nicely worked by Lees. And that is going to be a single, I believe. Yes. He has now got himself his first odd number. And also, she's going to be close. G'day, mate. Says Gashman, welcome in. Hope you are doing well. If England are struggling with openers, I would say go with something totally out of the box, and Roy could be tried. says Savvy. And also answer coding question, Bolt has 2 hat-tricks, one against Australia and one against New Zealand. There says Robert. Seeing Crawley's dismissals, unfortunately, does get quite a few edges, sadly. And this one for Bolt, he just played at it. He didn't need to play it. He could have left it, but got tempted in. Right. Trent bowling to Alex Lees for the first time in this innings. And Crazy Humble One of Pacifica are like the only team to beat the Blues in like 2 years. Says it was Crazy Brown. Like, did they beat? I know that the Hurricanes beat the Blues by 1 point, but Moana Pacifica, I think they were very close, weren't they? Or are we talking Brumbies, maybe? No? Don't know. So what about Pope for opener and Denley could play for Crawley in third? And this is also Pakistan not in. Says Robert. Pakistan not in. And also, when did Jameson get the injury? He should have been replaced from the start. Says Kawasi. It was pretty early on in the match, I think. Although, saying that, I consider anything earlier than, like, the last day early on. So I'm probably just saying early on. I'll be right back. My eyes sting very bad. I can't see. Says Betty, you've done extremely well to type them, but I assume you probably closed that eye and wrote with the other. And also, Pope's been put into a tough position already at 3. And New Zealand, says Robert. It's going to be 2 runs taken by Lees. Moves up to 19 runs now with only 19 minutes left. They're saying Saudi is struggling a little bit. Are you going to watch India versus South Africa, says Savi? That's coming up relatively soon, isn't it? We might end up watching it alongside it. Oh. Okay, Ireland have actually announced their rugby side as well, or their squad for the New Zealand Test matches. Shot. Beautifully played by Lees. And he is scoring runs for fun at the moment. Wise Williamson bench. He's actually got COVID at the moment, so that is why he is out of the side. Well, this one. That's a brilliant shot. 5th boundary, 23 off 15. And like they're saying, it's like he is a player reborn currently. Nice one. I'm going to quickly scroll down and have a look at who they have got. And we'll probably go through that in a later one, maybe in the break. We'll have a look at who they have got coming up. And then again, playing 3 for England is basically opening anyway. I don't see why in cricket you can't have a reserve bowler, says Kawasi. Yeah, it seems to all be down to if they get injured bad enough, you can switch them out. But if they're not injured bad enough, you aren't actually able to. That was a big yawn. Currently, we are sitting 11:42 p.m. here in New Zealand, England. They'll be looking to continue building this partnership. I wonder if we see Joe Root, and I don't see why in cricket you can't have a reserve bowler, says Kawasi again. Or that one. Alex Lees now. Oh, it's well played. It's going to be, I'd say, just a single here. Yes, it is. Just the one. And Harry Brook. Is currently scoring pretty well in county cricket. And also, you go to sleep or do an all-nighter, or you're going to sleep. I'm probably doing an all-nighter. Well, that's one. I'm not sure whether or not we are doing every session of the cricket, or whether we are kind of switching out a little bit further down the line. Why not Harry Brook for Zach Crawley, and also Kwasi Mate Farrell have an independent doctor and have a reserve, says Kwasi. Yeah, because Jack Leach was taken out, wasn't he? But then, like, I feel like a back injury is one of those ones that straight away, if you have it, like, it could be the first over of a test match. If you pull your back, you're done. Like, you aren't bowling and your team aren't allowed to replace you. So it's a pretty rough reality type thing. Like, I could understand if it was like after you've bowled, let's say, 10 overs or something, then you're not allowed to be switched out. But then they might also do it as like a cynical play. Thing. And also, as a concussion-only situation, I thought you can only change a bowler for a batter for a concussion. Yep. So, yeah, only concussions can get you out. But then that makes me wonder, like, what happens if, like, one of your players, I don't think they would, though. I don't think they would go down that line of being like, oh, my back hurts. I'm just going to throw myself on my head real quick, get a concussion so you can switch me. But, I mean, some players, you might not put it past them. So they need 68 overs played, 4.04 runs per over. And Truth Gareth Says Kawazi there as well. 9 wickets remaining. Hey, Matt Henry gets added into the bowling attack. So Tim Southee only gets 2 overs. So Alex Lee's really shut him out of the game already for the Black Cats. They might go for him later on, but he went for 17 off his first 2 overs. They thought it was a good idea to put a Matt Henry who bowls it outside off, stump left alone. And also Australia have Down Under, or have Down Under as a national song. What do New Zealand have? Oh, okay, New Zealand's national song. What do we have? Like, we've got a few songs that are relatively popular, but what is our national song? Other than, of course, national anthem. I know that some people would say that it is possibly one of the songs with Maori language in it. Possibly. I'm going to do a Google here just to work out. New Zealand's national song. What do we got? God defend New Zealand. Okay. How about not with with the national anthem? I'll just put New Zealand's song and see what comes up. New Zealand's songs, Home Again, Be Home. Okay, no. Loyal by Dave Dobbin? No. Don't know. Slice of Heaven's up there. Is one of the favourites. And also, I have the ICC. They have an ICC official doctors check them. I think they should test a reserve bench at T20 to see how it changes the game. And also, can't forget Michael Clark's back injury in 2014 against India. Says Uma. Nicely bowled by Henry on the stumps. Lee's unable to whip that one away. Currently sitting on 24 runs off 20. Okay, I'm back. Says it was Paddy. And also, do you have a European heritage? Myself personally, I think my dad said we were English and Scottish or something in there when he mentioned that. Men at work were on a lot of drugs. And Poye would actually, yep, that's a fair shout as the song. Like, we used to make the poise in PE. How you do it with some kind of paper bags or like kind of plastic bags. You scrunch them up, put in a rope, and then also swing them around. So, yeah, Poye is probably the New Zealand one. I don't know how I forgot that one. I used to be quite handy with the poise. Do the butterfly, which pretty much revolved around you going like that. And then you put them in one hand and smack it up and down heaps of times and just hope not to smack yourself in the face, which only happened occasionally. But that was kind of the go-to. And Pope looks uncomfortable. Yeah, he's not looking too happy at the moment, but as soon as he gets some runs, he should be all right. And also we have got Irma or Graham Smith's broken hand against Australia, says Gareth. Currently the target of 299, so they're already about a 12th of the way there at the moment for England, which, to be fair, 12th of the way there after 4.5 overs. You round that up to 5. Then you look at it as that would be 60 overs. They've got 70-something left here, or 68, so they could do it if they get it right. Well bowled, well played, though. And that will be the end of the over. And it's going to be 25 for 1. Currently, we have got another 12 minutes left of this first session, ladies and gentlemen. Then there will be a 40-minute break waltzing Matilda. And there, as I says, Gareth. Yeah, there were some parodies of that song that used to go around. Some interesting lyrics, I guess you could say. Currently, Daryl Mitchell here scored the most runs out of any player singularly in this test match. He was able to get 190 in the first inning, 62 not out in the second. Joe Root, though, getting himself 176. Now Alex Lee sitting on 25 not out. Final day of this match. Okay, so one of the cricket clubs actually offered free seats for this final day of cricket, and they've all been taken. We all shag Matilda, Sebastian, and also, do you ever use the pu-wiru-wiru? The thing you spin it above your head, and it makes a sound. Don't think so. I think we were more poi boys, or poi school-wise. Like, we just had the poise. You know, a little bit of a crossover and whatnot. What else do we have? I don't think we had too many other ones. And also, what about Steve Waugh retirement match injury? Says Uma there. Oh, there's a Batman and Superwoman in the crowd currently. Trent bowls it to Alex Lees, who punches it beautifully off the back foot. And that is another 4 runs. This has been brilliantly done. That man's got a UK bucket hat. Very nice one as well. But Alex Lees, 29 off 24. He is, at the moment, creating hope for England. The way that he's playing, he hasn't really gone to, I guess you'd say, he hasn't played any bad shots to the ball that's been bowled. It's more of the case of he just pretty much has gone with what he feels is the right option. What about Mitchell Marsh's hamstring bowling? Says it was Robert. Now Lees. That one was on the stumps. It popped a little bit. Trent Bolt might have just found his line and length that he's after. Oh, he's talking a bit of trash. So, and Alex Lees is pretty much saying, bring it on. Interesting. A little bit of tension out there currently. Trent Bolt, he's normally a very feisty character, but he can also be a very happy character at the same time. It's kind of a bit scary at times. Oh, so Lee's got to go. I've got to keep going to win this match, says Uma. And yeah, as long as he keeps on scoring a boundary and over, England are on track, and then any other runs that they get in those overs are just bonuses. Short ball from Bolt. There's that aggression, and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, where Broad and Hasib Hamid play, are the tenants of Trent Bridge. Free tickets for the last day, says Sebastian. And yeah, they were saying that they were all gone by 10 p.m. So hopefully they do end up getting plenty of people in attendance. And Alex Lees needs to go. Yeah, if they get him out, there's a good chance that, it will become maybe the Root and Pope show. That sounds a bit dodgy, doesn't it? The Pope Root show. I don't think the Pope's allowed to do that, but that's now going to be blocked out nicely, and that is going to be now 1 ball left of this over. I'm sure Kwasi can be more explanatory here about our rugby songs. 1 stolen from Spanish, and 2 about a train transporting migrant mine workers, says Gareth there. There you go. 1 stolen from Spanish soccer. Which one's the Spanish soccer stolen one? I'm trying to think of songs. Like normally, oi, that was close. Sorry, I got a bit excited there. I thought that ball had gone straight through. And the sound that it made off the bat, I thought that it was possibly, that had possibly rattled one of the bales. But it didn't. It's all good. No panic. Moment. Just another kind of ad break. We've got 8 minutes till the break of 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Then from there, we will probably decide whether or not we are planning to stay for another session, or whether we're doing half of another session, or whether we're doing the full day, or whether we're not doing any more. We'll at least be doing the break, though, is one thing I'll mention. We'll be doing some of the break, whether it's quizzes to do with cricket, because you guys seem to quite enjoy those ones last time. And it'll be guts, innings from Root is Uma. And also, dang, getting itchy, says Cashman. Yeah, I thought that one was sneaking through, I'll be honest. I thought it was possibly all over. Now, Pope. Oi, that stayed low. Very low. And that was close, says Petty. It wasn't, but yeah. Close to the outside edge of Ollie Pope. And you've got to get this guy out before he gets to 10. If he gets to 10, he's normally set. Now, Matt Henry just kind of stayed extremely low, really. I'm wondering what Michael Bracewell will be able to do today. You know, that one went down about maybe 20 centimetres shorter or lower than it should have. Matt Henry's face says it all. He looks very confused. Target of 299. They are on 29. So they're getting almost a tenth of the way there already. Nicely played by Pope. Use of the feet there. And Barnes in a little bit more. It looks like Latham and Henry just having a bit of a chat. What about 2 overs from Bracewell before lunch? Says Uma. Don't know. I think for now you keep Bolt and Henry. They seem like they've got the decent plan. Like maybe next session they would go Bracewell, but with the new ball still, I think they'll still give it a crack, because you don't want to let Pope off the hook with him still sitting on 0. Can this innings be the rise of Pope? Says Gareth. Whoa, that was a weird-looking shot, but it's worked out, and it's actually going to be 4 runs for Ollie Pope. He almost became a helicopter there. You have to be careful. If he does it that quick, he'll take off. Those men forgot their shirts. It's a nice shot from Ollie Pope. What was this? he just played it straight in front of his head, really. And poor Oliver, the sexy devil, or Pope Oliver, the sexy devil, says Sebastian. Also, we've got to get Bracewell in there very soon, says Cashman. But yeah, that was almost kind of, I guess, a Rashid Khan shot. All arms, not much of anything else, but it worked. 4 runs. 6.3 overs down now. Oh, that's a shout from Matt Henry. He's saying maybe there was a chance that it didn't go too high, but I think he does think it is. Agree with you. It was a strange shot, says Robert. And I was like, come on, Ollie, you've made me look like an idiot for years. Talking about how good you are. Prove it, says Gareth. That one hit him pretty much in the upper thigh. And I was like, oh, test classic alert, says Zach. Yeah, it could be a good one. And also, Lees needs to be stopped sooner or later. And Henry asking the right questions. Says Cashman there. Nicely bowled once again. And yeah, I think if we have time, Henry will get one more before the end of the session. Currently sitting 11:55 p.m. here in New Zealand. Most innings without being dismissed for a duck. Ollie Pope sitting on 44. He is actually alongside Jim Burke for Australia. So we're going back in time very, very far, and he hasn't had a duck before, and he won't get one in this test match as well, which is kind of awesome that he's just somehow able to avoid it. My dad yelled me this morning when Australia was playing. Says Xavier, that is the end of the over now, and it is 7 overs down, 33 for 1. I believe we'll have time for 2 more overs if they scamper through. First of which being bowled by Trent Bridge. I think it's fair I yelled at my TV because it's one of the biggest games for my country, says Xavier. So I assume that is the one with the penalty shootout. So I guess you were being very loud possibly it would have been early morning for you guys in Australia as well, wasn't it? Ollie Pope test career. Normally he gets a good start. He's never been dismissed between 40 and 49, which is quite an interesting stat, but he's had 22 times that it's 10 to 39. And then he has had 2 times that he's been over 100 runs and get another fielder on the onside for Henry, says Uma. Yeah, I think they might consider a different field for that final over. Right. Trent Bolt charging in. Oh, once again, in behind it from Alex Lees. Looks solid. The moment was when we came close to scoring in normal time, says Xavier. So, yeah, I assume you absolutely erupted when you saw 5-4 as the penalty, like the winning thing. Like that would have been absolutely incredible. Peru probably a tough side to be left out of the World Cup. So Australia doing extremely well. I look forward to seeing them at the World Cup later on in the year as well. Hopefully we can join them. Bit of Trans-Tasman-esque. Oh, almost chopping it onto a stump there, but Alex Lees, he wants the single and he might even want 2 for it. No, they just take 1. I was going mental, says Xavier. Now Lees moves up to 30 off 30. So I mentioned if he can get 50 off 60 would be absolutely huge for them. I'm going for you Kiwis tomorrow. Appreciate it. And we are going to be doing that live stream on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel for anyone who doesn't know about that one. There's our second channel where we do live streams, and that is the link. So anyone who does want to watch a little bit of football later on with us, be sure to check it out. And also 5 p.m. in Karachi, Pakistan on a hot day, says Uma there. I believe currently we're sitting almost midnight here in New Zealand, and it's about 4 degrees. So it's not very warm for us currently, but hopefully it's not too bad for the rest of the night. And will you go mental if you win? I'd be very surprised. So I feel like I'd be sitting more in shock than anything. And you watch the game today, says Cashman, is that the Australia-Peru one or watching New Zealand versus Costa Rica? Cashman, do let me know. But yeah, we will be doing that one on the channel, the Costa Rica versus New Zealand for the Kiwi Lads Sport. I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I'm worried. I'm pretty much everything that you can be. I'm a bit cold because the fire's gone out, so I have to try and revive it after this one. Ooh, on the pads. Nicely played once again by Pope. Whipping it down. And that is going to be the single once again, but it didn't come off the Ollie Pope bat. It was an extra, mate. It's 32 degrees here. I might die. Can I borrow like 12 degrees of that, Uma? If you don't mind, like just if I have 12 degrees of it, then you're sitting at 20 and I'm sitting at probably like 15. So that would be quite a nice trade, I would think. I'm back, says Amelia. Welcome back, Amelia. I hope you are doing well. Now, Trent Bolt on the money once again with that ball. 1 ball left till we get to a possible chance of, I don't think they're going to squeeze in one more over though. Game 5, Golden State Warriors versus Boston. Says Cashman, I did miss it. What is the series score at the moment, Cashman? Do let me know, as I am a little bit lost with it. And also, welcome back, Amelia. Says Paddy there as well. Currently 3 slips. Warning, may start talking about cricket. It's the shirt that man is wearing. That's a nice shirt. Nice and solid from Lee's. Is that the last one that we got? Are the bails coming off? They will squeeze one more, right? They've got a minute and a half left. So it does mean we get one more over of Matt Henry. And you're at 15 degrees. It's 11 here, says Robert. Although we're only at 15 if we steal the 12 from Uma. At the moment, for our temperature, I'll have a quick look. No, it's not 15, though. If it was 15, I would be hot. At the moment, here in Waimate, we're sitting at 5 degrees. Feels like 3 degrees, so it's a little bit lower. Winter sucks. I got 5 blankets on, and I'm still freezing, says Amelia. And indeed, says Amelia, earlier on as well. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Winter, it's such a weird thing, because in summer, we're like, oh, I wish it was winter. It's too hot. Then in winter, we're like, oh, I wish it was summer. It's too cold. And it kind of just is the same every year. All poppy off the surface there for Pope. A bit of extra bounce for Matt Henry. I think it's supposed to be even colder overnight. It's supposed to be 4 degrees at 8 a.m., which is when the rugby will be on. Give me some of your coldness, says Uma. I mean, I would share it with you if I knew how to, you know? And I poor Southerners, you're cold, aren't you? Oh, yeah, I know. You're probably sitting like minus 18 at the moment, Sebastian, going, this is nothing. It's 13 here. Jeez, you guys are a bit different from us, like in terms of North Island, South Island. And also, we can't make up our minds. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, after doing a night of live streaming, like as soon as you finish, like, and it's like 8 a.m. and you hop in the shower, like you just feel weird because it's like it kind of burns because of how cold you were, and then it's just like you almost fall asleep. I have almost done that. I've almost fallen asleep in the shower. Luckily, I didn't, because that would be a dangerous situation to be in. 94 for 104. Nah, summer now, but in the winter we cop minus 25. That's when you feel alive, says Sebastian. Also, maybe we could take some of the USA heat. Yeah, Katie, you want to share some of your New Mexico hotness with me? Interesting statement, didn't it? That came out, but interestingly. And also we have got there, when it's winter, we want it to be summer, and when it's summer, we want it to be winter. There's Amelia. And also we have got there 3-2 for the Warriors. They won by 10, says Cashman. Now currently 8.3 overs down. Oh, so, well, what do you expect? You're close to the cold, says Sebastian. Oh, sorry, that was Paddy. I don't know. Also, we have got the easy Tigers, says Sebastian. Also, I think Stokes will be in heavenly mood today, says Ronit Singh. And also Sri Lanka 211 for 4 in 40 overs against the Aussies. Here's Uma. Now, only 2 more balls left of this session by the looks of it. And then it will be a 40-minute break, but I'm hoping to come back for at least some of the next one. And Hamish is excited. Hamish is excited. Yeah, cricket. Gotta love it, eh? Currently sitting 8.4 overs. 2 balls left. Ooh, on the league side a little bit there. Nicely fielded and close by. I believe that was Michael Bracewell. Lee is sitting on 40 or 30 off 34. And indeed, says Amelia there. And I think Stokes will be in a headingly mood today. I think the whole of England are hoping he'll be able to really pull off something late. Whether it's him and Jack Leach again or whether it's him and someone else, it's going to be awesome to see how this test match unfolds. Atherton's comparing Lees to Cook. Okay, that's a very early comparison to make. But maybe just for this match, how he's playing quite an aggressive style, maybe that is where the comparison's going. Obviously play once again. And right now, it's early morning, so it's pretty cool. It's about 66 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And it was something me and my mates said last year at my horticulture course, and it stuck with me, says Amelia. But nonetheless, that is the end of the first session, ladies and gentlemen. 4 and over, and they'll need just a little bit more than that. So it's 18 degrees Celsius. Oh, that'd be all right. I wouldn't mind that too much. But I guess now we've got ourselves about a 40-minute interval, ladies and gentlemen, where we will be popping away and then popping back afterwards. I will probably try and revive my fire, see whether or not there's any life left in it. So be sure anyone who feels like they want to have a drink, a snack, a a run, go for a run if you like. Maybe don't. It might be cold or it might be dark, depending on where you are. Alex has fixed a spot at the top for at least 2 series, and whoever invented Fahrenheit was drunk. Says, Gareth, I agree, because it's like there's a way of working it out how it's like minus some, it's like minus a number, and then you divide that next number by 5/9. It's like, why couldn't it just be half? Like, make it half and have it a little bit not accurate, but still it would be easy, wouldn't it? Also, the drinks, and there as well from Sebastian, and also True says Robert, and also we have got the laughing face from Amelia. So what I will quickly do is I will add a banner that does say, we will be back for session 2 at 12:40 a.m. NZ time. There we go. We will be back at 12:40 a.m. New Zealand time, and that will be for the second session of the day. But currently, England doing very nicely for themselves, ticking along, and I'll be looking to extend in the next one as well. Hey, sounds like great weather, and g'day, and see y'all soon. Day 5 of all-nighter for me. I was in about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Says Katie. So yeah, certainly heating up there a little bit later on. And also Jameson absence and how he maintained run rate per over might be positive factor for England. Right. And also, you're going to drink all those? Eddie. But yeah, I guess nonetheless, I will see you all back in about 35 minutes for the next session of the cricket. Whoops, that's me. Right, we are back. I have unmuted myself now and it is working. So I hope you guys are all doing well, ready for another session of Test match cricket. Should be entertaining and I'm looking forward to it. At this stage, you'd say that England have got a little bit of the advantage. Let's go Japan, says Paddy. But it's going to be a draw almost certainly, says Sebastian. Yeah, unless we see a heap of wickets here soon or we get to see some kind of miracle for England to keep on going at over 4 runs per over. But that is more doable at this stage. Here we go, says Amelia. And also, no, I wouldn't say it's going to be a draw. England are going to go out or go all out. Who is this guy, says Paddy. I am Hamish. Nice to meet you. We're ready to go for another session. And also the bat and the ball from Katie. And come on, Kiwis. And please beat New Zealand, or please beat England, New Zealand, please, says Don. Alex Lee's making his way back out to the crease. Now, that man started very well. 63 overs left, as you can see. He's already on 30 runs off 35 deliveries. Okay, 263 runs left. And also, which guy? Says Robert and also, let's go. This is the most important session of the series. It is indeed New Zealand. This is do or die for them. If they lose this match or they draw this match, they cannot win the series up against England. But if they somehow pull off a whole heap of wickets relatively quickly, it looks like Trent Bolt might be bowling quite early on. And also, I think Matt Henry gets it from the other end. My tie looks a bit rough. And Hamish, someone was talking a bit of in the break. Who was it as well? Says Paddy. Well, that one, I know that there were a couple comments from a certain Paddy that he was wanting a timeout. I feel like I'm like a teacher now, just trying to adjust my tie. But I could have been mean and waited until you were back or till I was back and then done the timeout. But I decided for now, you're going to get to stick around. Now, Lees is sitting on 30, not out. Question is, can he continue that momentum into this session? But the next session, it will be finishing at 2:40 a.m. Whether or not we do that whole session or not, we will have to wait and see. But we are hopefully going to be able to do a majority of it as it comes up in the future. Right, a little bit of a dance from Trent Bolt. Now he is about to get underway for this next session. 9 overs down, 63 to go. Trent Bolt, what can he do with the ball? Can he get himself the early wicket of Ollie Pope, a man who has gone 44 innings without having a single duck? Pretty incredible. Off the edge! First ball, it's been dropped. That is Latham who's put it down. And it looked like you were going to undo your shirt. I was about to donate. Sorry, it's just a habit, says Sebastian. Oh, geez, if I'd known that. No, I think that's been dropped. Off the edge. Oh, it's just straight through the hands of Latham, unfortunately. That could have been Pope gone. I was shaking in my boots, says Betty. And also we have got there from Katie. Yeah, that didn't work for New Zealand. Unfortunately, that was the ripper of a ball that they needed. And it just went straight through. And geez, says Cashman, that should have been taken as a comment from NASA. And you'd have to agree with him there. Now, Bolt, different angle. How costly could that be for New Zealand? And Latham got to go, and another good lead from Latham. Now, the thing is, the stats, I think New Zealand are right up there for one of the best in terms of the slip catching percentages. And they'll be so disappointed because it's just slipped through, just straight through. Good catching height, as they're saying. It is not what he was after from Latham there. And I was like, stop it, Sebastian. That's a loose ball down the leg side, 4 byes. And this will be making Trent Bolt pretty angry, I would think, for the start of a new over and a new session. New Zealand, they now let England move up to 41. Just a little bit shaky, I guess you could call it. My tongue went weird there, didn't it? But I was looking for Costa Ricans in my break, seeing whether or not I could find any images of a Costa Rican goalkeeper. And it was quite tricky to do, I've learned. That there's not too many pictures about of him. But I think I found one that might be able to do. And then for a timeout, I see, says Paddy there. Now Bolt, nicely bowled and nicely played by Lees once again, getting right in behind it. Not allowing it to sneak through. Like they're saying with Bolt bowling at the pavilion end, you got your foot marks. Foot marks are very fun for spinners, but we only have one spinner. And he got 3 wickets. There he is, Michael Bracewell. 9.4 overs, almost a eighth of the amount of time that the English will have to spend at the crease, or actually more than an eighth of the time. Nicely played once again by Lees for a defensive shot. I don't know, on 30 off 39. So I feel like a 50. I don't want to jinx them, but I feel like a 50 could be just around the corner. I've probably jinxed him, so I do apologize for that. And also, I was pissing myself laughing when he was dismissed. Most bad leaves end up with the ball clipping the off stump. Thomas Layson style of leave, just when the ball is rushing in between middle and off, says Sebastian. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you just get it completely wrong, don't you? And that was certainly one. And similar to a dollar or a 1 day scenario with a decade or so overs added on top, or with a decade. I assume that is decade, isn't it? With a decade also overs added on top. And also, no, we're not LeBron fans here, aren't we? And also, we have got there. England will lose the Pope again if he scores a ton here. And also, I read that one. Tell you what, I'm having a shocker with me reading at the moment, aren't I? I had to sit back, relax. And also, I hope you did jinx him. Right. Pope sitting on 7 off 16. And he is going to be facing off with Matt Henry, who's already shown that he's got a pretty good line and length when he does get it right. Oh, they're talking about maybe having an over or two a spin straight after lunch. See if it will work out. But first of all, Matt Henry bowling to Pope. Nice and aggressive from Pope, but also a little bit of advancing. We actually saw that from Daryl Mitchell. Decade didn't make sense. 10 or so overs. And there says Nuzzy Williams. I see. But yeah, they should have hopefully enough time to get through their 63 overs. And Pope, no hope. And there as well, says Betty. Yeah, a little bit of rhyming going on. But these two, if they bring up a 50-run partnership, New Zealand are in a little bit of trouble, but they could have had one of the wickets is the worst thing. And that was the wicket not too long ago. Hi there, brother Hamish and the lads. Says Justin, hope you are doing well, mate. Hope you are excited for New Zealand versus Costa Rica later on tonight for the football or soccer that is coming up. I always say both just because I know that some people like swear by one and don't like the other. So I always try and like combine the two just in case. What I'll quickly do is I'll go like this. There we go. We didn't actually have to do that at all in the first session. That was, no. Matt Henry asking for the appeal, and he was told, no, that's not good. Coming off the leg, though, so it might not have been a mile away, but it just wasn't close enough for the umpire to say that it was out. We've actually been going for 2 hours 50. This is almost the longest that we've done any of the cricket so far, which seems a bit weird, seeing as during the Ashes we did the full days of cricket, but we are hoping to do a lot more of that when the rugby season dies down, which is actually pretty much now. And hi, says MD, welcome and hope you are doing well. Do let me know who you think is going to be winning. And also, Hamish's cock tissues are out. Says Patty, nah, these ones like smell like mint or ecoplastis. Helps to clear your nose. Kleenex. What else it got in it? Doesn't say the ingredients. That seems kind of weird that it wouldn't show the ingredients. Yet it's like eucalyptus. Oh, jeez. It's eucalyptus, not eucalyptus. Eucalyptus. Smells nice. Cheer, Justin, says Nazi Williams. Now New Zealand is the favourite to be able to win that one for Justin as well. And also, I just seen what I said first, and autocorrect has won again. Hamish is, wait, what is the autocorrected one? Autocorrect. Oh, Hamish is Coke. I mean, the rest made sense. Koala food. So I'm blowing my nose with koala food. That's fancy, isn't it? I just came across an article that showed gaming PCs are being sold at Bunnings. What a world we live in. Really? Bunnings sell gaming PCs? Wow. Are they like decent ones or are they like kind of shabby? Nicely done once again. I'm behind it for Alex Lees. That is the end of the over, which had a bit of interesting chatter in it. Coke tissues are out, I see. Both make sense. Like they did, which is where I really got stumped. That's why I thought that maybe... Oh, Okay. We're just seeing Alex Lee's. Like, there was a ladybird on the crease, and he picked it up and took it back away from it. And gotta love Bunnings, man. They have everything. You know, they like to have everything. And I feel like it's a good way to be when you're Bunnings. That sounds like a good slogan, but they have lowest prices at just the beginning, don't they? But like Bunnings, good. I can't think of what my saying was now. It's unfortunate. It's going to be in my brain forever. About the like tissues or about like Bunnings with PCs. I'm hoping it's the second one. Oh, we've got a spammer. Of course. We don't go a full cricket live stream. We actually went a full first session though. Weird, right? Things like Stream Decks or mechanical keyboards. And sorry, but it's just too good, says Paddy there. Yeah, made sense, which is the dangerous part. But eucalyptus, that's a fancy word when you think about it, isn't it? It's got a lot of potential, eucalyptus. I wouldn't have it as like a name of a movie. It's probably already in a movie title. But like eucalyptus, I don't think a child could spell. Rose, it's a nice one for a child to spell. I couldn't spell eucalyptus if I was paid $10. Now Bolt charging in. Nice shot from Pope. Once again, just trying to glide it down to third man. But it is going to be taken nicely. And also, we have got about it being too good. But best adult dating site, another one. Tell you what, there's plenty of like kind of competition between the adult dating sites currently. They all just say terrible Tinder. Like that's what these websites say, I should say. Say each live stream when the competitions come out. I would prefer if you didn't, but I mean I can't stop you, can I? So it might be a reoccurring one. South Korea have just beaten Egypt in the football 4-1. Hopefully that is similar to what we see from New Zealand later on up against the Costa Ricans. But 42-1 here for England. It seems like this session they've slowed down just a little bit more than they had. Bit of ice cream in the crowd. Gotta love it. Wagner's actually out on the field as a replacement fielder. And also, are you back from a formal event or just dressed up for the live stream? Says that I actually just dressed up for the live stream, mainly because it felt like a big match. So I decided it seemed like a good idea to wear a suit for it. And they don't really like Tinder, says Cashman. And also, I like the patronizing ones. Say, even you can get laid, says Sebastian. And also the ice cream cones. And it's not a movie title, it's a song title. And also looking crisp, says Jade. Appreciate it. And yeah, I decided I would make an effort for this one. Seeing as it is the last day of test match cricket between these two sides for 8 days, we've got to wait. And also out come the scissors. Yeah, they're trying to do some ball maintenance at the moment. If you need your balls maintained, be sure to use some, well, actually don't use scissors because that's quite dangerous. But like cricket balls, of course, just make sure you have I was about to say appearance supervision, but that's something else. That sounds bad, doesn't it? And I was like, how's it going, the Kiwi lads? I'm good. Freezing here, says Nathan. Welcome in, mate. Doing well. Hot chips on sauce. I wouldn't mind something. You're definitely wearing shorts, aren't you, says Siddhartha? Almost. I haven't quite got me shorts on, but I'm going to show you my leg. I've got me cargo pants, chinos on. Is my leg in shot? Yes, it is. It's kind of, as you can tell, they're slightly green, kind of camouflage, navy green colored. So, I mean, I could cut them into shorts, but it might be a bit of a waste. But it's got a zip down the bottom, as you can hear. It's going to be a nice shot there off the back foot. Got it away, but won't quite make it all the way to the boundary. There, it was sunny for like a day or like a minute, and then now it's not. And money snag would be nice. Certainly would be. That date spammers always get me. I'm there all the time, says Betty. And also business casual. Yeah. You should see my socks. I don't know if I'm going to pull a muscle in the process, but we're going to get our sock out. That's with an S. We've got pineapple socks on. Do love a pineapple. And also a lovely sound of unzipping. But yeah, pineapple socks. It's pineapple day every single day of the week. Not really, because if they're not in season, that's a beautiful shot. And that's going to be 4 runs there in favour of the English. A good way to end the year. I'm hoping to not cut my balls off. Says Cashman, smart. Good way to go. And also give us a strip show, Hamish. Thought you'd never ask. No, I can't do that. We are PG friendly, of course, especially for us blokes, says Nuzzy Williams. And also the pineapple emojis from Katie in there, and Hamish unzipping. He's just too excited. Calm down. No, I haven't got a zip down there. I don't even think I've got no, there's no buttons either. I did just look. But it's just like Velcro, or not Velcro, but like the straps. And also, what are your undies like, I wonder, says Siddhartha. Well, I think they're orange and blue around the top strap and then black, which is more information than I thought I'd be sharing. In time for Bracewell for me, says Cashman. Yeah, it would be a decent option, I would say. Get him out there, see how it ends up going. And also, pineapple season is till the end of July. So, yeah, I'm going to have to get some more in bugger, says Darcy Williams. Maybe one day. Ask me again in an hour or so. He's even looking down there, right, says Petty. And also, Tom Latham has no idea on how to use spin. Here's Cashman. It's going to be left alone once again outside of our stump. Good leave from Alex Lees and also Roger Torvasa. Sheik made AB's brother, says Justin. He did indeed. And he is going to be in there alongside a few other debutants. I know they've got Peter Gusto Akula, Aidan Ross as another name that got his way in there. Then in the backs, Lester Faina, Nuku, Stephen Petafeta, and there's one other who I've missed. And Grapes are in as well. Or in now as well, says it was Nutty Williams. And Skid Marks, says Cash. What, at the front? I feel like if you got skid marks at the front, you're possibly doing it wrong. But 48 for 1 currently, how they are sitting. Alex Lee's 30 not out of 46, 13 not out for Ollie Pope of 25. I might actually have an investigate into my cupboard later on and see if I have got pineapple now that we've been talking about it. I feel like there should be a can somewhere. I would eat it on the live stream, but it would be very annoying because it would be like very hard to eat and talk at the same time consistently anyway, because I'll probably eat a whole can of the pineapple. Johnny Bairstow, he will be hoping he doesn't have to bat. He's eating a little snack there. Joe Root, he more than likely will have to bat in this test match. Our live stream has gotten weird and Hamish loves it. And also, it'll be a pretty impressive party trick, though, says Sebastian. What, the skid marks at the front? Yeah. Although, the thing is, people would go from being extremely impressed to straight away being like, actually, now that we think about it a bit deeper, it's a bit messed up, isn't it? But I guess it depends. Maybe you just wear them backwards and then wear them forwards. And yeah, it's a bit weird. And also, what's your favorite brand? Or what's your favorite band? What's your favorite bad brand, Hamish? Okay. Bat, I have grey nickels. They are the bats that I've got. So I guess I'd go grey nickels just because I have them. But I also quite enjoy a kookaburra. Short ball from Matt Henry, trying to give a little bit of it back since he faced about 50. If you're eating anything on the live stream, it would be best if it was an onion, ginger, or something of that nature, says Siddhartha. Maybe only for a large donation, I would consider trying to eat some of a raw onion. But that would have to be quite a large one, to be honest. I don't think, like the donation, not the onion. Because, I mean, I don't mind onion, to be fair. I would probably eat onion in like a meal, no worries. But by itself, raw would just suck a bit, wouldn't it? Your eyes would just water flat out, I would think. And also put the suit on backwards and become the backwards man, says Tom. I mean, I could, but it's an idea because, I mean, I've got this. So maybe I tuck that into the back of my shirt. That's the other side. That's kind of like, that's kind of Stuart Hogg when he was a zombie. But I could tuck that into the back, and then when I turn around, it would actually have his face there. And everyone would just think that Ian Foster quite costly as well. And $50 for you to eat the onion, says Rob. See, the problem is, Rob, I know that you have donated in the past, so it means that you might consider donating. I would, onion-wise is tricky. I have a lemon tree just outside of the window that I could open and grab a lemon out of, if that counts, but it would be messy, very messy. And also, God, the stew pot hog nightmare fuel. And also we got the laughing face. Who's your celebrity crush? Says Justin. Myself. I love myself. No. Celebrity crush. That's a tricky one. Who do I like? Who's a celebrity? I know George's celebrity crush. Have you been keeping up with the NRL? Like, did you watch on Monday? I didn't get a chance on Monday with the All Black squad announcement and whatnot. And then I actually slept for about 16 hours. So that took me out 10 for 11, says Paddy. 10 for 11. Do I get to prepare the lemon in a way that's like, so I don't have to eat the outside? Like, can I cut it in half and then squeeze it into my gob? Of course, it's Hamish, says Paddy. And also do it so you can get something special, says Cashman. And also just went through the AB squad again. Am I crazy, or are the ABs just going to lose against Ireland, Australia, and South Africa this year? One game. Yeah, see, it's not I guess, a squad that is as dangerous as the past, I guess. But we've got a few youngsters in there, so hopefully they step up in the process. And also, one side of the stick, we have a gruesome creature of the night. The other side, Stuart Hogg. Yeah. Raw onions, easy with a tin of corned beef. And yeah, it also just, we have got eat a live animal, says Siddhartha. Been there, done that. Not literally, don't panic. Live animal, like a bird or something? Like, it's probably quite hard to find a bird at this time of night. And as he got to eat the whole lemon for 10, says Robert, for a whole lemon, I would do half a lemon without the skin. Like, I would experience the sourness of a lemon cut in half for 10. And then you do like the bargain situation of like 30 for the whole thing, because you got to like rip people off, you see. And I was an man, bully beef and raw onion. And then nice shot once again from Pope. Taken nicely. And also, it's nice to see Finley Christie getting the respect he deserves. TSK, yeah, as long as he doesn't run into any elbows, he'll be all right, won't he? As he seems to have that effect on people, unfortunately. And also, Hamish is a wuss. I am. And it's more of the case of I haven't eaten like a lemon by itself in ages. So I can't even imagine what it's like. That tree grows good lemons. Hide your elbows, says Katie Dixon. Exactly right. Trent Bolt charging in. Once again, they are currently sitting on 53 runs here. Last ball of the over. It is 4 defensive. And it's going to be nice. Pope is not in a good place, it seems. I feel like his frustration might get the better of him, says Cashman. And yeah, wants to keep it going quick. But the big thing is it's tricky to keep it going quick. I do one if you do one, says Paddy. Like as in half of the lemon. And Gareth drowned in some coconut cream. Says it was Nazi Williams. I assume we're talking about the bully beef and the raw onion type thing. Are we? Yeah. Now 14 overs down. And also, what did you have for dinner? I haven't actually had... Oh, actually, no, I did have a little bit of chicken before. Like a little tiny bit. That was my snack in between. But it's currently 1 a.m. here in New Zealand, which is why having a lemon would not be ideal, because then I'd just be sitting here with like lemon juice on my suit. And also, I surely should have one. Says Paddy. I mean, if you want to eat a lemon, mate, you go for it. No worries. You can have one. I'm not stopping you. Lemon and water is quite nice. Oh, that came in from Matt Henry. He liked that one. And we had lemons at halftime under 9 soccer weight. So they made you eat lemons rather than oranges. That's a bit rough. Did you support Newcastle in the EPL because of Chris Wood? Nah, not really. Probably should, but yeah. And also, will you be live in 1 hour, says Xavier? I think there's a decent chance. I think we want to finish out this session, definitely because it's already had 25 minutes and has been flying by. So I think for this session, we will definitely be finishing. And it depends on England's rate of whether or not we do end up doing more, I think. Also, this will harden him up, Eris. And then as well, oh, yeah, like we used to have like jelly beans and whatnot at halftime, not for rugby. Like rugby, it's oranges. They're like prestigious. But like when you get to like the older stages, they're like, right, we can't be bothered cutting up the oranges. So just eat a couple jelly beans and shut up. That's normally the way it goes. Hamish is a glory hunter, but so he supports Man City. I don't mind Man City, but there are other teams that I don't mind, and you probably should. But we have to remember Newcastle United are an arse gravy of a team, says Sebastian. Yeah. And I was actually healthy lemon and water equalizes the system first thing in the morning. There you go. Alkalizes. Alkalizes? What does that mean? Alkalizes. I mean, my mum has a Barocca, but it's orange flavoured. That's out. And that's going to be Matt Henry getting the wicket of Pope. And that is the wicket that they needed. I got a jug of lemon water with me right now, says Katie. There you go. I got excited about that wicket, mainly because I wasn't expecting it. Big old jug of water. This would be a good way of going. My Blundell, he's happy with that one. And also, I always had jelly beans in my pocket on the third man boundary and got him and alkalized me, says Katie Dixon. So I'll say yes. See, here's a cash man there. That is going to be 18 out, or 18 for Ollie Pope out, facing 34 balls. There's still a chance. Your prick failed again, Gareth. Sebastian. Well, that changes things a little bit, doesn't it? Because now Joe Root makes his way to the crease. And this man just bats and bats and bats. You know what? If Joe Root goes out for a duck, I will eat a lemon without even receiving a donation. Although donations would be hugely appreciated if I do have to eat the lemon for Root's duck. But that's the game. And forgive my spelling, man. Uneducated school dropout, says Nazi Williams. Nah, it's all good. That's why they invented autocorrect. You know, they didn't invent it to be a handy tool. It was literally so that we can say sentences that aren't sentences and they almost help us fix them. Root. There's Sebastian, and also someone in the chat called it. Okay, deal, says Betty. And also, all I know is alkaline base, but all base are not alkaline. So we go there. It's time. Henry says it was Paddy Wagon. So it doesn't have to be even a golden duck for Joe Root, but just a duck. One of those. Get him a duck, and we have a lemon because they're also yellow, like ducks. A duck's actually yellow, though. When you think about it, ducks, depending on the brand of duck, or not the brand, but the like kind of thing of duck, the species of duck, like they're kind of more like a kind of greenish brown grey, aren't they? I don't think I've ever actually seen like a proper, oh no, little chicks are yellow, aren't they? A brand of ducks, is Katie. It's Katie Dixon. But now, nice shot from Root. Oh no, it's fielded. Nicely done. And stuff autocorrect, I choose to remail unglobalized. And ducklings kind of, knows you're the best, says Katie Dixon. Ow, I just bit my lip. Or like my cheek. But yeah, ducks, little duckies. Little ones like that you want to pet, but you shouldn't probably, because you just see them walking with their mothers, and you're like, I want a pet duck, and then she'll like attack you. Oh yeah, Rooty got the single, getting at least two. We're so cosmopolitan. Even ducks come in brands. Situation. If Ponifa'a Masuli doesn't get time versus England, do you think he plays for Samoa? I mean, it's an interesting one. Do you think Ponifa'a Masili plays versus England? I'd like to think he'd get a crack at least, but with it being a 3-match series, it's always hard to tell what the coach's idea is for who he's going to use at what times. It's the end of the over now. 15 overs down, 56 for 2. Root has got himself 3 runs off the 2 balls. It's a good start, really. And also, ducklings equal wicked wings. I mean, I'm out for under 30, says Cashman. And also, me holding a duck and a Harrods. It's usually, can you tell me what brand this is? I feel like they'd straight away just take it off you, wouldn't they? And they'd be like, no, not for you today. And also, less than 10 lemon, no skin. Do I get to cut it in half? That's my thing. I would prefer not to eat the lemon. Like, I don't really like lemon zest per se, but I don't mind like lemon by itself. So less than 10 for Joe Root. Does that also come with the money? I like money. Now, Joe Root's stepping away. Yes, says Fatty. Wait, is that yes to chopping it in half, or yes that there's some moolah being exchanged? Now, I got to buy some new socks with lemons on them rather than pineapples. Nope. That's unfortunate, isn't it? 243 runs now needed. No money. I love the cricket. Ad with the Indian dad says it was Justin. Is that the ANZ ad? I think, if I'm not wrong. So now I'm 3 off 3. Well, I was a little butthurt by the breakdown this past weekend. They showed the Oz squad. Didn't even talk about the box, says Gareth. I mean, what do you think of the squad overall, Gareth, for the Springboks? I know that they've got some pretty handy guys in there, luckily, which is nice to see. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many of those guys, because they've picked such a big squad, like 43 men. And I hope it's not like what we saw, how they had to send like the Dupree brothers back because that's a calling ball. He's chipped it straight back, Joe Root, and he's gone. That's going to be New Zealand getting bang to bang, back-to-back wickets. And somebody gets Sir John Kerwin on the phone right now. And Ducks are good at eating, but they seen on the road slow down and swerve around, says Don there. And I'm off to Ed. Good night all. See you later, Amelia. Big love, Amelia. Have a good one. OMFG, Joe Root out. And also, God, y'all, says Katie. And so, lemon time, he says, Patty. And got him, says Cashman. It's a big one. Joe Root on his bike. Good night. Unfortunately, though, I wanted to see him bat a little bit longer, to be honest. Not because of like the lemon, but because I did want to see him follow up his last innings with a big score. Have a good night. So says Katie. Oh no, says Sebastian there. I know it was coming, says Patty. And also, yo-hoo. It's almost like, yo-ho. Sorry, not Yahoo. You weren't being Mario, were you? Now, Joe Root gone for 3 or 4. I got you, Hamish. Patty and also NZ, says Don. Now, 3 wickets down for England. This has changed drastically. Runs in and out of other people's houses to tell them Joe Root is out. Says Katie. Yeah, it's a big one. And now Johnny Bairstow batting 5, making his way out to the middle. Okay. Here comes the prick of the moment. Bairstow, appalling series so far, but normally it's those kind of guys that do well. Because when you think about it, Pope, great first innings. Joe Root, great first innings. Both of them out back to the changing shed. So Johnny Bairstow, having a bad series up till now, maybe there's a 50 around the corner. He'll probably go out first ball, won't he, by like being run out or something. But I think Bairstow for me here, to keep the test match interesting, 50 runs. Which sounds weird to say as a New Zealander. I should be saying get him out early. Joe Root's going to be back to the cricket sheds and squeeze lemon juice directly into his own eyes now, yeah. And that won't even numb the pain of going out for 3, unfortunately. And also, here we go, a good old English collapse. We will fight them in the streets. We will fight them on the beaches. We won't fight them on the cricket pitch. And Bairstow is horrible. Is way better at white ball, says Siddhartha. Right. Tell you what, he was fired up. I Hamish get a lemon plus wicket will be soon again, says Patty. And also, Shop Bro, here's a gift for you, mate. Says Cashman. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. And I feel like now I do need to have the lemon, don't I? Because it is the colour of a lemon. And now finally they will realise that this test can't be won. Defend the draw, as Seb recommends, says Sebastian. Now, tell you what, the perfect time to do it would be in 26 minutes' time when we have our drinks break, because it will be about 5 minutes or so that they do end up having a quick drink. So I will be able to reach out my window and grab a lemon if that is all good. So currently we're on track to eat half a lemon, is the way that I like to look at it, which will be quite. I mean, it might be nice, to be fair. It's cold outside, so theoretically it will be like having cold lemonade, won't it? Not really. It will probably suck, but I'll do it anyway. See how we go. And I was blessed $10 was the half a lemon, no skin also. And there says Patty Wagons. So yeah, at the moment we are half a lemon, no skin, which is good news for me because I do like a good lemon every once in a while. Not really. I like it on fish. Oi, left alone there. And also a good game of union is 10 times better than a good game of union, and a bad game of league is better than a bad game of union. Wait, a good game of union is 10 times better than a good game of, I assume that is league, and a bad game of union is better than a bad game of league is better than a bad game of union. And England 3 wickets win 100%. There's MD there, and they still have a long way to go. Still 50 overs left. Have to wait and see exactly how it does end up going at the end of this one. Because the thing is, England, any more wickets lost in this session, that pretty much takes away the win, as Seb was saying. Nicely played, kind of, by Bairstow. It looked a little bit rough. And how did I know Root was going to go early? You might have mind-reading powers, Patty. So, and also, no need to have the lemon, bro. It's a freebie. Well, there we go, eh? That's a generous man right there. I will give you one of my pineapple socks. Not literally, because then you need the other one. And that was close, says Paddy. And also Yorkie replaces Yorkie. Both Root and Bairstow are Yorkshiremen. I can't say sure without Shire for some reason. Oi! Almost chopped it onto his stumps for Johnny Bairstow there. Nicely done once again. And that is going to be another single take. And Bairstow gets off the mark. One of the commentators just said, bit tense, isn't it? Which I feel like is the perfect way of wording this situation. It's a bit of a, we're in that, what would you call it? We're in that patch of unsureness, of being unsure. That's a better way of wording it. And also we got there, what's the weather like there? No rain on the way, says Nazi Williams. The problem is it's in England. So rain could be 5 minutes away. It could be 5 hours away. And you wouldn't know until it starts falling. Like one of the other days, it looks sunny and then it pissed down for a bit. So hopefully that's not the case here. Nicely bowled. Now, Lee says it's a tricky scenario because all of his teammates are falling and he's still stuck on 30. I was like, tussle, says Paddy. And also, I mean a good game of union is better than a good game of league, but a bad game of league is better than a bad game of union, says Xavier there. And also, I'm turning my head up and down. I'm turning around. And all I can see is just a yellow lemon tree. Is that actually a song or did you make that up, Gareth? Because if you made that up, I might have to steal that. No, I wouldn't do it, of course, without your consent. Isaac would be able to add a beat to it. Stokes not looking happy. No, he won't be. 3 wickets down has changed this game a lot. And it's kept both sides really in the game. Or it's put New Zealand more in the game, I should say. Matt Henry adjusting the hair, making sure it looks pristine for the next close-up that he gets. And Stokes better keep his composure. He'll be out there soon enough, says Sebastian. And a bit like up here in Auckland by polar weather, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, like it's so quick and no one can predict it. And also wicket, says Paddy. He's hoping to see another one very soon by the sounds of it. And also cricket is better than both league and rugby. You just showed your age, Hamish. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I'm turning my head up and down. I'm turning around. All that I can see is just a yellow. The only song I know with yellow in it is either one by Coldplay or the Yellow Submarine song, which is actually quite an old one. So I feel like that possibly boosts my age up a little bit more. Now, wicket is coming in 4 balls. Well, that is one of them. Henry looks like he's got a bit of a spring in a step at the moment. I think New Zealand think that they're in a good position to be able to do something soon here. Bairstow. Hey, yeah, that was nice. And that is going to be punched off the back foot, looking like going through for 2 runs there. And Bairstow moves up to 3. It's a song by Fool's Garden. I'm going to the retirement home, says Gareth. Fool's Garden, I'm going to the retirement. Is it called I'm going to the retirement home? Or is it like that you are going to? Because I think you're only like 20-something, aren't you, Gareth? Possibly. I'm going to the retirement home. Haven't heard of it. New Zealand, 36% chance of winning this game now, so it has changed quite a bit. Nicely played by Bairstow once again and behind it. So theoretically, that means that this ball right now is the one that Paddy said is going to have a wicket. Slight yawn there, I hope. It's Lee's to go. Or, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the back of Bairstow either. Because Bairstow, I think, is going to have a big one here if they don't get him out early. And it was a good life at the old people's home playing chess, eating pies, chatting about 80s Playboy models, says Sebastian. Whoa, that swung. Me and George were talking about us being in the retirement home the other week. And he was saying that it would just be us 4 sitting around pretty much just doing what we do now, except we'd all be like 50 years old at 33. Song's called Lemon Tree, says Gareth. And also Wicked Wings, says Katie Dixon. And also Nice Dot, says Cashman Alol, says Nazi. And then also nearly. Yeah, it was a good ball. Whoa, that was close to a quarter mile. Oh, and it's gone straight through the legs of Matt Henry. But now 1 ball left of this over. So we sit with 55 overs left. So there's still plenty of time for both of these sides. Although that run rate has drastically dropped for England here. Almost going down to only about 3.2 or 3 per over now. You know what? We'll play a fun game, ladies and gentlemen, which might not be considered fun. But the exact amount of runs that England are on when they lose their next wicket. that's the fun pitch that I've got. Do let me know. I'm going to say that England sit on 78. I'm going to have to write it down because or else I will forget it. There we go. Oh, tell you what, that was close to almost 59. The way that one went. I almost just put myself in a timeout. That would have been unfortunate. What's the best middle of the night snack? Oh. Geez, that makes me think a lot. I used to eat squiggles as my midnight snack, which probably isn't the best snack to have, but they normally like eating those were nice. What else have we got that's like a good middle of the night snack? I feel like something, like something that's slightly like sweet. So some sort of pie, or not pie, but like some sort of like muffin or something I feel like would be pretty nice. And eat at least a few female stripper with no teeth at the old people's home to add some fun. Says Nuzzy Williams. I think George would apply for that role. 299, says Sebastian. I love Milo. I reckon new TY. Yeah, new TY. New TY. I feel like my brain's gone blank again, so I do apologise for that shot from Bearstow. And onion is the best midnight snack, and Hamish knows it, says Siddhartha. I have actually, the thing is, with my weird hours, like, not even joking, I have cooked a chicken fried rice at like 5 a.m. before, and it was absolutely great. I had onion, chicken, egg. What else did I put in it? A bit of salt and pepper. And a couple other things that I can't quite think of. A bit of garlic, I think, was in there. A best midnight snack, perfect opportunity for a magic spoon ad, says Gareth, and also greetings from Muscat. Says Dom, so welcome in, mate. You are doing well. Nice shot down the ground from Bearstow. So Sebastian's saying they go all the way without another wicket lost. The last ball of this over, surely, for when the next wicket is going to be. I mean, England will not want that, of course. And also midnight food, cooking is fun. It is. You know, you never know what you're going to get up to in the kitchen. Like, I've cooked random stuff. Like, sometimes you cook a toasty at like 4 a.m. Some chicken fried rice, some Makiki fries, and didn't you wake up? Your family cooking fried rice? Nah, they were all still asleep. I just strategically like closed doors so that the smell wouldn't waft through the house towards them. But yeah, it was fun. You know, it wasn't really loud either. Like, they don't wake up from me talking anymore, which is kind of funny. Because I could be like, the Black Caps have won, and no one would come running out. And I was like, Hamish, do you actually just troll us? You surely know these popular songs and movies. Which ones? I mean, anyone who knows me knows that I have not watched a lot of movies, and I do not know a song called The Lemon Tree. Sorry, 17 balls without a run from Alex Lees. That is huge at the moment. And of course, they're not going all the way. It'll be a draw for FFF, says Sebastian. And also half cup of Milo, 1 teaspoon of milk. Perfect combination. And are you doing the All Whites game? We certainly are. And it will be over on the Kiwi Lads Sport that we are going to be covering that one. So be sure to check that chat out. And your message needs, oh, yeah, I've still got that one up. Hang on, we'll go like that. We'll go like that. But yeah, we'll be on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel that we do end up covering that All Whites game. Are you Matt Henry? And I want the Black Cats to win, says the Ninja Dude there. Shot from Bairstow, beautifully through the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs. Awesome, says Tom. And have you watched any Bollywood movies? I don't think so. I don't think I've seen any Bollywood movies that I can think of. I've hardly, I need to watch movies. Like, someone who I talk to regularly, they will be able to tell you that when, we get the chance, we are going to watch so many movies, back to back to back to back to back, and just keep on watching them so that I can watch all the ones that I've missed. I thought about that. If your folks get annoyed when you're commentating hard late at night, here's Nazi Williams. No, they don't seem to mind. I've even got the lounge door open at the moment. And my voice has just become, I guess, something that they hear that they're like, yep, he's just talking, so we'll just sleep through it. You know how you kind of get used to certain noises, like when you're on a highway and you hear the cars, you just kind of adapt to hearing that. And I was like, no, are you Tim Southey? Says the Ninja Dude. I think he's Neil Wagner, says Gareth there. Wagner would make more sense as he's not currently on the field, although he actually might be now that I think about it for Kyle Jamieson. As Australia carry New Zealand at sport, you play in our NRL A-League basketball, but you carry in Union, says Xavier. Oh, short ball from Bolt, and it didn't really get up too high. Also, Bollywood superheroes and Wiggles head, I have Sid. Wiggles head, I have Sid. I was like, sorry, mate. It's just that Matt Henry was dodging all the deliveries like a ninja, says Sebastian there. Yeah, he was very impressive with his batting, wasn't he? England need 235 more runs to win after 54 overs of play with 4.35 runs per over. That's how it is going to be sitting, and they've only got the 7 wickets in hand, but that is still plenty for a final day of Test match cricket. It is a long from over in Henry class, and for South Africa just got 81 of 46. Very impressive. That must be, is that still T20 or have they moved into ODIs up against India? Cashman, do let me know. But now Latham, looks like he might have delivered a message. Matt Henry sitting 1 for 12 off 7, so he's been very economical. Alex Lees, he's still sitting about where he was before. He was sitting on 30 a long time ago. And he's still sitting on 30. And also about the Klassen man getting the 81. So they are still playing India in the 5-match T20 series, aren't they? I've always thought about this. When I yawn, how many of you guys also yawn? I feel like quite a few of you probably do, seeing as it is quite contagious and whatnot. That was a good Yorker. It's a nice shot down the ground, though, and Lees looks like he is now going to be able to get himself the 4 runs at T20. Says Cashman there. And a bit of a clap for Lees after being able to get his first runs. And also, I yawn when you yawn, says Katie Dixon. And please tell Isaac you don't know Lemon Tree. At least he will give you a wedgie on my behalf, says Gareth. Yeah. Luckily, he's a couple hours up the road, so it will have to be like a virtual wedgie. Most common question you get on cricket, who's better, Steve Smith or Virat Kohli? Another one that's in there, Kane Williamson or Virat Kohli, who do I prefer? Which is always like a tricky one because, of course, being a Kiwi, if I say anything other than a Kiwi, that gets me in trouble with the Kiwis. Whereas if I don't say Virat Kohli, that gets me in trouble with people from India. And then same with Australia. People from Australia don't like when I don't say Steve Smith. So it's a tricky one to pick. Not me, says Cashman and Paddy. And also, I sometimes yawn with you, says Sebastian. Oh, nice slow ball from Matt Henry. He's sitting on 34, 55. I yawn when I want to make you yawn. And I yawn when you yawn, says it was Robert. And also, I just had some gelato, so I'm good. Gelato, that is a word that I haven't heard in a while, and I don't think I've ever had a gelato. Sounds all right, though, doesn't it? And the most common question on cricket is Test match cricket dead? And also, where is the All Whites game? I believe, I might have to get this one confirmed for you. Because I know that it's not here anyway, because it's a 6 a.m. game. Is it in the UAE? It might be in the UAE. Virat starts route first, Kane second. And now, we're all here, Sid. So the answer is no. It says the Sebastian, and also Qatar, yes. Okay, so that will be in 4 hours, 30 minutes. No one cares about kinky game or kicky game. Sorry, kinky game is a whole different story, and I think some people do care about that one. But this live stream's gone in weird directions throughout this live stream, I would say. Probably it's gone all right. Back leg of Bairstow. Ben Stokes should play for New Zealand, right, says the Ninja Dude. It's actually quite interesting because the reason he didn't is because we didn't offer his dad enough money to stay here coaching rugby league. If we did, he would have been a Kiwi, but because we didn't, he went overseas. Football was spectacular, Gareth. How dare you, says Sebastian. I imagine that's kind of how you would say it as well. Kind of like, because you say about how you've almost got a UK accent, but it's probably not posh, is it? Do you sound posh, Sebastian? Do let me know. How dare you? How dare you say this about my loved game? Sim Southey's coming to the crease. 17 runs he went for, of his 2. Ben Stokes born in New Zealand. Says an injury last night. The Australia game was also in Qatar, says Tom there. Neil Wagner giving the ball a bit of a shine, and even that he will give with 150%. It's just the type of man he is, isn't it? Right, Tim Southey, like they're saying, he needs to start well. Normally gets a few wickets in the second innings as well. And also we have got their Halo as well. Hello in the chat. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. 8:30 p.m. Qatar time the game is. And also we have got their Get It Date Hardcore. That's a new one. We haven't had that one before. The Fallopian Forest. Sounds majestic. And also I'd reckon Seb sounds like he's from Birmingham. And also then got to bring Bracewell in. Nice shot. Once again on the back foot. Birmingham. My name's Sebastian. How do you Birmingham? Birmingham. No, I can't do a very good Birmingham. I just kind of stretch my neck watching All Whites with the Kiwi lads sleeping for a school exam. Geez, you got a school exam coming up, Xavier? What subject? Do let me know, because I think it depends on the subject whether or not you need plenty of sleep before it. Wow, that came in a bit before it. Probably do need some sleep, though. So how much sleep are you going to get, Xavier? Birmingham. And I was like, not really. My accent is slightly Northern English. For instance, I pronounce instinctively bus as booze. Boos. I'm catching the booze. Catching the booze. Is that kind of catching the booze? My name's Sebastian. Sebastian. I'll catch the booze. Booses. Booze. I can't think of the accents. I'm not very good at it. And I've never ever thought about the woman's fallopian tube, says Gareth. It's Kiwi lads. Who's winning and by how much? Says Gashman. We talking football or English? Or not English, sorry. Football or cricket? More like boos. Boos. Like couscous, except with boos. That kind of thing. Came back quite a wee way there. But I would say draw is still the likely option. Unless we see 2 more wickets from New Zealand in the next 30 minutes, I think the draw is inevitable. But there's a chance that it could change late. Nice shot from Lees. He deserves his 50 because he has certainly brought it to them and same IP address, no account. Says no, it was Nathan. Yeah, they are committed. I love how they didn't even spell fallopian right. Well, there you go. That's how much time they've spent around a woman. They don't even know the spelling. To be fair, neither do I. No, that's all right. It's all right. And also, which team do you support? I would say New Zealand because, of course, I'm from New Zealand. But I enjoy watching these other sides play. Like I love watching England, India, Australia. It's just like test match cricket. It takes 2 to tango. And if your opposition is really up for the task as well, that's what makes a great test match. And that's what we've seen from these two sides. I was like, what team do you support? I know I read that one. And also you sound like a Yorkie. And then the game is in front of us. Says Gash, man. So I would say, yeah, I'm still slightly draw as my one. My favorite tubes, YouTube, Pringles, and fallopian. Says Garrett. Oh, sorry, that was Sebastian. There are actually Pringles on the table, I think. Oh, well, is that how it's spelled? I feel like no one's taken like kind of the instinctive. I guess, yeah, it's not something that I Google often, I would say. All right, also we have got there HLW and then Women's Rugby League Live 5 coming out. I think they've talked about it either end of this year around the World Cup or next year might be when it seems like it might be making its way out. Shot from Bairstow. There is going to be a man in the deep who's trying to cut it off. It's Devon Conway, and he fields it nicely. Let's keep it to just the 2. Have you met Kane Williamson in real life? I have not, but it would be something that would be pretty cool to do one day. But yeah, I don't think I've met any of the Black Caps in real life, actually. If I think about it. No, I don't think I've ever met a cricketer. Yeah, no, don't think I have. And I was like, yeah, I know. I better know how to spell them since I own a pair of them as well, says Katie. Well, there you go. I guess, 0.02% of our viewers. Have you met any famous people in real life? Would you... So real life is in like not chatting over video chat or anything. Because, I've talked to Norm Maxwell quite a bit. But YouTube or like famous people, not really. I don't think. Yeah, not a huge amount. I think I've like walked past them before. I want to Google fallopian porn, but I know that it's going to be a terrible time. Yes. It's an interesting concept, isn't it? It's a bit I guess, off to Specificity. It's very specific. There you go. Why try and say a word when you can just say an easier one? Also, we have got who is Norm Maxwell. He is an ex-All Black for the rugby side of things. So we have interviewed him on the channel and chatted to him quite a bit outside of like the YouTube side of things as well. So I'd say him probably is my most famous person I've talked to. Overall, shot nicely from Alex Lees there. We've already almost been going for an hour of this session, ladies and gentlemen. That is very quick that it has gone by. I might go find a lemon soon. Maybe. And I was a retired rugby player, Tom says Robert there. And Michael Bracewell, I would say that he won't be too far off because Matt Henry's been bowling frantically for the last about 6 or 8 overs. So the rumours of the New Zealand PM being very accessible are just lies. I mean, I haven't tried to reach out, which is probably the difference. Like, she's probably not just going to show up at my door because she thinks that she should say hi to me. You know, like, I'm sure if I tried to, like, I guess, interact, it might work. Mum ran over Hulk Hogan's foot with a shopping cart on Thanksgiving Day in Largo, Florida. And she hit Gary Sinus with a door in the underground at Disney World during my sister's Xmas recital. So she's run over Hulk Hogan's foot. Geez, that would have been solid. That probably flipped the cart, didn't it? I think. I was like, which hand do you write with and bat with and bowl with? So I am right-handed for everything. I tried doing some writing with my left hand the other day. I've actually got a little board that's quite handy because you can literally like write and then like erase it type thing. So I'm going to do ABC with my right hand, which will probably look shocking. Oh, geez, that's not good. I'm going to try and do it with the same thing, but with my left. And also the only English channel I have here and must go on TV is CNN. Kiwi Lads and Crick Buzz is my game right now, says Tom. So hopefully you have been enjoying it as I'm just starting to try and write the alphabet. Yeah, that's a bit shaky. It's actually not too bad, though. Yep, there is a bit of a difference. And I can confirm it's all animated, says Gareth there. And also we have got, wait, it's all animated. Oh, so you did Google it. And the Hulk Hogan thing wasn't a big deal since he also went to the same church we went to. Everyone saw him all the time, no biggie. F&A, says Tom. Right, so this is my writing, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see here, the top one is my right hand, which isn't actually that great anyway. And then the bottom is my left hand, which really struggled writing letters this size. So there's a bit of a difference in the shakiness of the two. It's, of course, not my best day that I could have done with my right hand, but you don't want to see mine. Says Petty there. And also, one moment. Here we go. Yep. I was just making sure we were all up to date for the scoreboard. Currently 21 overs down. That's a nice shot from Johnny Bester. Hamish could pull this off with Hamish. Can New Zealand pull this off with Bracewell bowl or not, or Bolt and Henry to bowl all of the overs? Like, eventually they're going to bring in Michael Bracewell. I was like, how many languages do you speak, Hamish? What do we consider as a language spoken? Because I can say like a sentence in about 3 or 4, but I can't say too much more than that. Like, I wouldn't say that I know Spanish, but I know like the simple stuff, like como você está, bienvenido de nuevo al canal de Kiwi Lads. That was an intro that I did on the channel a little while ago. I can say 2 sentences in Maori, but not anything that would like continue a whole conversation. Good player in its day, Norm, says Nazi Williams. He was indeed. And he's been a very good friend of the channel. He is our honorary Kiwi lad, I guess you could say. Or just back there, Felice. That was a little bit closer than you would have liked it to be, I would think. And also, Mum should have ran over Hulk Hogan and stop spray NWO Wolfpack for life, says it was Nathan. And also German. And he says, Robert, and learn to speak Hindi, says Coding. See, that's the thing. I haven't learned any Hindi in my life. And do you have European heritage? I believe I have got, like, I guess English and Scottish, but not really that I know of too much. And Maxie is awesome, says Katie. Yes, indeed. And which animal do you love to ride, horse or camel? and which pet is your favorite. So it is, I mean, if I had to choose out of riding a horse or a camel, I'd probably ride a horse as they're a bit easier to access here in New Zealand. And pet is my favorite. I'd say my cat, just because I have only ever had a cat. And he's about 17 or 18 years old, and we've had him for so long. So that is why I have gone with him. And Bracewell and Mitchell are probably the next combo. Says it was Cashman, just to give the bowlers maybe a bit of rest. Although I think they'll keep pace from one end alongside alongside Bracewell. Mitchell might have to wait a bit longer before he gets the ball. Another nice shot from Bairstow. He seems to be seeing it very well in the early stages. Hamish speaks English and the language of love, says Sebastian. Really? I don't know whether or not I speak that second one very well. And FBI man must hate my search history after joining Kiwi Lads. And can you do the Spanish intro again, please, says Siddhartha. So it was Bienvenido de nuevo al canal de Kiwi Lads. And I believe roughly that translates to, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads. Something along those lines. And also, which color of horse would you like to ride? It's a good question. It's a weird question. We're going down a weird path. But if I had to pick a color of a horse, I guess probably like a chestnut color one. And also, I get my cast off on Thursday. Can't wait, says Xavier. Oh, yeah, because you broke your wrist, didn't you, Xavier? Or was it the wrist or something in the arm? But it's good that you're getting the cast off. Will you get any rugby season in after the cast is off? Or do you think you've missed pretty much this whole season now? Do let me know. Southey, nice shot. Once again, and go straight up to the fielder at short cover. And that will be the end of the over. I broke my wrist, says Xavier there. Now it looks like we are having drinks. That will be about a 3 minute break, something along those lines. England at the moment are sitting 74 for 3. So if they can get through to, wait a minute, what was my prediction? I think I said 78, didn't I? Yeah, 78 for when they'll lose the wicket. And then also Cashman at 82, Sebastian at 299. I got like 3 games before the finals, but my cardio right now is woeful. Says Xavier, yeah, it will be very tough getting back into it. So hopefully you have a good off season building back into next year type thing. And C says it was Nazi Williams. And also we have got there, what would be your chosen animal for riding? Says Siddhartha. I mean, if I had to pick an animal to ride, probably, I guess a horse is a good option. They seem to be well behaved sometimes. But like, I mean, I wouldn't really know what other animals are good to ride. And you can't say a woman says, well, I wouldn't consider them animals. And I did hear, did you actually start my prediction? I did, Sebastian. I gave it a crack for it and give Mitchell the ball, says Gareth with the exclamation point. Okay. That is a huge utensil I've just heard, and I don't think Trent Bolt was talking about anything else other than that massive stick. Yeah, he's just smacking the ground with a big piece of wood at this stage, just watching closely while he's got his can of beverage. And also, I'm back, says Emma, welcome back, mate. And also, hi, says Betty, welcome in. Looks like the groundsman just trying to make this one flatter for the bowlers, trying to reduce the chance of an injury. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate it. Says Trent Bolt, so a kind man. Also now they're going to say that that is relatively flat, but that is during the drinks break. We've got 55 minutes till this session is over, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will have to make another decision of whether or not we have got the third one just around the corner or whether we are going to be taking a spell, getting ready for the football. Oh, we've got another best adult dating site. I have a question for you, though, because I believe about 4 others have said that theirs is the best adult dating site. So unfortunately, you can't actually reply because you've been timed down and probably blocked. But I was going to say, what makes yours any better than the others? You know, let me know. I'm curious. Not that I need to use it or anything, but just out of curiosity, you know, maybe we'll pick up a brand deal at some stage in the future with the best dating site for adults. You know? And also, we got the laughing faces from Nathan. And now Trent Bolt is in 2 for 30 currently. And also, that's racist poor horses. S-I-I, I mean. Is that one for like the type of like horses? And also we have got the Trucking has been, it has the best going around. Well, there you go. Welcome in, Jay. Hope you are doing well. And do you have a fallopian forest? Not that I know of. Not that the doctors have told me anyway. So I got to take their word for it. And also, if the best dating site wanted to sponsor you for 1 million video, would you do it like that one? Yeah, 100%. Because it doesn't even guarantee that people would go onto it, but I would still get paid for it. And then I would probably, the funny thing is, if I had a brand deal that big, I would probably just end up doing a whole heap of random, weird giveaways, like rugby kits, cricket shirts, cricket caps, just because, it would be way too much to just spend on me. So, I'd be doing, every other live stream. If you get the score right, you get a rugby kit, which is kind of what I wish I could do, but, be a bit tricky at the moment. I have an exam tomorrow, and the only time I have to study was the break, says Uma. So hopefully it does go well for you, Embrace well. And there says Gashman. But yeah, so what does Truckin's website have that is different to the others, Jay? I'm kind of curious about his dating site. I feel like there is a site for truckers. And also, thanks, mate. I just came back from camping at the Fallopian Forest. It's a trap, don't go there, says Jay. Tim Payne would definitely click the link, says Sebastian. Some women act like animals, though. I guess men are the same, though. Some of the men around. You would think they're only just a little bit away from being cavemen. Okay, Bracewell in the bowling attack. Outside of a stump, whacked away. Straight out to the man. Truckin' and... That would rhyme well, but we can't say it on the live stream. But, Jay, recommend that to Truckin' Down Under. Truckin' and... that can be his new dating website. And also, I think there's a test going on. There is. Yeah, there is. Currently, Lee's sitting on 36. Always bring a flashlight with you so you don't get lost in the fallopian forest at night, says Katie Dixon. Trucking in. Yep, you've got it, Jay. That's the one. Tries to cut away once again. Another dot ball rootin' tootin'. And I was trucking in there, says Sebastian. The thing is, it's kind of got a ring to it, doesn't it? I have to write that one down if I ever decide to go down the kind of trucking market. You're just going to write it right. Well, I can't write it on there because if I show you it, then it gets me in trouble. That one stayed quite low. Well fielded. Let's get it. Also, question is wanting to have Henry Cavill's babies considered to be gay. Who is Henry Cavill? And trucking and putting. Trucking and putting could go all right, I guess. Is one of the options. It sounds like a golf course that's based around, I guess, trucks. Superman. And there I was asking Katie, I was like, mate, don't do it. Says Uma there. Now it is going to be once again on Stride Bearstow. And then Superman 1. Superman 1. Oh, it's either that one. That one, isn't he? The one with the slightly curly hair. Quite a big lad with the muscle side of things. The Witcher as well, says Gareth. That is a movie that I have not seen, or a series that I haven't seen, actually. Hooper, says Xavier, for an option. Now just the one ball left to the over, I believe. Maybe. Yes, there is. Just one ball left. Michael Bracewell. He's gone for 2 runs so far. Alex Lee's on strike. Cuts it straight to the fielder. And that will be the end of the over. He's from Jersey, says Arthur. Is he? So you got a bit of an accent. Superman played on Batman versus Superman with Ben Affleck. Oh, yeah, I know him. The funny thing is that is the only Superman or Batman movie I have seen. And I saw it with the lads when we went to Timaru. And that wasn't the time that George had wet pants, but it was a similar time. He plays World of Warcraft. And also an Count of Monte Cristo. And there says Tom. But yeah, I should probably explain the George wet pants situation before I throw him too far under the bus. Pretty much we were at Burger King and he spilt his drink onto his seat and it was like a curved seat. So pretty much what happened was all of it trapped underneath his bottom. And then from there, he had wet pants going into the movies. And we were seeing 50 Shades of... No, that's a lie. We were watching Transformers, I think it was. As where Hamish is trolling us. I literally am not. You will know that, like, eventually I have no idea what is going on in the world. Like, I'm wearing a suit at 2 a.m. and got the call to be Superman while he was doing a dungeon in World of Warcraft, and he didn't pick up at first. Well, there you go. Always bring extra pants with you when you go to see Transformer. And George Peters pants, everyone my age pees their pants. It's the coolest, says Jay. I think you're jinxing New Zealand by refusing to eat the lemon, says Arthur. You think if I ate the lemon, they would go better? You think that is? And also, all I heard was George Pete himself at Burger King. No, don't tell him that. He will be very sad. I've also ignored calls while in World of Warcraft dungeons. And also, what would happen if 2 wickets fell down right now? Then Lees will have a real job to do. That is if Lees is not one of the men who loses his wicket. Nice tie, says Tom. Appreciate it, mate. There's a nice spotty one for this nice occasion of cricket. And also, we have got, when will the podcast be out? Pretty much it will be, sadly, we won't have one this week because George is very sick at the moment. So he will be back and we're going to go for next week. So it will be next Wednesday that we do end up with the podcast. But it's just because he's been sick since about Friday. So we haven't actually had a chance to be able to film it. Yeah, Thursday or Friday, I think, was when he started feeling a bit worse. And Leroy Jenkins says, Gareth, that's from a movie, but I couldn't tell you what movie it's from or who says it, to be honest. Like, I feel like I'm disappointing you guys very much so at the moment. Leroy just aggroed the whole room. Who's Leroy? Isn't that like a cowboy one? Has it got a cowboy in it? Leroy Jenkins? Has he got the monkeypox? No, he just got a cold, unfortunately. He tested himself, but he was negative. But he's just, he got a chill on one of the, almost drops it on. Yeah, he got a chill on the later, I think he got sick and then he went to work and then it was very cold. So then he got worse. So I went to his house day before. On Monday, I went to his house from a distance, of course. I didn't want to get too close to him, but pretty much what I did was I went to his driveway and I dropped down a bucket or like a snack box burger meal from KFC. I dropped 2 Hershey pies from Burger King and a can of Coke, or it was a cup of Coke from KFC, and then just gave it to him and then went home. And I was like, cool, bro. Oh, yo, bro. Says cool, no, and also bring vibes to the old age test match, says Uma. No, well, says Gareth, and also man flu much worse. And also, it's a World of Warcraft meme. Okay. And brings vibes to the old age test cricket matches. And there, okay, so it's it's a meme, is it? Or like a meme or a, yeah. And I also say that rats don't work to test COVID. My mum did a PCR and she was positive, but it did a rat test and got a negative. Yeah, so it depends on the test that you take a little bit, doesn't it? Depending on what comes through. But either way, he's just been pretty much staying at his house and no ice cream. I mean, the Hershey's pie had a little bit of, actually, the Hershey's pie might have had some ice cream with it, although it would have been literally like water or cream by the time we got it to him. But I think it might come with a side of a scoop of ice cream. So maybe we did have a bit of ice cream with it. Got him a couple Hershey's pies, a burger, some wicked wings, some chips, drink a Coke, and he was a happy man. Search it, YouTube, Hamish. Leroy Jenkins meme. Is that what I'm searching? Leroy Jenkins meme. While I'm at it, I might as well plug the second channel again, the Kiwi Lad Sport. Anyone who hasn't seen it, see it. It's a good channel. We haven't uploaded on 3 weeks, but we're uploading later on tonight. I think the Hershey's pie have frozen whipped cream on top of a custard. Okay, so there might have been a little bit of something there. That was cool. Yeah, I think he was happy enough. Leroy Jenkins. Know Your Meme? Is that what it is? Know Your Meme is the name of the World of Warcraft character. Charging headlong into battle, killing everyone in his party. Through the video, it's embraced. Okay, so he screamed out the name of his group and just got everyone. Is that the gist of Leroy? And also, at least here in the USA, they like that in the Kiwi Lad Sport link. See from Sebastian in the chat as well. In England to win the match, there's Lucky Singh. There's a chance. As long as they don't lose any more wickets anytime soon, they should be fine. To at least get the draw anyway. Michael Bracewell just hasn't quite found the length until that ball. Looked better. He's bowled 9 balls so far, gone for 2 runs. The big toss up. A little bit of height on that one. So Lee's average versus pace is 37, versus spin it's only 8, and Burger King has dessert. They do. They actually have like flapjack, or not flapjacks, hotcakes they call them. So they've got like pancakes, get Hershey's pies. You can get, of course, stock standard ice cream cone and whatnot. Oh, advancing. That's a great shot from Lee's, and that will bring him up to 44. Now, there's no winning here. Are you all right, people? There's Sebastian. You never know. Here, Leroy Jenkins aggroed all the dragon babies, and that was it. Black Rock Spire, and yeah, wiped his group. Okay, see, I know nothing about that. I have actually been asked if I want to play World of Warcraft with someone, so maybe I have to take them up on that offer, see what I can learn, and that's a good mate, brother. Says it was Nazi Williams. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, I knew he wasn't feeling great because I had talked to him a couple of days before, and I was like, I know what makes him feel better all the time, KFC. Like, so we went to Timaru anyway because we were going up there. That's why I was a bit late with the squad announcement and didn't get to do the live stream. I was actually up the road by 30 minutes. So, like, we just pretty much on the way home, we took a detour, 15 minutes inland, dropped off at KFC, and then, like, yeah, that's about it. And also New Zealand's come to Pakistan in December, said Adil and also great control forward, says Lucky Singh. And also what happened between you and BK Sport, I swear he hates you. You guys randomly stopped the podcast. I know that, like, to be honest, from my end, I don't know what happened in terms of if there is something that's gone on that, like, I don't know about. But from what we said, like, last time we were on all right terms, like, pretty much it was just a case of international rugby. Like, it was coming up. He wasn't going to be watching the Six Nations, he said to me. So he pretty much kind of said there was no point in doing it if it was just me who knew about it type thing. So it was just kind of more along the lines of, since I was the only one watching the rugby, it didn't make sense to continue it, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. But yeah, I don't think there's anything other than that in it, really. And this test cricket, or this year test cricket, so crucial for the game, says Lucky Singh. And also I'm the guy who always gets the same thing at all. Oh, they go back for the 3. Oh, it's a direct hit, but he's safe. And I was jealous of your ponytail, says Siddhartha. Most people are. And also this year, I'm the guy who gets the same thing at all takeaways every time. Burger King, XXL, McDonald's, Junior Cheeseburger, KFC 2-piece, says Gareth. Yeah, that's the thing. Normally, like, I'm a bit the same. Like, KFC, I'm a Colonel Stacker, but they've stopped serving the Colonel Stacker, so I'm all sad now. Burger King, it's the barbecue bacon double cheeseburger. Subway, chicken and bacon ranch. Like, Pizza Hut, just always the same. And home and away. Some YouTubers telling you how to run your channel. That's not good, says Katie. And also we've got how many overs. That's a wicket. And Tim Southey gets the wicket of Lee's just before he gets his way to 50, unfortunately. 44 off 81 deliveries, and that is going to be the end of him. Out. Oh, how many? 93. Who had 93? Cashman was closest with 82. Good job, Cashman. You win nothing. In fact, now that I think about it, you have given me money. So that's kind of like your weird prize was that you donated, but that's kind of a weird way of doing it out. And cabbage on your KFC burgers. Yep. Cabbage. Nah, lettuce. I get lettuce in the Colonel Stacker because it comes with it. But other than that, I'm more of a, like, if I'm getting a burger, I don't care about the healthy stuff. Just put some meat, bacon, cheese, sauce in there and make it a fun time. You know, no tomato, no beetroot, no gherkins. Just get the meat and get it going. My favourite player of New Zealand is Tim Southey, Henry Captain Kane, and Jimmy Neesham, and also Ross Taylor is a legend of New Zealand. Burger King is no bacon. It's halal said. I love the Whopper in England, says Gareth there. And Southey says Cashman. And also we have got there, yeah, boy, the other pineapple sock. I might have to consider it now. Do you live in New Zealand, Cashman? Just working out the shipping costs, you know. Also, lol. Says Betty and I was like, congrats, brother. Says it was to Sebastian. Yeah. Well, Sebastian, that's the, he was kind of close. It was Sebastian. Right. Now, what we got here. Ben Stokes at the crease, ready to try and get some runs. That was almost turning into a rap, but I couldn't think of how to rhyme the two things, so I just kind of talked in a weird manner. Stokes is making his way out. Spicy chicken needs cabbage, in my unpopular opinion. And this game getting close. Says Lucky Sing it is indeed, and Lowy doesn't know and hates a heavy word, yo. Hang on. Now I've worked it out. Sebastian's probably done like a membership message, hasn't he? And that's what's going on. That's why Sebastian's got the congratulations. One moment. I've put it together now. Wait up. We'll go here. We'll go here. We'll go to live. Is it like if he doesn't reply to this, I get a whole heap of money or something like that? The statement from Sebastian in his special membership chat was, if Hamish doesn't read this, it will be a draw. Here you go. Whoever thought of making a burger bun out of 2 chicken breasts is a genius. Yeah, the double down. Just easier, isn't it? No bread involved. I'm in Pakistan. KFC, McDonald's, Burger King is 100% halal. I'm Muslim. I don't eat bacon because bacon is haram, Islam, or in Islam. And then also the lava base from Katie Dixon. And also, I'm guessing there are no lettuces shortages in New Zealand. Okay, so I'm mixing cabbage with the lettuce on the burgers. And no draw then, says Petty. Yeah, sorry about that one, Sebastian. Was that actually just before the wicket as well? Or was it just after? Was it? No, it was just after. And you jinxed England, Patty. Says Sebastian. I feel like if Sebastian could time people out, you would be getting timed out right now, Patty. Southie bowls. Southie gets his first wicket on day 5. They were just talking about it. Yes. And there says Nazzy Williams. But now 4 down for England. This is a match that has had a seesaw and a half. Like, this is a seesaw with 2 evenly weighted teams. And then, like, one person kind of wiggles their bum so that they go down. And then the other person does a bit of a bum wiggle and they go back to even. And it's that kind of test match. So there's been a lot of bum wiggling. It's the best way of describing it. It's probably not the best way of describing it. And you're wearing a full suit or Zoom call, like, I do not need to see the proof either way. So pretty much I've got my suit top on with my shirt, my tie, and my coat, and then my pants are cargo pants. $12 a lettuce. Local drug dealers are now growing lettuce instead of wheat. It's fair enough. Because, like, yeah, that's like the watermelon a little while ago. And also we got there $12 a lettuce. And also we have got into the LLJ, and also so half one way or the way, says Lucky Sing. So yeah, if it was the case of the opposite, I would have like suit dress pants on, but just a t-shirt, which is, you know, I'm kind of mixed up a little bit. This session has gone quick. You just start in your yard for free and bring some with you to BK, says Katie. It's an idea. Or just grow it in your yard, not throw it, sorry. So lettuce literally as much. Okay. Oh, okay. You're weird. Sorry for engaging with you, says Gareth. There's also thanks to cricket chat into a religious rant off you piss. Says the rest of there. Did he get timed out? Did you end up? Yes, he did. And there I do see. Oh, no, to be fair, he just deleted them. So that's like all right, I think. Now, Bairstow sitting on 23 off 29. And the thing is, I said Bairstow getting a 50. If he gets a 50, I'm willing to bet a lemon on it. I will share a lemon with a friend. I don't have any friends, so I won't share a lemon. I'll eat it myself. And I was like, yeah, winky face from Nathan. That was kind of my winky face, but I couldn't work out what I was going to close, so I kind of closed both. You know, just a bit of a mashup. As a World Cup end of the year, says Lucky Sing it is indeed, and we are going to be covering it on the channel. Be sure to check that out. That will be on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel. And that is a link to take you over there. We are so close to 950 subscribers. We've been close for about a week. But oopsies, I just dropped something. But yeah, if you haven't already, be sure to check out that channel. It's hugely appreciated. If you got another account as well, go for it. Hop on there. Give her a subscription. Now Ben Stokes sitting on 0 off 4 as we currently sit. How many do we think? Tell you what, we're going to play that fun guessing game again, ladies and gentlemen, because I know that it always is so fun. How many runs will Ben Stokes get before he goes out, if he goes out? How many is everyone predicting? 26.1 at the moment. overs down. So Ben Stokes, I meant. No religion, no politics in there, as I says Gareth. Yeah, it is a lot easier in that regard. And also 0, says Petty. Okay, that's a big prediction. And we're at church right now. Chapter 4, verse 94, England. And 299 runs. Amen. Says it was Nathan. And I was like, pleasant, thank you. Says Katie. So we will go like this. 0 on the board currently for Ben Stokes. I'm going to say that he gets 24. That's my prediction for Ben Stokes' total. This is where Sebastian says he gets a double 100. 32, says Cashman. Okay, liking it. I just realized I put exactly how many runs Bairstow is currently on. So I wonder if that's where I went, I randomly know a number. I'll go with that one. Ben Stokes, left-handed, nicely done. And anyone reckon this will come down to the last 5 overs? I deep down hope it does, just because I love when a test match is literally make or break and every ball means something. Which I feel like this test match, from the get-go, everyone said, nah, 500 plus for both teams. It's a road. It's a road. It's going to be a road. I ironically was actually going to put a picture of a road behind me as my green screen, but then day 4 happened, and there were a lot more wickets falling. So I feel like it's starting to liven up now in this test match. And we're running low on time a little bit. We've still got another about 33 minutes of this session, but that's actually session 2 down. And then after that, we will be into the last session. I've just realized we've been going for over 4 hours, which is literally, I don't know about for you guys, but this feels like an hour and a half. Oh, we've got the fallopian back. Now, nicely done. And also, I am English, but I am concerned about Stokes' way of batting. Yeah, he's a tough man to get out. And when he gets out, normally he's pretty angry about it because he's normally done something badly. I won't predict the captain's score. Can't make me. I'm a free man, says Sebastian. How about Sebastian? If you predict it within 5, what do you like? What is Sebastian? I was going to say you can have some of my blood, but I thought that might get a bit weird. So what's something that Sebastian likes? I'll let you put a message up on the screen. You pretty much can do that anyway, can't you? Like I could put that one up if you like. And Stokes, hooligan trader, Baz style. Stokes will not last longer than under 10. Or not last long under 10 at last day of the test, it is indeed. And yes, got there first. And also we have got there, get him a ticket to the Fallopian Forest. And can you stick around for the last session? I think I will. At this stage, it seems like it's going to be close enough that there's enough in it for both sides. Definitely if there's another wicket here, like in this session. And also, I'm a man of simple taste. I like tits and chocolate. Well, I got one of those two. And I do need to go grocery shopping, so make up your mind. That got weird, didn't it? I mean, I would send you something to Romania, although I learned that it's $30 for shipping, fun fact, to send anything. So it would have to be like 180 kg Toblerone to make it worth it. And Stokes will need to hang in there. Says Lucky Second, also nice, says Nathan in there as well. Advancing, and Stokes goes bang, and that's beautiful from Ben Stokes. 6 runs. I got one of those too, but I need to go grocery shopping, says Katie. Yeah. Tits and chocolate together, says Gareth. I mean, people do that. That is kind of like, I know that strawberries are a popular thing, whipped cream and whatnot, I think. And take some uppers for the All Whites game, says Tom. And also we get the 666 from Sebastian and 66 from Paddy as well. And Stokes will need to hang in there. And he certainly smacked that one hard down the ground. You got PayPal, Sebastian. So I feel like it would be cheaper to give you money to buy chocolate than it would be to buy chocolate and send it over. Maybe. I will PayPal you $5, Sebastian. That won't buy you much. And what's an upper? Don't know. I know what an upper and a lower lip is, but I'm not sure about an upper and a lower. Maybe like some uppers as in like some food, some type. And Football World Cup, says Lucky Singh. And also, surely you vlog the Warriors game when they come to Australia. When is that taking place? Xavier, do let me know. And I was like, yeah, what's an upper? Says Gareth. I think we've got the curiosity unleashed inside everyone and guessing you up or guessing you go up. Maybe. Oh, that popped. I tried to dodge it. Tim Southey likes it, but Tim Southey normally likes everything. No one's gone up except for Tim Southey. It said it deviated. I think he wants to go upstairs here, Tim Southey. Tom Latham saying, I don't think there was much on it. But they aren't going up. I mean, New Zealand, says Xavier, and also surely there was something, maybe not, says Paddy. And New Zealand do not go up. Nope. One not quite on it. It's close, though. As I know they play Titans in September in New Zealand. BKR is going, well, from your past one, maybe I wouldn't be allowed at the game, or I'd have to sit somewhere different. Could surprise them. I feel like it would be a nice surprise, maybe. And they hosted in the Middle East. See, Lucky Singh. And also we have got the Ironback mates. Oh, tries to leave that one, Ben Stokes. Doesn't quite work out for him. So he's still not guessing his score, Sebastian, even with a $5 PayPal on the cards. For within five. Within fives are pretty good. Oh, was there something there? Not a lot, I don't think. Nope. Nothing on the Ultra Edge for it. And which football team you watching? Here's Lucky Singh. So New Zealand play later on up against Costa Rica, and I'm hoping they do make their way through, just because then we will get to see them at the World Cup. Bowlers are like props, always in the right and do nothing wrong. Yeah. I'm back, mates, and also the cricket, and also rock up at the game and heckle the... That would not go well. Because I feel like he would get very angry very quickly. Definitely if the Titans did lose that game. But then saying that, it's kind of a battle of who's worse at the moment, which I know that will hurt feelings, but it kind of is at this age. And also the cricket, says Nathan. And England need 198 more runs. And that is going to be with 4.5 runs per over. 44 overs left and 6 wickets remaining. Okay, so we're getting a little bit behind. $5 AM here. That would get me 4 bet. Really? Geez, your beers are cheap, mate. Be a decent deal. And Ben Stokes be like, yeah, man, after sixes and Bolt, but like, nah, you're out now, England boss. After out, he'd be like, I will meet you at the 3rd test, my boys. I was like, if I lived in Queensland, I'd have no idea. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like because your profile picture, we haven't really seen too much of it. You might be able to get away with it. You might make the vlog. I was thinking bowlers bat if a wicket falls right now. They could. I mean, they've got a couple of decent men with a bat in hand. Reverse sweep from Stokes. He almost ended up getting caught. That is a risky shot to play as Costa Barbaristas and Marco Rojas still playing for the All Whites. I believe they both are there. If anything, I think Rojas is, but Barbaristas may not be. But I think they both are. And also, it would be great if Australian football team or New Zealand get to the World Cup. So he's Lucky Singh. So Australia actually qualified last night. They were able to beat Peru in a penalty shootout. So they are there up the nose. Says Nazi Williams and also bowlers there. I think they've still got capable players. Nicely played by Ben Stokes. So he attacks the bowlers when they are bowling spin. We know this from the last one, and that's why Ajaz Patel got hardly any opportunity. And Bracewell, please, out Stokes. He's so good at batting. And also India, 85 for none versus South Africa after 9 overs. So a very good start to the match. Who have they got opening? Is it KL Rahul or is he... Oh. Another reverse sweep from Ben Stokes. Very nice for Ben Stokes there. And also, if Ben Stokes at high, please Kiwis to catch it. And I was like, oh, you mean cocaine? Or if Ben Stokes hits it, please Kiwis catch it. It's a good reverse sweep, though. Got onto it nice and early. He likes risking it against spin bowling, but normally, more times than not, it does reward him with some quick runs on the board. 9 runs so far off this over of Bracewell. Okay, Stokes moves up to 15. Bairstow sitting on 25 currently. Nicely done. Once again, another dot ball for the bowling of Bracewell. He hasn't had a huge amount of them recently. I realised that Sebastian's last message was when he was talking about his 2 loves. I might have scared him away. Now, 9 from the over, 110 for 4 now. Then Stokes angling it almost upwards, and he looks at selecting batting. There's another big yawn for myself. And a few of those. Now, Biesto sitting on 25 off 32, just silently contemplating its job. So you're just sitting in a corner going, what would I choose if I had to pick just the one? You know? Speaking of one, is Ben Stokes getting 100, Sebastian? I feel like I'm trying to get you to jinx him. How about Biesto? How many runs is Biesto getting, seeing as he's not the captain? How about that? Is that a better deal? Biesto sitting on 25 currently. My prediction for Biesto is probably around that 42 mark. And lovely weather so far. Yeah, the sun is out, but it does mean that all of a sudden it could change. All of a sudden it could be wet, rainy, terrible weather in England. I really hope it's not, though. I'd love to see a result. And it seems like both sides starting to try and propel themselves towards one. Wait a minute. I said that Biesto would get 50, and now I'm saying he'll get 42. So I'll say he gets 55. That's my prediction there. A nice shot from Johnny Biesto. Biesto gets a half century, surely. I like chocolate tits. Says, Gareth, did anyone from New Zealand ever get builders' bums? And before you get too weird with me, that's like, it used to come in a can, right? And it was a can of chocolate-shaped bums. And they were literally called builders' bums. Has anyone had them in your life? They used to sell them at the warehouse. We've still got a can for them that we hold pens in. Has anyone heard of those, or am I just weird? Do you like Mario in your childhood? I haven't watched a huge amount of Mario, played Mario games much. I used to play Mario. It was one of the games on the Wii that involved it. Like, it had hockey, basketball, football, and volleyball. I think it was. Builder's bums sound delicious, says Katie. Yeah, well, the chocolate can version, they were all right. And also, their Biesto gets a half century, surely. Says Sebastian. Also, this is going to be terrible. He'll be gone in a few balls. Just watch. Wait and see. Hey, he's on strike now to Southie. Although I have not heard of that, says Lucky saying, Builder's bum, fallopian forest. What's next? Well, I'm sure it could get weirder. I see that it's just become overcast. And also, please tell me y'all had the live-action Super Mario Bros. Super Show in your country. No idea what that is, unfortunately. Which I feel like we'll have a very disappointed face in the moment for that one, maybe. And also someone Biesto having a shocker of a series thought we're in trouble then, says Nazi Williams. But yeah, I mentioned about how some players who do well in a series have a bad game, and Biesto seems to be like the opposite, how he had a bad series. Now he's having a good game. Tim Sally was celebrating that one almost before he had finished bowling it. Biesto wanted the single. They don't take it. Also, sorry for disappointing you, Katie. Says Sebastian at OMFG. It was live action Mario and Luigi that was interspersed with cartoon Mario, and it was amazing. And good dodge, Hamish. Says Caravan. Also, can you speak New Zealand national anthem and stream? As in, like, all of the lyrics of it, or just like in general? Like, because I know a majority of the lyrics, I would say. What is, says Xavier. Hey, what is? Okay. Discord. Your Discord, says Xavier. Is it like the Discord server link or just the Discord? Like my personal Discord? One moment. I think I might have you on Discord, Xavier. I just am terrible at replying on Discord. Can you send a link? As in like to the server of Discord? I assume that is. One moment. Before I do that, though, I will put the Kiwi Lad Sport link in just because that's the one that I had saved, so I might as well use it. So, yeah, if you haven't already, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport. It's fun. You know, we do things on there. Sounds kind of weird, but we do. We get weird. We just get weird. Wait, good to see you, Xavier. Did you just join it already? Someone, if that was Sebastian, it was quick. Can you sing for us? I can't sing to save myself. I've got a guitar in the back that I could try and play a little bit of, but it is currently nighttime, so my parents might get annoyed. But there's an electric guitar, so it's a little bit quieter, so I might be able to get away with it during the break. It's Wicker Time Essential. Need it soon, says Cashman. It's played by Ben Stokes. What's we got there? Biesto had a really loose career in Test cricket, says Lucky Singh. Nice shot. I actually had a dream that I played guitar on live stream, but then for some reason the guitar wasn't working because the strings weren't actually on properly. It's great to have Test Cricket back. Says Lucky saying it certainly is. Brendan McCullum, he is absolutely loving it, winning that first Test match for them. And also, I don't know the New Zealand national anthem. Pretty much the first half is in Maori and the second half is the other one. The English. You know, that one that I speak, yeah. And electric guitar is quieter. Says Gareth, it is if it's not plugged into your amp. So that's my strategy there. I should be able to kind of pick away at it without too much distribution of the piece. Disruption of the piece, I think it's actually supposed to be in down the ground. And guys, I got to go. It's night time in my country, says the Ninja Dude. And bye, guys. See you soon. We will see you later on, mate. And yeah, thank you very much for being here. We have got the cricket later on. In 8 days' time, I believe, is the next test match between these two sides. And we will be covering that one on the channel. So it's actually been quite enjoyable doing a full day. I've missed doing more than one session because anytime I cut it off at one session and then we jump into rugby, it just feels weird. Everyone take care, Matt. Says Sebastian as well. But now New Zealand to win, it's 35% chance. England to win is 19% chance and only about 50% chance. Oh, reverse sweep from Johnny Bairstow. It just sounds like tin then, says Gareth. It does a bit, but you can get the gist of what's happening for it, I guess. You know, it's like, it won't sound great, but it won't sound terrible at the same time. The Spanish should be a good, great team to watch in football, says Lucky Singh. And the good news is if New Zealand win their game up against Costa Rica, which is going to be very tough to do, of course, but if they do win it, they will have Spain in their World Cup group. And Matt Henry says Sebastian there. Oh, the back foot shot from Stokesy. And he set it out through the gap, and Stokes now moves up to 20 runs to take care, Ninja Dude. And now, right, I'm off to good night all. We'll see you later on, Paddy. And yeah, I hope you do enjoy your sleep. And also, we got there the Spanish flags. And there, and night, brother. Here's Katie Dixon. This looks like it's just starting to heat up a little bit, isn't it? For the later stages. Oh, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show theme song. I see. Okay. And night, Kevin. Is Jay, and also we get there, take you, Betty. Here's Sebastian there as well. Also, don't use the K word, says Gareth. England, they need 4.32 runs per over, so it's actually gone down more than it was initially, which makes me wonder if England feel like there's some sort of chance that Bairstow and Stokes can create some magic here. I can see it happening. I'm from New Zealand, so I shouldn't see it happening, but I can. There's a chance. It's a little chance. Trent Bolt looks like he is about to be bowling once again. Target of 299. And also, what's the K word? And see your squad. There's Cashman there as well. So now the big question still remains, ladies and gentlemen. Who is the next man to fall for England if they do lose a wicket? And if so, who gets that wicket? I'm going to say that it's Stokes. He gets gone by Bolt. There we go. And he's going to go out on 24 runs because I'm mean. Short ball there. Goes through once again. And Bairstow, he's looking very, very calm at the moment. Oh, they have a good one, brother. Says Katie Dixon as well. 31 overs down. It's gone very quick. Like, we have been live streaming for almost 4.5 hours, and it doesn't feel anywhere near that. Like, I would say 2 hours or so. And then other than that, we've just been chatting, really. Yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying the live stream. Oh, of course, we had a 40-minute break, though. So that probably actually, now that I think about it, takes us down. Agree, but 32. So there's Cashman there. So exactly what Bairstow's on. Oh, it's gone off the edge. Only one slip. It's gone over the slip cordon. And that is going to be another 4 runs. I'm going to be up all night long, says Cashman. So I assume you're watching the football as well, New Zealand versus Costa Rica, when it does come around. And New Zealand in with a chance. Yes, there's Jay. They are. Although the top edge of Bairstow, they would have much preferred that going straight into the hands of Daryl Mitchell. That would have been quite a good option. I watched that Headingley game, gave me excitement in my pants. As Stokes goes and wins, it would be special. Says Gareth there. And also, I hope Stokes gets clean bowled next delivery he receives in Test cricket. Day 5 are coming back. Shot from Bairstow, one-handed drive. And starting to look like they're starting to up the tempo here for the last 15 minutes of the session 2. Nice shot once again from Bairstow, 2 in a row. And I was like, nah, this will go to 7-ish. And there's his Cashman. Will it? Wait, so this one will be finishing... Wait, so that will finish at 5 a.m., I believe, this cricket, to 5:30. And then the cricket actually starts at 6. Oh, the ball's wonky. The ball does not go through, which does mean New Zealand will get a new ball to use. But last time they took a new ball, it went wrong. I sent you something on Instagram. One moment. I'll go here. Is that on the Kiwi Lads one, Xavier, or on the other one? My messages are not going through. 1 minute. I'll go like this. Requests. Okay, it's not counted in requests for my main one, so I'll go into the Kiwi Lads and see if I can find it. And don't do it for the don't do it, lads. My work, defend, and Kiwi Lads as well. 1 moment. Requests from Jack Lewis. No, that's not you. It's not there, Xavier. You know, it's not actually there. That's weird. And also, Kiwi Lads, it's sending. Okay, that's kind of weird. Very weird. I think do I follow you? If I follow you, then it should come through anyway. Xavier, 1 moment. I am doing some research. It also usually goes at 6. They might extend it if it's close, says Cashman. Xavier Brownie, isn't it? Okay, I followed you back if that was something that wasn't working for you. And hopefully now it lets you send them. Ah, yep, now it's come through. Okay. That was weird. And also 13 minutes till tea. Okay, what am I looking at from Xavier? Okay, I haven't got the sound on at the moment, Xavier. What is it that... Oh, I mean, I can watch it after. Actually. And now, Tom Blundell does end up fielding that one. And also be laughing at you, no contest. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yes, I don't know what's happened overall. Like if anything has happened, he has not told me about it, which seems weird, but it is what it is, I guess. But now, Trent Bolt about to bowl again. Still 2 balls left of this over, and then he would have bowled 10. 170 more to win for the English. 6 more wickets to win for New Zealand. It's a short ball. Stokes goes after it. It's a nice ball shot. Now taken nicely once again by Blundell behind the stumps. There's the thing, a stumping could be huge for them if they do end up advancing. And also we've got their starting rumours. And there's Jays for that one. Maybe. And it's just funny, it's just funny you don't know. Says no, nothing's happening. He's working on his USA Sports channel and didn't have time for the broadcast anymore. Says Sebastian there, and let's not escalate anyone now. It's not worth it. Or escalate anything now. It's not worth it, says Katie. That's going to be a nice cut shot. Once again, fielded by Conway, just the single. And that is going to be the end of the over of Trent Bolt. He has now bowled 10 overs and is 2 for 39. So England are almost halfway there in about half of the overs that they needed to get it in, which makes me very excited. But we got 10 minutes till the drinks break, or / the tea break, in fact it is, which is 20 minutes of break. And then it is going to be the last session of the day. I believe it can go for 2.5 hours total if they need it. We'll have to wait and see who gets the better of that last session. That is if we are going to a last session, unless something drastic happens, like Ben Stokes hits about 15 sixes in a row. And then on the other side of things, like New Zealand gets 6 wickets in a row, we are going to a final session of this one as well. Matt Henry ready to go, and also we got him a bit sus, eh? And there, as I says, Nathan, although to be fair, he did block me on Instagram, which is something that I probably haven't mentioned much, but so I don't know what's happened. I don't know whether someone's told him something and he's decided to just go for it and completely cut out every contact or something, but yeah, a bit weird overall. 168 more runs needed for them to be able to get themselves the win here, England. And they, to be honest, if they've still got Stokes and Bairstow at the crease in an hour's time, they will be making their way relatively well towards that. Because, I mean, they've still got 40 overs. 40 overs, they only need about 4.2, maybe even less than 4.2 per over. Matt Henry, an economical, what is my brain doing? And also we have got there, I don't even know who he is, and also that spamming guy, Gal, never give up. Yeah, the naked HD fun one. Yeah, they have quite a bit overall. Bairstow at Lords, he got 1 and 16 at Trent Bridge. He's got 8 and 41 not out. So that seems like it's going to be possibly a 50 on the cards for Bairstow for the first time over the show. The chat, I'm losing my when I see that. Here's Sebastian as well. Now running for Matt Henry. Sitting on 1 of 18 left alone outside of the off stump. And Ben Stokes, he's sitting on 21, which is 3 away from where he is sitting. Or where I said he was going to go out for, I should say. But hopefully England make it through the next 8 minutes without losing another wicket, or else then that really puts pressure on the next guy who has to make his way out there with only like an over or two. All right, there says Nathan. Well, I think it is. Almost Eminem when you look at it. George loves M&Ms. Oh, that's in his pattern. That stayed low for Stokes. Okay, pitching outside leg is the call initially. And an issue on height. They've got 3 reviews left here for the Kiwis. There's a good chance. Okay, they're saying there's not much right with this at all. Okay. Right, they're going to use the review. And also, why are you hoping England don't lose another wicket? Just because it's very tough on the batsman who makes his way out there, which I know is a weird thing to say, but I know that feeling of having to go out right when there's like about to be that changeover. And I was to be a cricket umpire, yikes. It's a tricky job, that is for sure. Right, this for me doesn't really look out, unless it's going to hit the leg stump, but it's pitching outside leg, I believe, initially. And maybe height is a factor. And also, I hope it comes down to the wire, says Nutty Williams. And yeah, a wicket later on would actually, I guess, help that as well. Right, where is the ball? Outside leg is where it's pitching, and that is going to be not out. The review lost, but they've still got 2 more anyway. So they should be all right. And cricket umpires have a tough job at times, says Sebastian. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I would straight away, if I was a cricket umpire, like lose my, I guess, rule book in terms of the one that's pitching outside leg. I just forget about it. And then a lot of batsmen would get out, and then I would feel bad. And you're too nice to the opposition, says AFL 18. Yeah, although there's still plenty of time, still another 40 overs or so. And because I said Bairstow would get his 50, I hope he does get it. Just because he's had a rough tour, I guess you'd say, and now he's moving himself up to 42. I see taken by Devon Conway, or that was Tom Blunder. And also, do you know this Blaze fellow? We did a podcast together for a little while overall, like probably about 20 episodes or so of a Kiwi, or not a Kiwi Lads podcast, of a Rugby Down Under podcast. You may have heard me talk about it in the past as well. And also, Fair says AFL and 10 out of 10 good sportsmanship, you mean, says Katie Dixon there. But Tom Latham did go upstairs for that one. So they've lost 1 of their reviews. Shot. Down the ground. Stokesy likes it. And that is going to be a very impressive shot. Interesting. A moment, I will go like this. And I will go like this. Yep, and oh yeah, Blues Crusaders. Looking forward to that one. Off topic, says Nazi Williams. Nah, it's going to be an awesome match. And it's kicking off at 7:05 p.m. New Zealand time. Nice shot from Stokes. I think he's moved up to 25 now, so that means that I was wrong, which isn't really surprising. I'm just saying that because I'm an Aussie and it's England, says AFL. There could be a chance that, of course, the Ashes was a very intense series between the two nations, but Australia getting the better of that one and winning the Ashes for 2021. Now, Bairstow sitting on 42 of 47. As we currently sit in Aussie, here's the podcast. Used to listen to each episode, says Sebastian there. And also we have got there, I read that one about the Aussie and the English. Bairstow 42 of 47. He's getting close to that half century. Stokes is halfway there, 25 of 28. They've still got another, I'd say, over after this one, but England to win is actually 30% now, New Zealand 29%, and then the draw is still 41%, the more favourable option for these two sides. Now, Trent bowls it. Nicely done. Bairstow wants the single, and they do get through as well. Right, so Stokes, 25 or 28. The speed that he is going with, and Bairstow, these guys are both going at a strike rate higher than what they require for England to be able to take out this match. Still only another 160 more runs to win. Of course, England, they didn't only start batting about, I think it was 50 overs ago or somewhere around that mark. And we're almost getting to that stage of it being down to how many balls are remaining rather than how many overs that we have got. An Aussies and English related ancestor who's though AFL. And as well says it was Nazi Williams. I'm actually going to try and break my phone apparently, but I go like this. And I'll go like this as well. What am I looking for? I was going to be looking for my calculator because I want to go 38 divided, or actually no, 38 times 6 equals 6. No, 38 times 6 equals 228 balls left once this over is over. So 228 balls to get about 160 runs. That is doable. And while in sport, we're the worst enemies. I was like, yeah, we need a wicket soon or I think we will lose. Says Cashman, yeah, one of these two needs to go for Stokes or Bairstow. Only 2 minutes left till we get to the tea break. That will be a 20-minute spell, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will more than likely be back for the third session, seeing as it seems like it could be a little bit of a stalemate. If England really slowed down for the first hour of that next session, we might consider, I guess, calling it quits just in case they are going more for the draw. But at the moment, it seems like the win is still on the cards, which is good news. And come on, England. See, as there was Nathan there as well. Currently Stokes. Bolton Stokes. I feel like that's a matchup that a lot of people want to see. I was silent for a very long time there, but I was just watching these two, knowing that ball was going to be on the stumps, and nicely played by Ben Stokes. And also, if things slow down, you take a break before the All Whites game, says Sebastian, and you can share the Island squad, says Cashman. That is true with the break coming up. And I was going to get the guitar out, but I don't know whether or not I will still do the guitar thing. And it only takes us to a channel, not a specific video. Says Gareth. So yeah, it was actually on that channel that we had the podcast. Although now with the podcast that we are doing currently with me, George, and also Isaac and Daniel, eventually it is on the Kiwi Lads Sport one. So, Yorker. Nicely done once again. Now 1 ball left for Trent Bolt before we get into the break. I think you try Yorker again, to be honest. See how it goes. Oh, they've actually, hang on, the clock's wrong for my clock anyway. So we're actually going to have enough time for 1 more over after this. So I think they're actually going to go about 3 or 4 minutes into their break, which is fine for us because we get to watch more cricket. But players will be a little bit disappointed. It looks like they're trying to reset the field. Maybe New Zealand don't want to go into one more over the way they are waiting for Ben Stokes. Although I think Ben Stokes was also kind of taking a little bit longer, trying to wear down on the clock. Yeah, it was a good Yorker from Trent Bolt, right on the money middle stumper. It was a good length too. Right, one last over, and yep, says Nathan there. Ben Stokes is in his spot. Second slip in. Taking a bit more time. Look around the field. Trent Bolt about to run this one in for the final ball. Give him a Yorker. No, he doesn't. It's left outside of the off stump. And that is going to be the end of the over. And the bails are gone. And now that is going to be the end of the afternoon session. New Zealand, they find themselves in a tough predicament. England sitting on 139 for 4, with 160 more runs to win and 30 or so overs. In fact, it's a little bit more than that, about 37 I think they've got left. Yeah, somewhere around there for the final session of the day. But I do thank you all very much for being here. We are going to be once again taking a bit of a break for about maybe 10, 20 minutes, somewhere around there perhaps. And G-Break people, says Sebastian, so what I will quickly do is I will go like this. That's the wrong one though. We will be back at 3 a.m. New Zealand time because that is a normal hour of the day for myself. So that's all good. Dun dun bang. And we are going to be back for session 3 of this test match between England and New Zealand. So thank you all very much for being here up till this point. We will be disappearing for a little bit. Time for drinks, time for snacks. Says Katie. It is indeed. And I'm not even sure what snack I'm going to have, but I'm sure it's going to be a tasty one when I do end up finding it as well. But I guess thank you all very much for being here up till this point. We will be back in about 18 minutes time, and I will see you all in a short little moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you had a nice tea break. We are ready to go. This is going to be a massive session in this test match. I'm hyped up at the moment, as you guys may be able to tell. It is currently sitting at 3 a.m. New Zealand time. For some reason, I decided to whip out the guitar and play that at halftime, or not halftime, but the little innings break. The session, I guess, stipulations we will use as the word there. They are as follows. England, they need 160 runs in 38 overs to be able to win. New Zealand, they need 6 wickets. Loud, says Cashman. Is my volume very loud? Is it? One moment. I'll sort that out for you. Go like this. This. Oh, no, it's not too bad. Overall, it says, I assume, sorry, I was probably yelling, wasn't I? And Anuka has said hi as well. Welcome in. Hope you are doing fantastic. Hope you're excited as the cricket is just around the corner. I'm getting back underway, and I am thoroughly entertained by this cricket match so far. Johnny Bairstow at the crease alongside Ben Stokes. So New Zealand, they need 6 wickets for them to have a good chance. A huge session coming up here. New Zealand need a wicket in the next 10 overs, says Cashman. They certainly will. And also, we have got the announcer good now just when you came in. Okay, so it might have been because my microphone, I turned it off in between, so maybe that is why it went a bit weird. And England can go for the win here, says Savvy. Definitely if they've still got Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow at the crease. Like, that is a brilliant opportunity. Bairstow only 2 runs away from being the top run scorer for England in this second innings at this point in time. He is on strike now. Last session of this test match, it was a test that seemed like the draw was destined, but it seems like both of these sides may have other ideas coming into this last session of the day. It's a bouncer from Matt Henry to start us off. Now, a minimum of overs remaining, 37.5. So that's not too bad. We might get enough in for today. See, that's the minimum overs remaining, which is always a weird one to hear. Because no matter what, I should say, in the last hour, they have to get through 15 overs. That is the ruling that you have got to try and, I guess, stick with in some regards. Short ball. Bairstow goes after it, and it's gone straight to the boundary for 4. It might have been close to a dropped catch for Tim Southey there. So we will have to wait and see whether or not in the replay that shows there's half a chance for New Zealand. But Bairstow just pulls away. Nah, it was bouncing into the hands of Southey. If he even got a hand to it, raced away to the boundary. And Bairstow starts us off with a boundary. So this is probably telling you exactly what this is going to be like for England. They want to be aggressive when they get the opportunity to. We have to wait and see whether or not they keep on going like this. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, who do you think will be winning this test match? 50 runs from 54 balls is the current partnership. Matt Henry, another short ball, beautifully played by Bairstow, and that will be the 50. Brilliantly batted by Bairstow. He has been struggling this series, but now he has got himself one. And that is going to be now matching what he has got on the back of his shirt, number 51. And Bairstow, he'll be a very happy man. Kind of. He didn't even smile, did he? No, he knows that the job's not done at this stage for Bairstow. But a runner ball, 51 from 51, 90 minutes at the crease. And he's only had the 6 fours as well. Okay, New Zealand have now got 3 men back on the leg side. This seems like a risky tactic that isn't really working out for them at this current point in time. Matt Henry, another short ball. It's in the air, and it's gone through the gap once again for Bairstow, but it goes straight to the man in the deep. Okay, so the plan for Bairstow is to give him a whole heap of runs to the leg side at the moment for the Kiwis. I wonder what the plan is for Stokes, because Stokes won't hesitate to go straight over the head of those guys. So I think the tactic might have been to try and use up a few more overs and keep that pressure building on England, but all it's done is given them a freebie few shots to be able to get 2 boundaries in a row, get Bairstow to his 50, which will relieve some of those nerves. Now, it's going to be Ben Stokes. He's got the number 55 on his back. He wouldn't mind bringing up that many runs for himself either there. But England almost halfway. They only need another 154 more runs to win. And I can hear the Barmy Army at the moment in the crowd trying to fire up behind the English side. Henry charges in. He also gives him a short one. Beautifully played by Stokes. I keep on saying beautiful, but this is class batting from England. That is going to be another 4 runs. Matt Henry, I wonder whether it was his idea or someone else's idea to bowl a whole heap of short stuff, because so far he's gone for 13 runs off this over, so it's ruining his economy, but straight across. And the Barmy Army, they are now even louder than they were in the last session. Like I said, a brilliant start straight after lunch for England. Stokes plays on the front foot, no run taken there. And that will be the last ball of the first over. It's gone for 13, and Ben Stokes Magic 2.0 loading. Says Wahoo, there's a good chance, and I think Bairstow's going to be right there with him. Similar to what we saw in the Ashes, one of those later test matches. Bairstow had a class innings, and he's hoping to get himself towards the 100. If him and Stokes both get hundreds, I mean, that's pretty much all that England need, plus about 10 or 20 more. Trent Bolt be warming up, but England, they need to keep this momentum going. New Zealand, they need to try and shut this momentum down, or else it could be a quick last session for them. If they continue to leak 13 runs and over, we might only see another 15 more. We got another spammer. Hello again, mate. I'll go like this, and we'll go like this. There we go. All done. He is now blocked. Minimum overs remaining. They still need another 37. Trent Bolt is economy of 3.64. So he is actually going at lower than the run rate that they require, but it's still not the lowest economy we've ever seen from Trent Bolt. He's going for quite a few at the moment. Now Latham just having a bit of a discussion with his bowler, working out field sets. I doubt Trent Bolt wants to bowl the short stuff. They've got second slip and a gully, and then also a second gully, or kind of a wide gully as well. So Bairstow just waiting for someone behind the sight screen to stop moving, or for someone to sit down. And your accent isn't British, says Natty Guy. It is not. I am from New Zealand at this stage. So 3:07 a.m. we are sitting at. But now Trent Bolt charging in. Nice shot down the ground, and nicely fielded as well. It's Chinese, says Jay Hayes. Jeez, I almost messed up there, didn't I? Jay Hayes. I know one word of Chinese. That is literally it. Although my neighbors are Chinese, and they are very nice people. So my dad's actually done a bit of building for them. But I didn't actually help out with that job, as it wasn't concrete. Like, I only help them with concrete. I feel like this got real, like, kind of educational in just the weirdest way. Great work, Kiwi lads. Couldn't get the BBC in Hong Kong. Far better than refreshing the test commentary all night, says Christopher Briggs. So thank you very much for tuning in, mate. Do appreciate you being here. Nice shot out to Conway. There's going to be another single taken out through point. Stokes sitting on 29. So I guess, Christopher, do let me know who you think is going to be able to win this match. Is England going to keep on fighting? They need 146 more runs to win, and they have got 153 on the board. Stokes and Bairstow, 2-set batsmen at the crease. Either way, I think it's going to be an entertaining last couple of hours of this test, and it's going to go quickly. Nihao, it is the same as hello, says Natty Guy there. Yeah, that is literally the only word that I know in Chinese. And Stokes has form, says Christopher Briggs. Yeah, he's looking good since becoming captain. And I think the thing is, Joe Root also, now that he's had that captaincy, I guess, kind of moved away from that expectation, he started being kind of going a lot better as well. And also the tie, says Christopher Briggs. And all 3 results possible with 37 overs to go. This is so tense, says Zach Buller. And England has a long tail, says Natty Guy. Yeah, they've got some very class batsmen. I mean, even Jimmy Anderson, if you tell him, right, you're going to have to bat for 10 overs, he will be able to do that if he gets it right. Stuart Broad, he can bat very well. Who else have they got in that lower order? There's a couple of the bowlers. Matty Potts, I haven't really seen a huge amount of his batting at international level, just due to him being so new. And then also, I mean, you've still got the middle order. You've still got Ben Folkes and also Jot from Bairstow down the ground. And he's gone smacko for 6, straight over the bowler's head. And Jack Leach, legend, of course, at Headingley, he was able to just keep on staying at the crease alongside Ben Stokes. And hey, says Nathan, That is a big shot from Johnny Bairstow. That brings up the third six that England have been able to get in this innings as well. Stands still, head down, smacks the ball about 85 metres down the ground. I'd say he's timed that one. Just gave him too much width, and he goes, yep, that'll do. Smack it down there towards the clock tower. What does Bolt answer with? He answers with the Yorker, but it's going to go through a gap once again, but well fielded by Wagner to cut it off at mid-on, and that has certainly stopped another opportunity for a possible boundary. Kyle Jamieson, they are talking about the fact that he has got his back injury, so he is missing for the second innings. So they've got Wagner, but they're not allowed to bowl Wagner, which I think is one of the hardest things for the Kiwis, because at this stage, normally Wagner takes wickets and he normally can kind of break it open, but he's not there. He's just there to field. Sam Whitelock playing footy finals on Saturday. Says Nathan, he is indeed. It amuses me why the spinner isn't able to extract any turn on day 5. Says Natty Guy, that was, it's glided through the slip cordon, and Stokes gets 4 more. He knew exactly where the slip cordon was. They went straight through. 13 runs back-to-back off overs. This is class from England. And New Zealand, they're just kind of sitting there shaking their heads going, what did they eat for lunch? Because they're bloody all over us. Nice one. Straight through the gap. And also, yeah, it's a good point about the spin, because we did actually probably see more spin on about day 1 or 2, I think it was, with Jack Leach than we've seen any other day. I see Mario in the crowd. He is absolutely loving it currently. And now the target of 299. They only need 3.72 runs per over now for England. And let's go England, says Nathan. And yeah, that's dropped drastically, because they did need about 4.4 not too long ago. But ever since these two have made their way to the crease, as you can see, Bairstow on 60 off 56, Stokes on 34 off 37. They just keep on going. It's Mario Day, says Katie. I guess, yeah, that's the thing. You can dress up as literally anything you want at the cricket. Well, not quite anything, but a majority of things at the cricket. And you've got, I've seen road cones in there. I've seen, but weird stuff. Bairstow goes bang, and it's a 6 to leg side. This tactic from New Zealand is not working. You can bowl him short stuff all the time, but he's just going to smack it over the head of the 3 men you've got back on the leg side. The target looks unsafe now, says Natty Guy. Yeah, this is now England's game to lose almost, the way that these two are batting, because they've got 6 wickets in hand. These two are going at more than a run a ball. And Johnny Bairstow's just gone bang with a short delivery for 6 out square leg way. And got 3 men back. And the fact that all 3 of them had to look that high, that means it was going probably about 10 to 20 metres over the head draw. Says him up there. And also, yikes, they are closing the gap, says Katie Dixon. They are indeed. Matt Henry, another short ball. Okay. They're sticking with that tactic. Bairstow's not happy. And I don't think Matt Henry was too happy with that either. This session, we've had 32 runs scored by England off 2.2 overs. That is 14 balls, 32 runs. That's danger. Partnership of 78 off 66. These 2 men, you can say how well they go at test match level, but they've also got that potential in the short format, which it seems like they're starting to unleash here. The only way that Bairstow goes out is if he plays a dumb shot, and that one's going to be a top edge all the way for 4. Once again, 3 months ago, England would have gone for a draw, but it's a different team now, says Woohoo, and also it's a different coach. Brendan McCullum, I doubt his comment heading into this last session was, let's see how we go, just bat it out 3 or 4 and over and see whether or not we can close that gap. He would have said, go out there and see what you boys can do. I think they bounced him right off the noggin there, Bairstow. So due to the protocols, I think they'll have to check him out. Even though I don't think it would have hurt him too much, Johnny Bairstow, but they will still be checking in some wonderful tea for England. Yeah, whatever it was, I'd have like 5 of those things, because they are now on another level at this point. And no super over today, though, says Christopher. Yeah, that is thankful for New Zealand. As you know, super overs and us, it's kind of like those, I guess you could say it's like 2 siblings who don't quite get along. Us and super overs. Now Bairstow once again goes bang. It's another 6. What is this tactic? All it is get Bairstow to his 100 before he has to work up another sweat. It's another 6 for Johnny Bairstow. And the thing is, this tactic has majorly backfired for New Zealand, because what do you do now? Do you admit that you were wrong? Or do you admit that, it's probably do you stick with it? I wouldn't stick with it. Matt Henry won't want to stick with it. His bowling figures are going down the gurgler. It's a massive shot from Bairstow. It's not even close to the fielders. It's got about 30 metres into the crowd. And he'll he likes a short ball, Johnny Bairstow. So it's an interesting choice. Is that some lemon Fanta? I have not seen lemon Fanta, but now I really want to try it. I assume it's like lemonade. And gosh, it's 3 a.m. in New Zealand. It certainly is. And it seems like it's going to be relatively, I guess, earlier finishing if it continues like this. We're going to change this ridiculous, says Cashman. Also, this was supposed to be an easy and friendly draw. The lads have geared into T20 mode, says the match, and they have indeed. Chinese are great neighbours to have, mind their own business and respectful rather than Aotearoa natives for neighbours, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, they are very nice. Occasionally, like, because Dad has done some work for them, and he also does the work for them when, like, the takeaway place does end up with any maintenance and whatnot. So occasionally we just end up with little care packages at our door, which is quite cool. Anyone who is new to the channel, I should mention, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for the next test match, and this one is starting to heat up. We have seen 2.4 overs of this session, 42 runs scored by England. And now they only need another 118 more to win. This is getting close. At the moment, like, and also not be a race of part native, says Nazi Williams there. And now it is going to be Johnny Bairstow, good length, and it's a dot ball. Okay. And also, Netty guys said subscribe. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated. And yeah, we are going to be back for the next test match. And also, if you are into football, I know some people are, some people aren't, but we've got our Kiwi Lads Sport YouTube channel that we are going to be doing the All Whites versus Costa Rica game in only a few hours' time. I believe it's about 3 hours that it is going to be taking place. And we are going to be doing our watch-along commentary for that as well. So be sure to check out that channel if you are interested in football, of course. That's an edge. It's dropped. I think that was dropped. I think that's been put down by Blundell, unless, of course, maybe it just moved too much, which there is a possibility of that. And New Zealand are missing. Kane says, woohoo. And yeah, I'd say not just for the batting, but for the captaincy side of things. I feel like he, at this stage, would go, right, let's all calm it down, all right? This is not going well. Bairstow and Stokes are just deciding that they want to play T20. We've got to try and stop them. Now, only 117 more runs to win. Well, it looks like Bairstow might be getting a little bit of attention at the moment of some sort. It looks like he's getting some pills for getting hit in the head, I think it was, or maybe it's some other one that's just conveniently timed. But yeah, hopefully he's all right. And also, right, pipe the F down. This is ridiculous. We'll lose the wickets in the test. And come on, Chris Wood, says John Joe there. And also, yeah, Kane, the captain, says woohoo there. I mean, at this stage, England will be on a high after that lunch. Not literally. They won't be allowed to smoke narcotics in the changing sheds, but they'll be certainly feeling very happy at the moment. And because he's too expensive, those neighbours, says Nathan. And now sitting England with a 60% chance of winning, 19% for New Zealand, and the draw is sitting on 21%. So it has completely changed from where we sat at lunchtime. Lunchtime, New Zealand were favourites. England have just gone, yeah, we'll change that. And where's Jameson when we need him? Unfortunately injured at this stage. And also we have got their Potts. And as I says, Natty Guy, but Trent Bolt currently sitting there. And also Lowell Nate, says Nazi Williams as well. So 3 overs, 43 runs. This is literally like a T20 side would take that in their whole power play of 6 overs. Yet we've only had 3. Johnny Bairstow goes bang. Has he got enough of it? Oh, he loves the leg side, doesn't he, old Johnny? And that's gone for another 6 runs. England like their chances. They've almost brought up 50 runs in 3.1 overs. That is literally, like, I would take that in a power play, like I mentioned, in the T20 World Cup. And now England are just dismantling this New Zealand bowling lineup. Do you even go with Bracewell? Will Bracewell get smacked for more 6s? Mad knew that was 6 before it had even gone over, the way that he had a finger up there. I know he wasn't giving Bairstow his out, because Bairstow looks like he's here to stay. Hi, bro, from Sri Lanka, says Jeff Huff. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Welcome in, mate. If you are doing well. And also 6 runs, says Natty Guy. And Big Goose, says Katie. I'll be honest, the way that we saw the session going at the start of the session is quite different. And Johnny must have ordered some white products from the Peruvians. We bottled it, or will bottle it, says Sebastian. But he's literally getting everything out of the middle. It's like when you're on Cricket 19 and you're like, this difficulty's just a little bit too hard for me. So I'll cancel out of the game. I'll load back in on easy mode and I'll absolutely take it to the bowlers. That is a big shot from Bairstow, another 6. He is literally moving his way towards his 100 right now, and New Zealand don't seem like they have any answer on how to stop him. He is on 100 And now they need 105 more runs to win. They could get this in the next 10 overs, the way that these two are batting. And this is absolutely class from England. I'm stumped. Like T20, these two are getting themselves selected in the squad just by playing in a test match. And that tells you everything that you need to know. And going all the way. 4-6. 100-run partnership off 73 deliveries. Nicely played by Bairstow. And man, they smashed in that at 11 now. Damn, Chris Tucker insert. And also, this is not how you play Test cricket, Johnny. The IPL is over, my guy, says Sebastian. And another 6 Cincinnati guy it was. Johnny Bairstow has had about 4 sixes since we've come back from lunch or back from tea. And we've been back 20 minutes. As a Kiwi, I should be angry, but I'm just, it's just class. This is the best way of describing it. It's been absolutely terrific batting from Bairstow and absolutely diabolical bowling from New Zealand. Who wouldn't have known that Johnny Bairstow likes a short ball that he can hit to the leg side? I feel like that's pretty much the first, one in the cricket dictionary. You go, right, Bairstow, pronounced Bairstow, likes a short ball that he can smack for 6. Yeah. Okay, we won't bowl him there. And Bairstow is playing a lion-hearted innings, says Netty Guy. Oh, he tried to absolutely smash that one down the ground, but it is going to be the dot ball. They can actually afford to have about 50 dot balls now with how quickly they've started this one. And also now people in England were saying Bairstow should be dropped from the team, says Christopher. They were. And I was talking about it, how he had a terrible innings or a session up till this, or sorry, not session, but series up till this. And I said, he's going to get at least 50 here. And he actually did. And now he's almost getting 100 for it. And there are some angels in the outfield. This is some angels in the outfield stuff, says Katie. A couple quick wickets. Come on, guys. Then they need them now because England are almost less than 100 needed. Trent Bolt. I mentioned about how good his economy was earlier on. Now it's starting to change a little bit. Bairstow once again on strike. Cut shot. Beautifully played. It's going to be going out to the boundary. And Bairstow gets another 4. He moves up to 88. And that is 198 for 4 now for the English. And also he loves a short ball when he's with the Punjab Kings. This is England's test side. And also we're going to film the podcast episode 1 for my channel where I ramble about sport. It was a Melbourne Stockade. So is that on the Melbourne Stockade channel, Xavier, or is that on your channel? That one. It's a nice shot from Bairstow. He might get a century. Stokes might get a half century, and these two might be going to Maccas and not too long. And the reason I say that is because Ben Stokes, even during a test match, he loves a filet-o-fish burger. And he might even consider having 2 of them tonight if he keeps on batting the way that he is. And he'll even probably buy Bairstow a couple, although I wouldn't think if those two show up to Maccas after the way that they're going here, if England win, those two are not paying for a single burger. And also we have got the Melbourne Stockade I don't upload on my channel. And it's just this is becoming just pure comedy. Says Katie. Well, it's kind of like, what shouldn't you do when you bowl to Bairstow? We'll do that and see how we go. I need to promote the Melbourne Stockade for next season. There's Melbourne Stockade there. Now Latham sitting in the crowd, or not sitting in the crowd, but it's probably not what he wants to hear from the crowd because they are absolutely loving it. Bairstow. No, Stokes has done his knee. Stokes has done something very bad to his knee here. He advanced. He had a big swing, and it looks like the inside of the left knee. This could be Stokes done. I'm not sure whether he hit it into his knee or whether he twisted it, but he looks like he's going to keep on going, Stokesy. And I was on someone earlier in the chat saying Johnny Bairstow is overrated. Says it was Katie Dixon. They were. But luckily, he's doing it around now for himself. And that's the thing. I was talking about it in rugby as well. Yeah, that wasn't actually the ball hitting it. So something's happened to the inside of Ben Stokes' knee. And in a terrible sounding way, that is what New Zealand needed. They needed something to break the chain of boundary after boundary after boundary. They can try spinner and Kiwi bowlers. Surely you can't surely you can't keep swinging at everything. And then he's just like, all right, if you're going to put it there, I'm going to smack you to the boundary, aren't I? But they didn't take a single in his Stokes. He's still facing. He's looking ginger. Not literally, well, kind of literally, but he's taken the single there for himself. And also we have got there, did you know Big Dogs TV, the YouTuber with 1 or millions of subs? Not really, I don't think. Big Dogs No, not too sure, Xavier, about that one. Unless they're like an older channel, then maybe. And hey, Truckin as well from it was Xavier. And also we have got their concern about Stokes, says Natty Guy. And yeah, he did end up hurting himself just a little bit there by the looks of it. It also looks like Stokes has got the Kiwis curse, says John Joe there. Now, ready to go for Trent Bolt. And also might be able to get some sleep, says Cashman. I mean, I would say that, but then FIFA World Cup qualifier coming up, New Zealand versus shot. That's a great shot from Bairstow. This man is just going absolutely berserk at the moment, and I can't help but applaud him for it. The crowd are loving it. I mean, England will be loving it. New Zealand will not be loving it too much. 69 balls, 92. Okay, holy moly. They've just set a stat in 1902. We saw the fastest century for England, and that was off 76 balls. Bairstow has 8 runs to get in only in 5 balls. Yeah, 5 balls. He just blocks that one. And I was like, what is going on here? TT in cricket or Test cricket? Bairstow is toying with Kiwi bowlers. I'm not happy seeing this, says Coding. I am. I've been actually very much enjoying it. Bairstow's decided that it's time to go, and it's working well for him until New Zealand find a way of countering this. Bairstow and Stokes are both going to keep on swinging. And now the captain got overexcited and he's knackered. Well done. Says Sebastian, and also Costa Rica, says John Joe, and also who holds the record? Or 1902. So definitely not someone who is alive today. But it's been a long time. It's off the edge. And Bairstow, it's going to be another 4 runs. He moves up to 96 now off 71. So he's 4 runs off 3 figures. 96 off 71. And also the clapping from Nathan. England only need 92 more runs to win. Owen Jessa, I think they just said was the name, but I could have misheard that. In 1902. You know what I was doing in 1902? Nothing, because I wasn't born, because it's very long ago. And also, this is like a Monty Python skit. Says Katie Dixon. BKR, or BKR. No, not BKR, sorry. Johnny Bairstow just sits it out to cover for this single. And also, here's a fake Clay Thompson, banned for life from Golden State Warriors Stadium. He walked past 5 layers of security guards and shot around the court for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and they didn't stop him by 10 minutes. That is a very bad effort from security, and probably Henry VIII. And as I says John Joe and Gilbert Jessup. Okay, that is the name. So it's a long time ago, and Bairstow wants to change that. And also we have got there, are you doing from the starting, or have you taken some breaks in the session? So we've had a couple little breaks, like a 20-minute one and a 40-minute one. But other than that, like, we're still here. And my great-grandfather wasn't born in 1902. Yeah, that's a massive, massive achievement if Bairstow can somehow do this. He's currently not on strike. I don't want to see him get run out. That would be the worst possible way to go out. Even if he, he gets the 100, then he goes out, I'd accept. And also, is New Zealand a safe country, says Bibek? I think so. Overall, I guess, compared to some countries, I'd say, of course, it depends on the people as well. Like, if you live in a bad neighborhood, it's not going to be as safe as if you live somewhere that is a bit safer. But overall, that one popped. That one almost got me. I tried to dodge it. And also, we over there now it's for the Kiwis, and get your century, start taking singles, it'll be enough. See Sebastian there. I tried to dodge that one for Ben Stokes. I just felt bad. So I was like, right, I'll try and move out of the way. And somehow it's like the Wii, how it connects to the TV, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the thumb, or the finger, in fact, it was, for Ben Stokes. Tim Southey, he's been brought into the bowling attack. Needs something big. Qatar is the safest place in the world, says Natty Guy. Of course, they are going to be having the FIFA World Cup from there. Oh, that one came back in a little bit. Bairstow, I think he'll be a bit concerned for Stokes because there's no singles anymore because he cannot run. And compared to the front 10 rows at Trent Bridge this season, says Christopher Briggs. Yeah, these guys are going berserk at the moment. But Stokes, he doesn't like his knee. At this stage, you have to wonder how serious it is. I think Joe Root will be the person who is most concerned here because he won't want the captaincy back. He'll be like, I'm liking when Ben Stokes has been captain. If he's out, then I'm going to have to go back in, and then that puts all the pressure back on me. So he'll be hoping that Ben Stokes recovers quickly And we'll be back rearing to go very shortly. At no point Bairstow has looked like he's in trouble. That one was not hit well by Stokes, and that would have really hurt the knee the way that he rotated that. Nicely fielded by Neil Wagner. And he gets back for 2, so nicely done. And I was like, do you like Ronaldo? I probably haven't watched as much of him as I should, but I know how good he is at this stage. And I was like, I'm from Qatar, says Natty Guy. Nice. So are you currently living in Qatar or just from Qatar? Do let me know, Natty Guy. Ben Stokes, slightly better, they called it, as his movement, but it still looks like it's not too great at the moment for himself. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, be sure to check out our Kiwi Lads Sport channel. That is where we are going to be doing our football qualifying video, or actually our live stream for it. And that is going to be New Zealand taking on Costa Rica in what should be a very entertaining game. The question is, can the Kiwis get a win here living in Qatar? Okay, so what time is it in Qatar at the moment? Because I know that game between New Zealand and Costa Rica is going to be at 6 a.m. So is it about 5:30 there at the moment, Natty Guy? Somewhere around that mark, 5:30 p.m. Do let me know. And so Heath is not too happy with it at the moment, the way that the Kiwis are playing. It's a swing and a miss. Or in fact, he might have gone just a little bit of a tail edge on that one, Ben Stokes. Wasn't quite able to connect the way that he wanted. And you missed Jay's comment, Irish. That was slightly on purpose. And also 6:30 p.m. and England wins, says Alain. It looks like a pretty decent chance at this stage. And also Love from India says it was Kanesh. So I do appreciate you. I have a weird thing with supporting team, says Babek. I'll say Loshush Seb. Wait, did you have like a different one? Oh, no, never mind. And commentator, England can win easily, says Alian. As long as they don't lose wickets, I think they can win it even, probably with about maybe 30 to an hour left. And good commentary. I'm from India, says Sarav. So thank you very much for tuning in, mate. And we have got plenty more cricket coming on the channel, and also a bit of rugby a little bit later on in the week. And the laughing faces from Nathan, and also the flashlights. I think that is from Nathan. As I love, says Nazi. That is going to be, I mean, New Zealand have struggled here. I can't even remember how many runs England have got in just this session alone, but it is something ridiculous, like about 80 or somewhere around there. 70 runs off like 8 overs. Who does that? In fact, it's only 6 overs that they've faced. So they've got like 80 off 6 overs. Yes, love you, bro. Here's Haman Shu. Do appreciate it, Mr. Commentator Streamer. Do you like cricket? Says Sebastian. Do indeed, mate. It's pretty good. Definitely when we get to see last-minute moments like this. And England, if they win this match, or even if they draw this match, they win the series. So that will be what they are looking forward to. Now, Michael Bracewell, they've decided that they're going to go with a bit of spin. Now, Bairstow's sitting on 96, which does mean if he gets his century in the next 3 balls, he has the new record ever for the fastest century. The last time it was in 1902. And mate, your energy is astounding. You have taken a break. And there says Natty Guy. So I did have my 20-minute tea break, but pretty much all I did was sit here and play guitar. And then after that, pop back and then decided to hop straight back into the cricket. So, I mean, it's very exciting at the moment. And I think because it's the last session, it just makes me smile. And also, you have encountered a dangerous earthquake moment you can recall as it happens in New Zealand frequently. Not anything too major for us since we're a little bit further down the road than Christchurch. Well, that spun. Okay, there is a bit of spin there, but Bairstow's just milked it out there through the gap, and they will be able to get the 2 runs for it, and he moves up to 98 there. And gobsmack, says Cashman, and Mr. Cricket Streamer, Mr. Commentator. Yeah, that's a lot of M's and a lot of T's, isn't it? And also, if we can get 3 wickets by 50 or more to go, we're still in. We are, but we need them soon. And team lose after making 50, or after making 500, I believe that is. Now, it's another cut shot. Can he get 2? They've only got the 1. There was a misfield as well. They want it. It's going to be a no. And they don't quite get the throw right. Almost a run out of Stokes on 41. And Bairstow's on 99. I think Stokes wanted to try and propel him towards that century. And it looks like it's going to be an interesting little moment next. And teams lose after making 500. Australia, New Zealand, says the cricket guru. There are a few sides in the past that have been able to do so. I think the thing that makes it more impressive is the fact that England also got 500. And then these 2 sides, like to get a result when 2 sides have got 500 and both sides bat twice is pretty incredible. And got away with it, says Sebastian. And also come on England, and only 1 wicket changed the match, says Haman Shu. And that will be exactly what New Zealand are after here. I also correctly said him and says it was Natty Guy. Right, Michael Bracewell, he's bowled 5.2 overs, 28 runs he has gone for. Ben Stokes on strike. He's played that one nicely, just keeping it out. 81 kilometres. He wants to sweep, but I don't know whether he can. Can he still get a runner these days? Only if it is something extremely serious, I believe. So he probably can't. And he probably wouldn't want one anyway. Like, I know that Ben Stokes is the type of guy who would say, like, if I'm not the one who's running, like, I would be angry. And also at a 98 for 4, I thought England will now play for the draw. And after that, things have rapidly changed. And the thing is, Brendan McCullum, he's not a player who would sit back and say, we want to draw. He's a player who would say, right, let's get right into this. We've got the batting lineup. We've got the potential. And let's see what we can do. Let's make history. And also time for another ball change, says Cashman, maybe. This one's not working too well for them. Going to be another dot ball. Ben Stokes is still struggling, and he will definitely need those fillet of fish burgers after this match either way. And also England versus New Zealand, best World Test Championship, a World Cup final ever. Yes, for me, says Vivek. It had everything. It had drama. It had like some incredible singular performances and also as a team. And yeah, it was just an absolutely crazy match. Also, the record remains intact. Although Bairstow, he's sitting on 74 currently. So if he scores a single now, he can get away with getting it. But if he doesn't score a single now, he won't quite get it. And New Zealand, my favorite team, bro. Nice, bro, you're a nice beer. And there's, I said to Minshew, appreciate you, mate. And also, I was going to say that, and you tell that Brendan is the head coach, ruthless aggression in this. Says Sebastian, I feel for Mitchell, he has played 2 well double hundreds. I feel like he will be on the losing side. Yeah, and the worst thing is, like, he throughout the series has looked crazy good, but the results might go against him in both matches. And also we look at the New Zealand Lager thing, and there as well says Nutty Williams, and also we look at their Bairstow, says Kawasi. So this ball here will determine whether or not Bairstow breaks the record or ties with the record. It is 76 shots, so he has still got one last opportunity to try and make an absolute historic innings knock from Johnny Bairstow. 83 more runs to win for England. They are definitely now in the box seat. And I'd have to say they're about a 70% chance of winning this, if not more. It's a dot ball, and he doesn't get the run. And also, if New Zealand lose, they are themselves to blame. And the prime suspect, will be Mitchell, involved in 2 runouts and also drop catches as well, says Coding. I mean, you could say that. But then at the same time, getting 190 was probably more than those other 2 were getting combined. So it's, yes, he's dropped catches, though. That is an understandable point. But, if you're blaming a guy to lose your test match who got 190 and then followed up with about 40-something, I feel like you're looking a bit too deep into it. I was like, bro, please come to India, best regard. Yeah, it is actually a place that I'd love to go. Right, Bairstow has not been able to get a run there either. And Stokes out for the next game, no runner allowed, says Cashman, and also not yet, says Kawasi. So Bairstow now sitting on 76. Jacinda, a good leader, says Babek. I mean, I don't really get too far into the political side of things normally on these live streams, so I'll probably say no comment for that one. And McCullum has been silent, aggressive coach, doing well, says Ronette Singh. And now Bairstow sitting on 99. He wants to get the 100. He's getting close. And now it's Southey, says Cashman there. And brilliant from Bairstow, says Kawasi. Takes the single. And it's going to be more than one as well for Bairstow. He's got the fist pumping already, and he's going to be taking the 2. And it almost makes it to the boundary. And that's okay, mate, says Babek. And also, why isn't a runner allowed? They actually get the 3 runs there. Pretty much, I think it's down to, it's got to be a proven injury or something along those lines. It sounds weird to say, but you've got to have, proof that you've had an X-ray and that it's stuffed, pretty much. And 4th innings tons are so special. This is something else. It is. Johnny Bairstow is 9th Test 100, and he has got 100 off 77 balls. 102. That is absolutely incredible for Bairstow. And he has turned this test match around for England. They've gone from in a drawn position to being able to possibly get themselves the win as long as it all goes well. And Rahul has said hi as well. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are having a great time watching the cricket. And the previous test, it was Root, and now Bairstow. So good for England, says Coding. And yet he stepped up in the game that he needed to, Johnny Bairstow. And after only getting, I believe, 15 or so was his previous highest, or 17, something along those lines in this series, he now goes on, gets the 102, and Stokes at the other end sitting on 41. It's only a matter of time for Stokes, because I feel eventually he will have to give it up with that knee not quite working out. So he might start playing quite aggressive, as Sally has one on the chopping block. Says Cashman there. That was the moment for Johnny Bairstow. It went through the gap. He put up the fist. And was a very happy man. At root is this one as well. Or in this one as well, 176 in the first innings. Says Sebastian. So yeah, massive innings. Ollie Pope, another player who needs credit for the way that they've been going in this match up England. So 3 centuries in 1 test match at the moment. And Bairstow's absolutely loving it. And also, if there was Jamieson, the run would be less. We could get some wickets. There's Ronette Singh and also McCullum coaching down wonders for England, or doing wonders for England. Yes, turned it around for the English, and they are on their way towards maybe a possible 2 wins in a row, which the last time they had 2 wins in a row, I don't even remember. It's been some time. So the also once again outside of our stump and nicely played by Bairstow. Yeah, like literally off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of the last time they scored or they won 2 matches in a row. Was it in like India? Or no, they wouldn't have even won 2 in India in a row, I don't think. I think they won 1 in India and then a gap and then another. Something along those lines. Will it be another 120 years before Gilbert Jilsop's record is challenged? It could be. And also, I think last time we had 2 wins, Gilbert Jessop was playing. Jeez, it's a long time. Shot by Bairstow once again, like a tracer bullet. It makes its way to the cover boundary. And Bairstow moves up to 106. And Jeetan Patel also played for New Zealand, also spin coach for England. Says coding there. He is just absolute, like he is literally fine in the middle of the bat every time he plays a shot, Johnny Bairstow currently. And it is brilliant to watch. Just waits for it, slaps it away, like the commentators have said. Does take on another 4 runs for England. They need 75 in 30 overs. Now, you might think 30 overs sounds like quite a lot. That's because it's 180 balls that England needs 75 runs in. Unless we see one of the biggest collapses for England, they are winning this test match, and they are winning it maybe with quite a bit of time left. 75 runs. There it is. Gilbert Jessop, 76 balls versus Australia at the Oval. Johnny Bairstow, he has just beaten the one that Ben Stokes had of 85 balls. Wait. Fastest centuries, 85 balls and then 86 balls for Ian Botham. That's quite a record that Johnny Bairstow has just been able to help himself towards. Ben Stokes advancing. He knows that that knee is shot. And now he's got to try and run so that he doesn't get run out, and it was kind of close as well. So Stokes' left knee seems to be the troubling factor at the moment for him. He's hardly able to run. He's hardly able to walk. But he won't tell you that. He'll just keep on going. This game is more interesting than India versus South Africa, right or not? Says Saga. I would say yes. The reason I say that is because, wait, are we talking about this like specific test match or just in general when these 2 sides play off? Advancing from Bairstow, because this test match, we've had 2 sides get over 500, looking like a certain draw. Then we've seen some master classes from both bowling attacks. And then now we see Bairstow getting himself one of the fastest centuries ever for England. And also now England in the box seat. I think I'm heading off to bed soon, says Cashman. And also Tess is always the best, says Natty Guy. Big shot from Bairstow. Has he got enough? He sure does. And it's another 6. Bairstow wants his 150. The way he's going. And what's one sentence about cricket that would start a massive argument? Says Xavier. One statement. Or one sentence. I mean, I know this is like the perfect one for this rivalry. I don't feel this way. New Zealand won the World Cup in 2019. I know that one gets people going, but at the end of the day, the record books, they say England. They did have more runs on the board, but that is one that like even Kiwis to this day get fired up about. Another big shot for Bairstow. This time it's a top edge, though. It doesn't matter because it's gone for 6 again. And otherwise, not a runner allowed, says Martin Spooner. I believe the reasoning behind it is he's got to have come off the field, had it proven that, like, he's got an injury, if that makes sense, because or else you just have the slowest player in your team go, oh, me hammy's a bit sore, so can I have someone who's very quick running for me? So he's got to have proof that he's done something, and he won't get that till after the match kind of thing, because it's at this time. Like in the second innings, if he made his way out there and he's done like a knee, I think he's allowed a runner. But other than that, Bairstow's gone big with the one hand, and it's going to go for 4 more. Bairstow, this over, 1-0-6-6-4. And the length of the pitch should be changed from 22 yards. Says Natty Guy there. So would you make it longer or shorter? And England deserve to win the World Cup in 2019. Wait, so is that the argument one or the one that you are saying? All right. And also, what about rugby? What's one sentence that would start a massive argument? See, Xavier, I would say one statement that starts an argument pretty much is when you pick who the or actually, no, just Mo'unga or Barrett. That's one that gets a lot of Kiwis fired up. And that's pretty much all you need to say to a Kiwi, and they'll have their opinion. Unless you're me, who pretty much likes both of them. So it's all right. Shorter as well, says Natty Guy, and Bairstow must have a hot date tonight, says Christopher Briggs. He's got a hot date at the moment with Ben Stokes, because those two will be hitting the town, getting some McDonald's, because that is Ben Stokes' celebratory meal. And they will be able to have a massive party, I would think. I got one, Jonah Lomu is overrated. And also we've got there, you don't often see Ben Stokes playing second fiddle in a run chase, says Zach. That is exactly right. And also, I've never seen such fast runs flowing in Test cricket. And that is why it's just absolutely massive for England to be able to turn it around the way that they have. I think Geordie Barrett is going to float home. Oh, sorry, Johnny Bairstow is going to float home tonight. Yeah, he'll be loving this. This session, 9 overs, 102 runs. The over rate and the run rate is over 11. I got to write that down, but I lost my pen, sadly. So I can't. Yeah, there it is. So they've had 102 runs off 9 overs. Now, the question about what is more entertaining, England or South Africa versus India, no one in that one had 102 runs off 9 overs, I don't believe, and they were playing T20. And damn, says Nathan, and Bairstow playing like Captain Jack Sparrow. And also, I think it's almost 8 overs. They have literally smashed 100 runs. I'm happy for them. At least someone was able to fight against false allegations, says Natty there. And also, imagine if Brendan McCullum and Johnny Bairstow were on the same team, says Cashman. Well, they kind of, in a weird way, are now, but just from like that kind of mentor point of view. And also, quicker than IPL games, says Christopher Briggs. Exactly right. And I mean, I'm new to cricket, but I've never seen this before. Well, says Katie, yeah, it's been insane. And these two have just turned this game around. 58 more runs off 28.5 overs is very doable. I might get about 2 hours in between myself doing the football and this, because initially it was going to be about 30 minutes. This seems like it's going to be a lot longer. That one's going to go out, and they do get another single. England versus India, 50th prediction at Edgbaston, says Rohit Singh or Runit Singh. Or the 50th. Oh, it's a good question. It's coming up too, isn't it? Not wrong. It was. We've got another spammer, and apparently I recommend. As I know, I pretty much said you need a better marketing team, mate. And also England winning it, says Pravin, and also we've got their 57 runs to go, and Stokes is staying at the crease, says Natty Guy there. And also now New Zealand will be regretting why they didn't have Brendan McCullum as coach. Haven't they saw him as continue your favourite team in World Cup in Qatar, says Babek. So are we talking about the FIFA World Cup? Because I will comment on that a little bit later on, because if New Zealand are there, I'd have to say New Zealand, not as in like my favourite team to win it, but my favourite team to watch. McCullum and Anderson are both 40. A 40-year-old coaching a 40-year-old, love Test cricket, says Sebastian. And did New Zealand ever consider Brendan McCullum as head coach? I don't think so. I think they were pretty happy with who they had. And I don't know whether or not that was because they didn't know what they didn't have till now, or if it was just the case if they felt like they had someone else who could fit that bill. But they'll be looking at it now and thinking, maybe we made a bit of a mistake. Germany as well, says Natty Guy, for who's their favourite team in the World Cup. But Bairstow, he's on 122 of 85 balls. That's going to be glided nicely. They will take the single. And I'm just going to make another statement. 122 runs off 85 balls. That is the quickest century that Ben Stokes has had in Test match cricket. And let that one just sink in a little bit. That Johnny Bairstow is already 122 runs rather than just the century in that time. That's incredible. And do you think after this inning, Bairstow will be back in his original form, says Anand. It's a tricky one. He seems like he's finding the middle of the bat many times in this one, though. Yeah, Katie Dixon, this is a Brendan McCullum style innings. And I was on the 1st of July series. I was left after winning Lord's Test and 60 overs in Oval Test under Virat Kohli captaincy last year, says Ronit Singh. And there as well, but the minimum overs required here, 28.1 overs is all that England have, but they don't really want to worry about the overs. I would love to see India rise in football. Here's Savvy there. Yeah, even New Zealand to somehow qualify for the FIFA World Cup will be absolutely huge, but they are still a little bit off it. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can get the job done. And also Brendan Loss got his last 100 off 50 balls in there as well. Oh, but a space Ben Stokes, he grits his teeth and he smacks him for 6 down the grounds. That is a massive shot for a man on one leg. What is the name of our commentator, says Natty Guy? It is Hamish, which I know is kind of a unique name sometimes depending on whereabouts in the world you are. But yeah, that is my name. It is Hamish. Bairstow is a gem, the only England player to get a century in the Ashes, then Caribbean, and now against New Zealand, says Sebastian. So yeah, he's certainly been going well on Kohli or Baba in all formats, says Ronit Singh. That is probably another one that does start arguments in terms of who you pick because it's that rivalry of India versus Pakistan. It's a very tricky one. So 1-1 New Zealand chose to bat first in 2015 a World Cup final, says Babek. I mean, I guess you'll probably still be wondering because they've probably talked about it at some stage, I would think. The Kiwis and also Hamish Macbeth. Not quite Hamish Macbeth. But right first name for that one. 50 more runs to win. And Ben Stokes at the moment, he is just brought up. I didn't even realize he's brought up his 50 here, Ben Stokes. So we're going to give him a clap. That ball is wonky and New Zealand will once again get themselves a new ball. Interesting. So, I think they're saying, can we have one that doesn't keep disappearing into the stands? Might be why that ball is a bit wonky. But Johnny Bairstow, his 9th 100, absolutely incredible. 50 for Stokes, says Cashman. He is bowled. He has batted very well. And Stokes, to be fair, he bowled very well also. But 7 sixes for Johnny Bairstow. And Kane over Kohli, and I feel bad for calling the prick of the moment based on his poor performance at Lord's. No, it's all right. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess you never saw this coming. Here come all the Kohli questions, says Jay Hayes there. And also Kohli or Kane and Test, says Ronit Singh. Another very tricky one. And I think it just depends on your preference in terms of the style of batting that you like to see and also the type of, I guess you're selecting them as captain as well, Real Madrid or Barcelona. I mean, I used to probably be more of a Barcelona boy just because I did used to watch the likes of Gerard Piqué and all those guys way back. But then from there, I probably haven't watched too much of Real Madrid or Barcelona recently. So I'll probably go more Real Madrid if I had to pick one. And also, what is Kohli weakness and batting technique? Do you had seen something? I mean, I know that a lot of teams must have seen something a little while ago where he had his rough patch of not scoring a lot of runs. But I think he's fixed that now. So he's kind of done well to adapt as quickly as he can. Because that's the thing. With international cricket, when you're constantly getting filmed and everyone has access to that footage of you, they literally go, oh, he just did a little tiny shuffle of his left toe, which means if we put it such and such, we're going to be able to get him out. And it's that precise that, at the end of the day, any little movement you do, everyone's watching. So that's where that kind of adaptation of cricketers does come from, because you've got to find a way of being able to counter all of the little things that people spot about you. And that's Saints commentary is so good, says Zach Buller. And also previous year, England needed 250, but never gone for the win. Dom Sibley scored 17 runs the whole session. And 1 year, things have changed so much. And if you're a Barca boy, it's better that you haven't followed them lately, says Sebastian. They've been struggling, haven't they? Almost. Was it ever since Messi left that they've started going worse? Or was it, that bounced much? Or a lot, I should say. Where the all-white game is being shown in Australia. Oh, is it on KO? Have you got KO, Xavier? Where was I assume the Australian game was shown on Stan, was it? Because if it was, I'm not too sure whether or not they will have. It might be on Bet365 if you got a Bet365 account. I know that they show some of the games. That's another 4 for Bairstow. And at the moment, it's a race for Bairstow to get his 150 before the game is over. They only need 46 more runs to win. And New Zealand's chances are getting very, very slim. And also Messi left and the whole ship sank. Here's Sebastian. And it just didn't come out. The hand from Michael Bracewell. Australia game was on Channel 10 live TV. Okay, so it won't be on there. So I assume maybe KO or Stan might have it. Could you pull the record? Which team lost after scoring more than 550 runs in the first innings? Says it was Natty Guy. I mean, it's probably, yeah, it's certainly right up there at the moment for the Kiwis. And of course, I don't have Bet365 on under 18. Says Xavier, yes. Gamble responsibly. Definitely only if you are of age, of course. And also, what is the current time now in New Zealand, Hamish says coding? So we are currently sitting 3:55 a.m. at this point in time. So it's quite early, but not as early as the game between the All Whites and Costa Rica. That is going to be a 6 a.m. start time. Oh, that was well bowled by Michael Bracewell. Better line and better length as well. Right on the money. The Barmy Army, Ben Stokes and Bracewell both actually have exactly 50 runs. Only problem is one of them went for 50. The other one scored 50. Ben Stokes now still on strike. He's pretty much, if he gets a bad ball, he's going to swing like that. That's a bad ball, and it goes for 4 more runs. You cannot put the ball there, Bracewell. Now 41 more runs to win this match. So it is still going further and further downhill for the Kiwis as England just keep on propelling themselves forward at this point in time. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, if you do enjoy football or soccer, depending on what you call it, that's a class shot. I'm going to cut myself off from the promotion because that's almost left the ground from Ben Stokes. And that is going to be now 60 runs that he moves up to. That is absolutely insane batting from the skipper. And for me, Tim gets dropped for me. Then Wagner goes in. What you think? What you think? Root or Virat, who is better player in Test, says Ananda. It's a very tough one to answer. And once again, it kind of comes down to the style that you prefer. And also, Clarkie Rugby League column about to win 5K on a bet if Para beat the Bulldogs in the NRL by 13 plus. The Bloody Dogs won by like 26. They didn't go for plan, or didn't go to plan for him, says Xavier. At the moment, it's no time in the Test ball. They swung over a few overs. Starting batters lose wickets, playing shots or runouts. It was a great bit of New Zealand. It was. May we always stay friends, says Full on the Hill. I agree. I feel like it's always awesome seeing these matches. Can't believe we'll win the series of this and don't know how to react to success as an England fan, says Sebastian. And also noise claps by the Kiwi lads, says Nathan. The sad thing is Australia will whitewash this English team, says Kawasi. Although they seem like they've just kind of got themselves that new lease on life. And I actually, the thing is, a little while ago, some of you may remember me saying this, but I said it's always New Zealand that teams that are struggling manage to fire back. And I got questioned a lot when I said that because everyone was like, nah, England's going to be same England. But they're now looking like a new England. And well, what a massive success, Cashman, and how much over pending. We've still got another 27 overs left. I'm watching ODI of England versus New Zealand, says Shashi. And, I'm almost watching T20 the way that they're going. Yeah, that's going to be another great shot. Bairstow goes bang, and it's going to be another Bairstow boundary. Currently sitting on 132 as English team need 41 runs in the remaining 31 balls. In fact, 31 overs they have got left. 31 overs. That is like, not 31 overs, but they are sitting currently with about 26 overs left, which is absolutely massive, and Stokes eating it up. And this game will be over in the next 15 minutes, says Kawasi. It will be, but the football, like I mentioned, New Zealand playing Costa Rica, they will need your support for that matchup, and that is going to be taking place on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, which is that link that I have just put in the chat. Be sure to subscribe over there. It is our other channel, and we are going to be doing that game between New Zealand and Costa Rica at 6 a.m. And you're completely right. Our team struggling tends to perform well against New Zealand. We saw earlier Bangladesh beating New Zealand at home, and now this. The ball has been lost again. Everyone keeps losing the ball. It's underneath someone's cart by the looks of it. Johnny Bairstow, though, he's got 7 sixes, 13 fours. He's got more boundaries than singles. Oh, that's what NASA just said. And he's just absolutely going for it. And I can hear the Barmy Army at the moment in attendance. They are loving this game. Don't forget to reminder on the main channel, says Sebastian. I probably would have, so thank you for that reminder to me to put the reminder on there as well. But yeah, it's going to be a good match. I just hope New Zealand don't lose by like 5, because or else then that would make me a bit sad. But if we like stay close in it, would be pretty cool to see. 31 more to win for the English. Nice hit to the leg side once again. And that is going all the way for 4. They just aren't missing the boundary. Now, so Santa Michael Atherton commentary is so awesome to listen to. Great insights. And Night Squad, enjoy the football. TS Cashman in the most beautiful place in New Zealand. Probably, I mean, there are plenty of options, but Queenstown, a lot of people do enjoy that kind of region. Wanaka's very nice by the lake. You've also got, you know, in the North Island, Mount Maunganui. Seems to be quite a popular place. My celebrity crush is any of the Wallaroos players, says Xavier. And also, we look at that damn, says Kwasi the Barmy Army. Get to witness this. The best part, entrance was free. That's right. They did give out free tickets for this day. That's an edge. Johnny Bairstow's gone. Okay, Johnny Bairstow here is going to be dismissed on 136. But what an innings that man has had. Johnny Bairstow, take a bow, son, because you have just put on an absolutely, I guess, incredible show. And it's Ben Stokes who greets him as man, this is some batting. It is indeed in 27 more years out, says Anthony Hayes. He is, and I know Brendan McCullough would make big impact on the English Test side. Wasn't expecting to immediately make this team look like a top team, says Pravan. And also, says Gary Dixon, and also that, from Netty Guy there. And nice knock, Johnny, yeah. Brilliant. From Johnny Bairstow. I was going to play him a nice song on my guitar, but I don't know any other than like Happy Birthday. So like that probably doesn't quite hit the spot for him, I wouldn't think. Although it's going to feel like his birthday when he runs back to the changing room, because everyone will want to give that man a high five. And Johnny, Showboat is gone. There's Katie Dixon, a nice knock, Johnny. And also 269 people we are only watching, only 113 likes. Everyone like the video. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Who took the wicket? Hamish Bolt. I believe, yes, it was Trent Bolt. Who was able to get that wicket. Now, Ben Folkes has had to make his way to the crease. It's going to be, it's going to be tricky for him. I think more than likely. And play it anyway, says Natty Guy. I mean, it's pretty poor, I'll be honest. It's not the best version of Happy Birthday, because I don't actually know how it ends, which is kind of like that's a really bad birthday present, isn't it? If you only, because my guitar's yellow, it actually almost becomes see-through. Can you hear that? Hopefully. I don't actually know the last part of it, unfortunately. I can do this one. Yeah. Please play rock music. I mean, I don't know too much rock music overall. No. Whereabouts is it? Got to find the sweet spot about there. Sounds a bit rough. Another brilliant game from England. I was at Seven Nation Army. I think it was supposed to be, yeah. It sounds really bad on an electric without it plugged in. Trent Bolt bowls. Oops, I just put a hole in the wall. Not quite, though, so we're all right. Oh, so we have got there. Do you think the loss of de Gronholm and Williamson are the reason why New Zealand has been poor? I mean, it's a decent shout because they have been poor at times. Now, I think the missing of Williamson is the big one because the captaincy side of things. And is it an electric guitar? It is indeed. Bloody hell, that was a depressing. Oh, what a depressing tune, says Sebastian. Yeah, had to go back to Happy Birthday, won't I? You can't really play one-handed. I was just trying to poke it to see if the noise would come out. It's now going to be fielded nicely. And also Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes said, if you are bad, then I'm your dad. Did they? Is that a quotation from the boys? Now, folks, is sitting there 0 of 2. And also, it is not a performance from New Zealand, says Natty Guy. No, they've played well. It's just at times, in that that short bowling to Bairstow was not the way to do it. I wouldn't say. I think that was probably, not the one. Ben Stokes, he is still at the non-strikers end, and Folkes is at the strikers end. So it's a nice combination. And drop catches as well, says Christopher. Yeah, they did have a few of them. I think Daryl Mitchell put down at least one. Latham dropped one early today, which would have been hurting them a little bit. But yeah, currently sitting 4:05 a.m. here in New Zealand, ladies and gentlemen. At 6 a.m., we are going to be coming back for the next matchup that is taking place. It is not cricket, though. It is the FIFA World Cup qualifier between New Zealand and Costa Rica. If you are interested in your football, it will be where that link is on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. We have got plenty more coming up. Bairstow played an innings of his life, says Natty. And also, if you're bad, I'm your dad is a movie dialogue. Who said that in a movie? I feel like I should know that, but I haven't seen a lot of movies. So, Hamish, do you agree with Simon Dawn commentary last night that Kane Williamson should step down as Test captain and concentrate on his batting? Tom Latham should take the captaincy? Not really. I mean, we've seen what happens when Latham takes his captaincy here. So I feel like he'd need a little bit more guidance first before going into the kind of, I guess, the Test side of things. Because he has been struggling a little bit for form for Kane Williamson. But then the same could be said about Latham. He hasn't exactly put a huge total on the board in many weeks anyway. And let's go the All Whites, says Nathan. And also too much bad captaincy in the fourth innings. Look, New Zealand are tired and wants to finish soon, says Andy Mike. And also, it's Indian movie dialogue from KJ or KGF. And also, England being brutal, says Lucky. Yeah, this last innings, 98% chance of England winning now. 1% for New Zealand, 1% for the draw. So New Zealand need 5 wickets for 27 runs. If Latham doesn't take the captaincy, it'll be another good leave on his part. Poor boy, eh? He's going to have that one going around on his Instagram. Everything, every social media, he's just going to see the clip of him going, Matt Henry bowls it. That's going to be in the air from Folkes, but it does end up going through the gap, and that will be a short arm jab, as they've called it, out through mid-wicket for 4. And I hope India wins tonight, says Sharma, and I would bet against us, says Christopher there. Now, only 22 more runs. This is getting close, and Latham as the captain is too defensive. At times looks so helpless. Says it was coding there, and come on, you England, says Kawasi. And also, India lose again, says Babek. Yeah, it seems like at the moment, I know that South Africa, India started very well, didn't they, in that T20, but I'm not too sure what the score is currently now. Now, folks, it's in there 4-4. Henry pitches it up, folks. Consider going for the single. They're going to get one. And it's going to be nicely done. And also T20 mode is on fire, says MD. It exactly is. And why is the England flag black? I've questioned that many times, but for some reason it just comes through as black flag. And also South Africa leading 2-0. Black Caps is Tickle Bro. England got this. Says it was Nathan. Oh, who cares about T20? Says Netty Guy. And also T20 mode is on fire. And India have been appalling against South Africa. And also South Africa 64 for 4. There you go. Now, Matt Henry. Nicely played once again from Stokes. As we look at that, Ohane, Indian skipper, never lost any single test match. Even he is out due to poor performance. Now New Zealand should focus on their batting. Says it was Andy Mike, and also T20 is too slow, says Christopher Briggs. And also England 1 match. Does look very likely at the moment. Only 21 more runs needed for them. Now, we are just looking at the Kiwis field. They're changing it a little bit more here by the looks of it. Trying to find some sort of way of stopping England from getting 21 runs in 25 overs. It's going to take some good bowling, that is for sure, because they need 5 wickets. Okay. They've given him the single on the leg side, or actually the offside out of that deep point region. Side ball there. And it does manage to block it out on Hamish Road. Johnny Bairstow was destroyed. New Zealand bowling tonight. Yeah, he did. He was absolutely sensational, Johnny Bairstow. You'd have to argue the same thing about Ben Stokes. Yes, he hasn't quite gone as aggressive as, yeah, not quite as aggressive as we've seen from Bairstow, but he's still 61 from 61, which is quite handy. And also, Johnny Bairstow used this test match as practicing for the 100, says Sebastian. Oh, when does that start up? It must not be too far away. And not so soon, 21 runs are still a lot, says Natty Guy. One more wicket, it could change things. No recognised batsman after this. It's a nice shot. Oh, well fielded, close to the run out. No, just misses. And New Zealand scored over 800 runs, and someone says they need to focus on their batting. Says JA's there. And where do you live in New Zealand? I am in the South Island, about halfway up. If you know whereabouts South Canterbury is, somewhere around there. Now, Matt Henry almost was able to pull off the miracle run out. He went down, he threw the ball. Bairstow might have been, or sorry, not Bairstow, Stokes might have been out early August, 100 starts. Oh, we're not too far away. New Zealand lose 3-0. Says Sharma there. Yeah, there's a decent chance. And also 21 runs to go, lads. Come on, England. Says Lucy Cute. There, that. Yep, he would have been short. He would have been out. And that could have been the game changer for the Kiwis. But now it is another end to the over. 25 overs left. So anyone who doesn't know, that is going to be 150 balls that they have got to try and work with here. And they need 21 more runs to win. Ben Stokes just having a beverage. Oh, most of the beverage went out of the bottle. It looks like Ben Stokes, like they're saying, he hasn't taken a physio. He hasn't had anyone go out there to check on him. Uh-oh. I think someone might have just gone for a run across the field, maybe. And also only Auckland and New Zealand. Okay, so pretty much the best way of describing it is Auckland's here. I'm in another island. I'm in the South Island. I mean, a nice shot there from folks. And that will be another 2 runs. Well done from Michael Bracewell, I believe it was, who actually backed up for that one. And also, we have that it takes place during the Rugby Championship, but fixtures won't overlap during the time zones. Sweet. And also, we have got the ain't Johnny Bairstow, he is Johnny Bravo. Says Akshay. Or it was Ashray. Hopefully, I said that correctly. And security issue of Team New Zealand has been cleared very well from the Inspector General Johnny Bairstow or Bristow. Says it was Punjabi Station. And also, we have got the Hamish is from Middle Earth. I think I am at times. I think I'm kind of a bit all over the place. It's the short ball attempted the swing. They were saying that there might have been some glove, but it has been no, as the call there. And also, no, he is from the moon. And also, we hit you the first time. Yeah, we were all thinking it. Currently doing very nicely for themselves. We will quickly go like this. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for these live streams. And we have got plenty more coming in the near future. And also call him Bravo, please, says Ashray. And also who wants to finish soon, New Zealand? Or it was Bistro. Wait, who wants to finish soon, New Zealand or Bistro? I assume that is Bairstow, maybe. Or Bistro. Bistro. That should ring a bell, shouldn't it? Who wants to finish soon, New Zealand or Beast? Morning, Irish. Just trucking. Hello, you just saw me malfunctioning. Hope you are doing well. And also bring them tits and chocolate home, lads or lads. And you watch tennis, says Babek. Not as much as I want to, but I would like to watch a little bit more. I'm reading the Mayor of Bridge now, says Sharma. And also, what's the time there, mate? Says Happy Heart. So currently we are sitting at, it is just past 4. It's 4:15 a.m. And also we have got there, really love how you don't react to spam and unnecessary messages. You control your anger. I'm just seeing you angry in a live stream. I don't think I've ever been angry, which I know sounds like I guess a wrong statement. But I don't remember a time where I've been like I can't be angry without sounding like, for one, Arnold off bloody Terminator. And also just like my face doesn't sit right. I'm from India and our cricket team is dog shite, says John Joe. And I was 18 or 19 more to go. And Red Dead Redemption 2, the best Rockstar game. So it's a very good one. Currently, at the moment, they only need 18 runs of 24.1 overs. And also, we look at their house, there's Lucy Cute. And there as well. I don't know. I assume that's to the angry thing. I just don't really I can get frustrated, but I don't really get to the stage of And also create a bowl image. Which do you like the most? Test cricket, T20 cricket, or tits and chocolate? I mean, I think I know what would possibly win that. And I said, did you get any sleep, young man? I did. I ended up pretty much, I woke up at 8:30 tonight after going to sleep last night at about 3 a.m. So I got about 15 hours sleep. So I'm good. And also, Irish forgot this game and concentrate next football game against Costa Rica. New Zealand win that game. And they've got the World Cup ticket in Qatar in 2022. Would be pretty handy. But, of course, New Zealand currently, we are watching on there. And also, Aiden's missing out on all of the slappers, says Jay. Currently now, England still need 160 runs. No, they don't. What am I on about? That was at the tea break, sorry, that they needed 160. Now they only need 18 runs. Oh, that's a lot of sleep, says Natty Guy. Yeah, although the night before I did only get 2 hours of sleep. So, yeah, it's probably making up for that. And also, brother, you are looking very dashing today. What is the reason your girlfriend accepted your proposal? Says Andy. Well, fancy that you asked that. No, she didn't. But who knows? And I was disappointed, though, that Johnny B couldn't hang around for England's winning flourish. Johnny Bairstow was great. A wonderful knock. Well done, says Eddie. Yeah, he did very well, Johnny Bairstow. And it's a shame that he didn't get to finish out the innings, but he knows how much his innings means to the English side. And damn, folks, on fire, says Kawasi. And also, that's not a lot of sleep, says Lucy Cute. Like the 15 hours or the 2 hours? Because the 15 hours was because I only got the 2 the night before. So I decided I should probably make it up a little bit more. Nicely played once again. And that's going to be 4 more runs for England. And they are getting extremely close to being able to close out this test match. Jay, I'm telling your mum you're still awake. Or telling mum you're still awake, says Chuck Down Under. Andy, say yes to Hamish, says Nanny Guy there. I mean, I can play Happy Birthday if that helps. You know, if that helps serenade you, Andy. I don't know the last line. There you go. Still a bit of work needed. And I was never here. Says Jay and Amish wrote last day of the test match, just like ODI match. But one different is the white shirt and the rear ball, that's it. And also, I was at the Fallopian Forest this whole time. I swear, not bad, says Kawasi. And also, oh my goodness, play Bohemian Rhapsody. I have no chance. And also, we've got the Kiwi lads. Why are you getting so little sleep? It was only because the squads were being announced for the All Blacks, and I also did about 4 videos. That was only about 24 hours ago. But other than that, I get like 8 hours. So I'm normally all right. Well, sometimes even more than 8 hours, to be fair. And happy birthday, Fallopian Forest versus Ram Rants versus Seb's mum's basement. Nice tune in the guitar. Well, nice. And also best innings by Bairstow, says Yusuf, and it will certainly mean a lot to him currently. And also, I was at the Fallopian Forest this whole time, I swear, says Jay. And also, is she listening, says Netty Guy. That's a good question. Maybe. Who knows? Tis currently 4:20 a.m., but maybe. Now, it's going to be, it's dropped again by New Zealand. And my TV on watching the cricket with the volume at 0, says Kwasi. And also, we go there. Trucking is a snitch, says Jay. You heard it here first. Oh, Trucking, we want to send you, or we don't want to send you, but we've got an idea for like a dating app that you could do if you are keen. Do let me know if you're interested. I will allow you to buy shares. Also, if she is, then it's a yes, says Natty Guy. Maybe. As I play Happy Birthday. Maybe it is her birthday. If it was, then that would be bad because I would have missed it. Unless it's today. Who knows? Now I'm just throwing a whole heap of weird words out. Who knows? Also, are you going to celebrate with us, the English? I will. I was probably going to celebrate whoever won this one, but from the innings that we're seeing from Johnny Bairstow, you can't do anything but celebrate what that man has done. And also, we've got the can you stream NRL tomorrow? Is there NRL tomorrow? Oh, because we're Thursday, aren't we? Who's playing the Thursday night game, Xavier? Do let me know. See how I do get on. And just wondering if the Big Bang didn't happen, we couldn't be watching your live stream, says Babek. And also, Trucking. Yeah, that was the name of it, Trucking. Do let me know if you're keen. I'll let you buy some shares in it. But it's like for truckers who just want to have a fun time once they have parked up for the night, you know, or when their bosses think that they've parked up for the night, but really they've got somewhere else to go. And also, Hamish, you've been talking to Jay, says Trucking Down Under. Would you believe that I came up with the name Trucking? And also, Dragons versus Rabbit, I thought that would be a decent one. And also, we have got there a great response. Thank you. Johnny Besto was great. Says Eddie. Yeah, he put on a masterclass, and the second fastest century that we have seen for England in Test match cricket. He only missed out on the fastest by about 2 balls. I like Sting Song Desert Road. Says Sharman and Hamish Bro. Kane Williamson absent in this test, hugely lost to New Zealand before the match. And it's all your commentary on this link, says Christopher. Yep, so that one, it is our other Kiwi Lads channel. So pretty much we cover all of the things that we like to cover on this channel, but it's more of the one that we either test to see if we're going to get copyright struck, or also anything that is other than like kind of rugby and cricket, if that makes sense. But yeah, we will be doing the matchup between the All Whites and also the Costa Ricans. That will actually be on that channel in approximately 1.5 hours time. So we will be back. If you do like watching us talk about random stuff, it's the place to go for the next live stream. And also, Hamish, have you passed your driving test, son? I have indeed. So I have got my restricted at the moment, but I can go for my full license. It's just we've got to travel to go there. Plus, I haven't really been awake at normal hours, so that normally makes it tricky. So have you been on dirt bikes in New Zealand? I've only ever been on one motorbike, and that was actually in the neighbour's backyard. But other than that, I haven't been on any other. And GSS Christopher Briggs and there as well. But yeah, it is a good spot to find. We haven't actually uploaded on 3 weeks over on there, just with how hectic rugby has been. But now that we are kind of almost out of the rugby season, we're going to have plenty more coming onto that channel. My tie looks a bit wonky, doesn't it? I'll try and adjust that a bit. I don't always wear a suit, though, I should mention. Like, sometimes I will wear normal clothing. But for now, we've got the suit on. Right. Here we go. Ben Stokes, he's still at the crease. It's a nice shot. I think he's gone bang all the way for 6, is it? Or was it 1 bounce 4? It did go 6 all the way. And nice shot there from Ben Stokes. He is playing like an absolute beast at the moment. He's playing on one leg. And New Zealand is a beautiful country with nice people. And also, well, Stokes says Quasi. And also symptoms to describe our own actions, says Lucy Cute. And also, Bugger No Chance Now, and you're suitably dressed to be the TNF co-CEO. Maybe it is my role. And nice skills, Amish says Kawazi there. And also, let's get it, says Nathan. And also, the 6 says Natty Guy. That one's gone straight through. Actually missed it. Trent Bolt, he's down at the moment. They only need another 8 runs as we currently sit, which is not many at all. In fact, it's probably closer to hardly any. And also nice runs, or 8 runs, sorry, says Netty Guy. Ben Stokes, ready to go once again. He could get this done in 2 shots. 1 leg, what a champions. And what a champion, says Nathan. It's almost over, says Kawazi. And I've heard New Zealand have none of the venomous snakes. Now, we don't really have too many. We've got 1 spider that will bite you, but other than that, we're all good as well. It's a nice shot from Stokes. Whips it away. This looks like it might be racing for 4. It does. And like I mentioned, it takes him 2 shots to be able to close out a game. And this one could be the final one. Stokes is great, says Sharma. And now he's moved himself up to 71 runs. My girls are here, says Trucking Down Under. Is that the one with the cheapest one-time 18-plus dates, Trucking? Or is that someone else? And also, we have got Amish Bro, such wonderful test match. Oh, tell you what, we've just seen something. It's actually the scoreboard is updated before we have, but Ben Stokes is just about to hit the boundary to win the game. 4 and 4 to go. He does smack it hard, and it's out through cover. Brilliant job from the English. They won it with 25 or so overs left. And England, and damn, England played well. They did. They fought hard, and they've just been able to get the win at Trent Bridge. I've almost got goosebumps at the moment, even though I'm from New Zealand. So we can't share this to anyone from New Zealand, or else they'll probably deport me. literal goosebumps and the standing up of the hairs. That was classy from England for that second inning. And England win. And England says Nathan, and England win says Eddie. And congratulations, England says Kawasi. Yeah, brilliantly done by England. Ben Stokes steps up. They had an hour and a half left, or actually about an hour and 5 minutes. And also thanks, lads, for the coverage. Much appreciated. It says 4-1 Hill, no worries. And we will be back for the next one as well. So be sure to check it out on what time we start the All Whites game. Probably 5 minutes to 6. So in about an hour, 25 minutes time will be when we start our next one. I'm going to take a nap, says Xavier. And also Sui says it was from Bibek. And also congratulations, bye-bye, says Natty Guy. And also the thumbs up from Trucking Down Under. Thank you for the stream, mate. Says Katie Dixon, no worries at all. And this is some statement from England. It is. It says now we have come to play and never underestimate us because we have just won a series and we've still got a game to go. But yeah, that FIFA World Cup live stream that we are doing for New Zealand, we will be covering it on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, and that is the link right there to be able to take you straight over. And great one for England. The Kiwi Lads wear white T-shirt and shorts for the third test instead of the suit, says Pravin. Maybe the suit was what actually helped them. They turned it around this stage. And also we have got their next cricket series, says Andy Mike. And yeah, I believe the next one between these two sides is in 8 days as well, I should mention. And also let's have some guitar play now. Alrighty. We're going to play some average guitar for the end of the live stream. What do we got? I don't even know what I've got in the arsenal. I'll play some James Blunt for Johnny Bairstow. See if I can serenade the man. That was groovy. An excellent unbiased commentary. Thank you, says Self. No worries at all. And we will be back. Thanks so much for the complete day commentary. Well played, England. Yeah, we have been going for 6.5 hours on this live stream. Play Pirate of the Caribbean. I cannot play that. I can do the... Greg's kitchen theme. I don't quite know that one. Make hip-hop beats. Same as slide some guitar skills on a beat, says Nazi Williams. I don't really have many guitar skills, unfortunately. Put that guitar down. No worries. I will do that because it does not sound the best, does it? It also says Christopher Briggs. But nonetheless, an hour and a half. Then we are back for the All Whites matchup that they are going to have, and that is going to be up against Costa Rica. But I appreciate every single one of you for being here for this live stream. And we have got plenty more cricket and plenty more rugby coming in the future as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. England, they are the victors of this test match. Ben Stokes, 75 off 70. Johnny Bairstow, 136 runs off hardly any balls at all. And then Trent Bridge getting the 3 wickets, but it wasn't quite enough for New Zealand. And also we have the, well, says that Nazi Williams to the spammer. And yeah, as well. And also all the way from Nepal, says legit Susan. Yeah, I do appreciate you being here. Johnny Bairstow here is getting clapped off the field. I'm going to clap for him as well. Good night, says Sharma. So yeah, we will be back in an hour and a half on our other channel doing the football between New Zealand and Costa Rica. We will pretty much just chat like we are here. And also, cheers, mate. Good stream, says Martin. Do appreciate you, mate. And yeah, plenty more coming in the near future as well, including that test match that has taken place in about 7 or 8 days. We will get to see New Zealand go head-to-head with England for the 3rd time in a series that has already been secured by the home side, England. And Brendan McCullum, he'll be a very happy man currently, as he has gone 2-0 since becoming the head coach of England. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Check out the second channel, and I will see you all for the next one.